Okay. Good morning. Hi, everyone. If the first panel could take their seats at the table?
We should pass it
Okay,
around.
thank
We
you.
should talk and stick.
I love that. As soon as they get here, I'll start with the opening comments and instructions for our day. Good morning. I am Liz Kruger, Chair of the Senate Finance Committee, and I am co-chairing. I feel like we're hosting, but we're actually chairing. Co-chairing the budget hearings with Helene Weinstein, the Chair of Ways and Means in the Assembly. Today is the fourth of 13 hearings conducted by the Joint Fiscal Committees of the legislature regarding the governor's proposed budget for the state fiscal year 23-24. These hearings are conducted pursuant to the New York State Constitution and legislative law. Today, the Senate Finance Committee and Assembly Ways and Means Committee will hear testimony concerning the governor's proposed budget for the New York State Empire State Development Authority, the New York State Office of General Services, and the New York State Council on the Arts. Following each testimony, there will be some time for questions from the chairs of the relevant committees. I will now introduce members from the Senate, and Assembly Member Helene Weinstein the Chair of Ways and Means, will introduce members from the Assembly. In addition, the rankers of the two committees will introduce their members afterwards. And of course, I already forgot to get a list of who's here, so 1 second. I want to make sure. Good. Helene is going to start with the Assembly.
So for the Assembly, we have Chair of our Economic Development Committee, Assemblyman Bronson, Chair of our Small Business Committee, Assemblyman Starpy. We have Assemblyman Cunningham, Assemblyman Delon, Assemblywoman Jackson, Assemblyman Jones, Assemblyman McDonald, Assemblyman Rivera, Assemblywoman Simon, Assemblyman Simone, Assemblywoman Tapia, Assemblyman Zabrowski, Assemblyman Otis, and Assemblyman Pretlow, Chair of our Racing Committee. Mr. Robb, would you, Assemblyman Robb, please introduce your colleagues?
Thank you. Good morning. We are joined by Assemblyman Friend, who is our ranker on economic development, Assemblyman Gray, our ranker on tourism, Assemblyman McGowan, our ranker on small business, as well as Assembly members Mengtalo and Marr.
Down to the Senate.
Good, we figured ourselves out, thank you. I am joined by Senator Sean Ryan, Senator Jeremy Cooney, Senator Michelle Hinchy, Senator Serrano, Senator Liu. I think that's who's here so far. And other senators and assembly members may come in, and we will introduce them then. Tom O'Mara, ranker for finance. Introduce your members.
Yes, thank you, Chairwoman. We're joined on our side by Senator Mark Walczyk, the ranker on tourism, Senator Dean Murray, our ranker on economic development, and Senator Peter Oberacker.
Great. I just want to, for those of you who haven't been coming every day, to lay out sort of the rules of all our hearings. For governmental witnesses, you get to present for 10 minutes each. Then we'll open it up to questions of the entire panel, so any of you might be asked questions by any of the legislators. Chairs, Weinstein and Kruger, and relevant committee chairs get 10 minutes of questions with government reps. Rankers get 5 minutes. Only chairs get a second round of 3 minutes. And all other members get 3 minutes only for the panel. It is important to let Helene or myself or our rankers know if you want to be on the list to ask questions, because we won't know otherwise to put you on the list. For non-governmental witnesses, when we get to them in later panels, all members get 3 minutes to ask questions, and they get only 3 minutes to present. We have everyone's testimony electronically, it's online. Everyone, you in the audience, the public at large, can all have access to the testimony. So we urge everyone who testifies to remember, you have very limited time. Highlight your key points. Don't read your testimony. Sometimes people hand in 15 pages of testimony, and then we go, you don't think they're really going to try to read it, right? And sometimes they try, and guess what? It doesn't work. So highlight your key points. Don't expect you're going to read your full testimony, but we have it, and we can read it. And also, you can read more quickly than people talk, so it's amazing how much you can get through if you're reading the testimony while somebody's presenting. Again, there are no PowerPoints, presentations, or placards or signs permitted in the hearing room by guests, presenters, or legislators, okay? So some people get a little confused at that, but we try to keep these hearings moving professionally and in a timely manner, although I think we were here till 9 o'clock last night. Today, our first presentations will be by Hope Knight, Commissioner of the New York State Department of Economic Development and the Empire State Development Authority, Jeanette Moy, Commissioner of the New York State Office of General Services, and Mara Manis, Executive Director of the New York State Council on the Arts. And again, after they have presented, there will be opportunities to question them. And I'd like to start with Hope Knight. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning. Chairwoman Kruger, Chairwoman Weinstein, and distinguished members of the legislature. My name is Hope Knight, and I serve as President and CEO of Empire State Development and Commissioner of the New York State Department of Economic Development. I'm joined by our Chief Operating Officer, Kevin Eunice. Thank you for the invitation to discuss Governor Hochul's 2024 executive budget. Over the past year, I've had the pleasure to work with many of you to support effective and transparent economic development across the state. And in these uncertain times, I am proud of what we have accomplished. We've been laser focused on supporting small businesses, especially in the wake of the pandemic. Thanks to the Governor's Small Business Assistance Programs, more than 50,000 small businesses, including minority and women-owned businesses, have received support from ESD over the past 2 years. This direct support, combined with the resiliency of New York entrepreneurs, has resulted in the number of small businesses growing by 20,000 since 2020. Governor Hochul has secured one of the largest economic agreements in U.S. history when Micron chose Central New York for its $100 billion semiconductor facility. The project is expected to create nearly 50,000 jobs statewide, including 9,000 new high-paying Micron jobs, with average salaries exceeding $100,000. Under the governor's leadership, we've also launched the Office of Strategic Workforce Investment. This marked a decisive shift in the state's workforce development strategy by aligning training with the needs of employers, especially those in growth industries. The office's first round of awards is supporting nearly 3,000 trainees for jobs with more than 100 business partners. I'm also proud of what we've done to make ESD even more transparent and accountable. We have recently expanded the database of economic incentives from 26 to 52 fields, informed by input from the legislature and good government groups. The database now includes additional
People are having a little trouble hearing. Can you pull that mic a little
Sure.
closer to you?
The database now includes additional information about jobs, MWBE utilization, and IDA support. Today, it's one of the leading databases in the country for economic development. As we look ahead, New York is finally emerging from a pandemic that has weighed on the state's economy for almost 3 years. While some economic challenges linger, indicators show that New York is ready for an economic resurgence. We're seeing job growth across the state as unemployment has declined to 4.3%. This year, we have an opportunity to shift the state's focus from recovery to growth. Governor Hochul's executive budget aims to spur new inclusive economic development by strengthening our business communities and helping all New Yorkers achieve the New York dream. The arrival of Micron in Central New York will require collaboration across industry and community partners. The new Governor's Office of Semiconductor Expansion, Management, Integration, or GOSEMI, will assist with regional planning efforts to ensure smart growth and cohesive development. The office will also support the expected growth of semiconductor and supply chain companies across the state. New York's life science sector continues to thrive with a 10% increase over the last 5 years. More than 100,000 New Yorkers now work in this high-growth industry. The governor's announcement of 2 cell and gene therapy hubs, one upstate and one downstate, will drive life-saving research and create even more high-paying jobs. Gene and cell and gene therapy sales are expected to grow by more than 800% by 2026. By leaning into strategic investments at this crucial stage, New York will be securing its place as an industry leader. The governor's budget also provides matching grant funding to attract federal research dollars to New York. These will go to small businesses applying for the portion of billions in federal grants offered through the Small Business Innovation Research and Small Business Technology Transfer programs. These matching grants will help our small businesses develop and commercialize groundbreaking technology right here in New York. The executive budget also includes the Extended Prosperity and Innovation Campuses Initiative, or EPIC, to support new business growth around the state's educational centers. EPIC will improve on its startup New York predecessor. For the first time, upstate and downstate locations will have the same requirements, benefits, and eligibility criteria. It will also support a wider range of businesses and increase the amount of eligible space dedicated to growing innovation and creating jobs. The governor is also working to remove barriers for MWBEs. We've made significant improvements for our certification process, and the executive budget directs the state to pursue certification reciprocity with other certifying organizations. This process will cut red tape for applicants and allow more MWBEs to participate in contracting opportunities. We're also making unprecedented commitment to the film and television industry. Film productions have a compounding economic effect that make the sector particularly valuable by supporting jobs and small businesses and generating revenue at the state and local level. The increased film tax credit will make us more competitive with other states, encourage more productions to choose New York. All told, this is a bold agenda. I am proud of the progress we have made together, and I look forward to continuing to work closely with all of you to deliver to New Yorkers. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning, and I look forward to taking your questions.
Thank you. Next testifier is Commissioner of OGS.
Greetings, Chair Kruger and Weinstein, ranking members O'Mara and Rah, and distinguished members of the legislature. My name is Jeanette Moy, and I'm a commissioner of the New York State Office of General Services. I'm joined today by OGS Executive Deputy Commissioner Thomas Natito. Thank you for the opportunity to share the work of this agency and all the items that have been accomplished since I last testified before the legislature, and as well as to discuss the impact of the governor's executive budget on OGS. The governor's executive budget proposes $1.3 billion for OGS, which will enable our agency to continue to support her commitment to improve government operations and service for all New Yorkers. OGS provides critical shared services and often unseen work for the state, from managing capital projects to administrative services to logistics and warehousing support. This budget allocation enables OGS and its 1,800 employees to provide operational support for state agencies so that they can focus on delivering on their core missions effectively and efficiently. Our work also supports local governments, not-for-profits, businesses, and individual New Yorkers. Our cultural program and careful conservation of assets provide New Yorkers with access to our historic Capitol building and our extensive world-class art program. OGS's accomplishments are New York State's success stories. A properly funded and fully staffed OGS can ensure the fulfillment of Governor Hochul's promise to make government more accessible, transparent, diverse, resilient, and responsive to New Yorkers' needs. In the coming year, OGS will lead several initiatives announced in the Governor's 2023 State of the State. First, we will implement e-procurement, bringing our systems in line with industry standards. New York is the last large state without an e-procurement system. We need real-time access to dynamic data so that we can quickly respond to market changes, reduce the time for users to find and purchase goods and services, and better manage the state's procurement spend. Second, we will pilot new office designs. The COVID-19 pandemic has normalized hybrid work, and our state needs flexible spaces that meet the needs of an increasingly distributed workforce. Third, we will expand our Digital and Media Services Center to deliver more customer-oriented, user-friendly digital products and services, and better connect state agencies with New York businesses and residents. These projects will help us to improve state outcomes and advance the governor's agenda. I would also like to take this time to reflect on OGS's successes. This year, we have worked to implement key state-of-the-state commitments. At Governor Hochul's direction and with the support of this legislature, OGS launched the Office of Language Access, which is the second office of its kind in the United States. There are over 5.7 million New Yorkers who speak a language other than English, and 2.5 million of whom are limited English proficient. We worked with agencies, vendors, and community-based organizations to ensure that the language access law is implemented effectively. To meet the governor's ambitious climate goals and support the necessary state changes to state operations, OGS established its Office of Resiliency and Sustainability. This new team is implementing many of the governor's key priorities in partnership with DEC, NYSERDA, NYPA, and more. We are driving the conversion of the state's light-duty fleet to zero-emission vehicles by 2035 and facilitating the build-out of essential fleet charging infrastructure. We've convened a zero-emission vehicle conversion interagency working group to identify opportunities, barriers, and innovations while establishing multiple streamlined procurement mechanisms for rapidly expanding the EV charging infrastructure. OGS is a co-lead of the Green New York Council, which oversees the development of guidelines and reporting on the state's sustainability plan. We developed and implemented the rollout for Executive Order 22, managed a virtual power plant pilots program working with NYPA, and it participated in efforts to shape Environmental Bond Act projects, extreme heat emergency planning, and agency vulnerability assessments. And finally, thanks to Governor Hochul and the legislature, OGS began work on the $175.5 million infrastructure package to address critical Empire State Plaza infrastructure needs, including health and safety issues, electrical and conveyance systems, and structural repairs. The package also helps us to target the substantial deferred maintenance in our portfolio. This year, we began work on the design for the restoration of the Capitol's eastern approach and construction on the Capitol roof and the Hawk Street Passage. These projects will bring necessary improvements to some of the most prominent public spaces in our state capitol. Now, these initiatives were natural complements to OGS's already expansive portfolio. OGS manages and maintains 20 million square feet of the state's real property. We manage the daily operations of 150 state-owned buildings and structures totaling $7 billion in assets, serving approximately 30,000 tenants and thousands of visitors. Our leasing portfolio includes 468 leases, over 12 million square feet statewide. This year, we've responded to emergencies from floods, fires, burst pipes, snowstorms, credible thefts, and more, but through it all, our doors have remained open for the state's workforce. OGS also provides design, build, construction, project permitting services to over 50 state agencies and clients with a current workload of $1.4 billion in active construction projects and another $2 billion in design development. This year's successes have included the completion of the Office of Victim Services Sexual Offender Evidence Kit Storage Building, the replacement of 104 road salt storage structures for the Department of Transportation, and the federally funded construction of the New York State Police Station in Fredonia. We began construction on the highly anticipated Adirondack Rail Trail between Tupper Lake and Lake Placid for the Department of Environmental Conservation, and we've worked alongside the Division of Military and Naval Affairs towards the completion of 43 capital construction projects, which will make significant improvements to New York's Army National Guard facilities and support troop readiness. OGS has been the central office for processing human resources and financial transactions across the state through its Business Services Center. This year, we provided financial services to 66 executive agencies, processing over $12.6 billion in invoices alone, and HR benefits, payroll records, and time and attendance services for 55 agencies with nearly 44,000 individual customers. Our procurement team contracts to procure goods and services at the best value for New York State taxpayers, encompassing $30 billion in annual spend. Over 8,000 government entities, including 4,500 towns, cities, counties, municipalities, 108 SUNY and CUNY campuses, and over 700 school districts, not-for-profits, public authorities, and public benefit corporations leverage our centralized contracts. This past year, we've worked to deliver more inclusive cultural events and programs that showcase New York's diversity, including our annual Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day observance, our second annual Lunar New Year celebration, new exhibits from the Harlem Art Collection to celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month, and the New York State Chief Diversity Officer's inaugural Disability Rights and Employment Awareness Month, or DREAM Symposium. We've prioritized bringing New Yorkers together in as safe a manner as possible through cultural programs and events, because it is a part of our educational and cultural charge as an agency. And finally, one of my key priorities for this year has been to strengthen the foundations of OGS, including our people, processes, and technology. We need to hire, recruit, develop, and retain the best talent in order to be successful. We must work efficiently and get the best possible outcomes from our vendors to advance the work of the state. We are focused on helping our customers get better outcomes, whether it's addressing fluctuating fuel costs or constructing a more energy-efficient office. Providing good customer service is not easy, nor is it a luxury. It requires our team to measure our performance both qualitatively and quantitatively, because you cannot manage what you cannot measure. To that end, we've created new offices for project management and strategy to support our efforts to improve our business systems and track agency performance in partnership with OGS business units, ITS, project management, and technology support teams. I firmly believe that these strategic efforts will help us establish a foundation of transparency, collaboration, responsible stewardship, and consistent project success across OGS. Thank you for inviting me to provide testimony today. I now turn it back to Chair Kruger and Chair Weinstein, and am looking forward to taking your questions.
Thank you very much. And our last speaker on this panel, Mara Manis, from the New York State Council on the Arts.
Thank you so much, Chairs Kruger and Weinstein, and members of the committee, and welcome to our newly elected legislators. I am Mara Manis, the Executive Director of the New York State Council on the Arts, also known as NYSCA. On behalf of our chair, Catherine Nichols, our council members, our staff, and our vibrant nonprofit arts and culture sector, we are immensely grateful to Governor Hochul and the state legislature for your historic and unprecedented investment in 2023. We are also grateful to Governor Hochul for an additional suballocation of $100 million in capital. All of this affirms our state as a global economic leader of arts and culture, and our sector as the #1 driver of tourism to the state. Arts and culture are an essential part of our economic and human infrastructure. In fact, we are on the verge of a cultural shift in which arts can deliver potent, accessible, and proven solutions for the well-being of everyone. Communities with strong cultural assets show improved outcomes in education, mental health, public safety, and civic engagement, all of which continue to play important roles in our state's recovery and overall health. According to the most recent NEA-BEA report, New York's vast creative economy contributed $126 billion annually, constituted 7% of the state's economy, and comprised of over 400,000 workers. NYSCA is currently supporting a creative economy study of nonprofit arts organizations outside of New York City, focusing on the years between 2009 and 19. Ahead of the report's release in the spring of 2023, we're able to share with you that 1, statewide employment in the arts and culture sector grew almost 30% in the decade prior to the pandemic, nearly double the state's overall rate of job growth. And 2, that the New York artist designer population jumped 27% over the past decade, outpacing total population growth in nearly every major city in the state. That said, the COVID-19 pandemic has had a significant impact on the arts, which were one of the first sectors to close and one of the last to reopen. The funding that the governor and legislature has provided over the last 2 years has been critical to the sector's recovery. NYSCA's primary work is grant-making to nonprofit arts and cultural organizations and artists. Our funding reaches over 3,000 artists and organizations across all 62 counties of our state. These include the Adirondack Experience in Blue Mountain Lake, which offers 40,000 square feet of cultural exhibitions for over 50,000 visitors annually, the Everson Museum in Syracuse, the first museum in the world to be designed by I.M. Pei, and Buffalo String Works, a small CBO organization which provides music education to youth from refugee and immigrant communities. Over the last 2 years, NYSCA reconceived our application process with one primary goal: to create greater access to our funding while prioritizing eligibility for underrepresented communities and smaller organizations. This was the most significant structural shift to our grant-making process in our history. We consolidated 65 funding categories to 5, expanded the range of artistic practices, and welcomed new statewide strategic partnerships. Coupled with our historic funding, the results of these changes have been robust. For FY23, NYSCA saw a 80% increase in applications from FY21 and funded almost 300 first-time applicants. It should be noted that small and medium-sized organizations outside of New York City tend to have less access to consistent institutional funding. And we are pleased to share that for FY23, 52% of our direct grantees have organizational budgets under $500,000. Our 23 funding opportunities included regrowth and capacity enhancement grants, support for organizations, support for artists, partnerships and regrants, special opportunities, and capital projects. For 23, NYSCA awarded over 3,600 grants totaling almost $98 million and providing support to 1,600 organizations. We also made significant recommitment to artists, providing support to 426 artists compared to 142 in 2021. The final round of our grant-making capital projects will be awarded in March. With this historic level of funding for capital projects, we saw a 48% increase in applications over last year. Capital projects create new tourism destinations, and investments in these projects provide exponential return for organizations and their venues, as well as returns to every Main Street business and worker at hotels, restaurants, and local stores. NYSCA provided an update on our capital program in December, and I'm pleased to share a summary, which is that we have awarded $50 million in capital to date to 158 projects across all 10 regions of our state. Almost 70% of those projects are located outside of New York City. Examples of these projects include the Kuroga Arts Collective, a performing arts center in southern Adirondacks, an economically depressed area. This new state-of-the-art venue creates a year-round home for artists and continues to drive Kuroga as a cultural destination. DCTV in New York City reopened in September with a new state-of-the-art cinema and a former historic firehouse. It welcomed 2,200 visitors in 2 months compared to 1,200 in all of 19. We are pleased to play a role in the Buffalo AKG Total Campus Redesign Project, which will open in May, and will be a major economic driver for the region and the state, projected to generate $36 million annually and attract almost 200,000 visitors. Expanding communications efforts are critical to expanding access to our dollars. And throughout 23, NYSCA reached 6,200 individuals through our webinars and virtual office hours, and our webinars continue to be posted on our website, ensuring ongoing access for our field. We also distributed our 23 grantee list to all state legislatures, and we are deeply appreciative to you and your offices for amplifying the work of our grantees in your district. As I have relayed today, the understanding of the impact of arts on health and the well-being has grown immensely. A World Health Study from 2019 noted that cognitive stimulation when engaging the arts is not only associated with a lower risk of developing dementia, but is also interrelated with mental illness such as depression. I'm pleased to share that we are building on our Arts and Corrections partnership, which we began a few years ago, with DOCS, and we are expanding that programming to 10 new adult correctional facilities, which will launch in April. Thank you again for the opportunity to share the critical impact and vast reach of your historic investment in the arts in New York State. As we have shared, our arts and culture sector is world-renowned and a critical driver for tourism, which fuels our economy and benefits individual health throughout all of life stages. We are so grateful to the work of our field for delivering such a compelling return on this investment, and I look forward to your questions.
Right. You're giving us back 3 minutes.
What's that?
You're giving us back 3 minutes.
You got it.
You get extra points later. Thank you. No, not extra money, sorry, but extra points. Our first questioner will be Chair Sean Ryan.
Thank you, Senator Krueger, Assemblymember Weinstein, for your hard work up to this point. I had some questions for Commissioner Knight. Thank you for being here today, for your testimony. for your work throughout New York State. You know, you've made yourself apparent and recognizable in regions throughout the state, and we appreciate that. Look forward to working with you to ensure that the state economic development programs are working for the people of New York State. Each year in New York State, we spend billions of dollars on various economic development programs, you know, all designed to create jobs and revitalize the economy. And I'm convinced that we need a state-of-the-art programs, and we also need state-of-the-art transparency. So I wanted to talk about transparency for a minute. In 2019, the budget included items about something akin to a database of deals, and I think your agency calls it the database of economics incentives. And the idea behind this was to make it so there's one easily accessible portal so people could see where economic development money is going to. I tried to negotiate that database recently myself. It's a little clunky. There's 3,200 different incentives listed. Really hard to figure out where you start looking. Some columns contain useful information, other columns, whether the award went to a private or public entity, it seems to be entirely blank. So twofold questions for you. Have you tried to use the database, and is it a database in progress, or are we there for completion?
So thank you, Senator, for your question. We have been working diligently on this database of economic incentives. We have taken feedback from the legislature about items that, like, included. Because our programs are so broad and are wide and varied, it requires us to have many fields for the projects. We've just increased the number of fields from 26 to 52. That can be a little challenging to get around, but it has all of the information that has been indicated that people are seeking. And so it is an iterative process. We continue to make refinements. We continue to add projects that are also outside of ESD's portfolio. And so it is something that we will try to continue to work on to make sure that it is more navigatable by the public.
That's great. Happy to hear it's an iterative process, and I look forward to looking at new iterations. Also in the 2022-23 budget, we passed a requirement that ESD come up with a hire an economic impact firm to look at all the various programs and to provide an analysis on every tax credit, every tax deduction, every tax incentive, and to look at it through what's our return on investment as taxpayers. Could you give us an idea of where you are in that process and when we should expect a report?
Yes, Senator. So in the last budget, there was a directive for the Department of Tax and Finance to perform a study of our economic development programs. We are working with Tax and Finance to provide the data that they need to perform these studies. We look forward to seeing these studies in 2024 when they are to be delivered.
Okay. And do you hire an outside firm?
Department of Tax and Finance will be hiring the outside firm.
Okay, so went from you to taxation, they're hiring. And do you know if they've hired?
They have.
Okay. And do you think you'll be able to provide periodic updates of how far along we are in the process and when in 2024 we should expect this?
We expect to have the report by January 1st, 2024, so just at the beginning of next year.
That's great. That's great. I know that's a big process, but I'm happy to hear it's going. I have a question about science in the economy. You know, we have various incentive programs in Empire State Development. We used to have a NISTAR program that, if my recollection is right, it was once a standalone program. Now it's in Empire State Development, and that's, I think it was titled the New York State Foundation for Science, Technology, and Innovation. Who runs that within Empire State Development?
That is run by Matt Watson today.
That's great. And I know that's a very competitive field. You know, I have a Roswell Park Cancer Institute in my area, and we go through there, and the research doctors are often like NFL quarterbacks on short-term contracts. They're always looking for, the next best deal, and it's hard to keep them. I know other states have departments just dedicated to this. The state of Texas has a department just dedicated on research universities, trying to really acquire federal money. So it's a sort of a full-time department only dedicated to bringing federal money into their state research institutions. And if there's state money layered in, it's trying to make sure that that money that research is then applied into the state economy. I was wondering if you had any thoughts about NISTAR, how it's working, and are we getting a maximum bump out of it?
Sure. I think that we are getting significant benefits from NISTAR with their, we provide funding to programs like the Centers of Excellence and Centers of Advanced Technology. We also have another pool of funding through our Life Sciences Initiative. Some of the medical research institutions in Western New York have been able to access funding from that Life Science Initiative. And so we have several pools of funding to support innovation and technology here in New York State. We also have put forward this year in the budget $6 million matching pool for the Small Business Innovation Research and Small Business Research Transfer Technology Program, which small businesses seek to get federal dollars, and we would provide one-to-one matching for those grant requests.
So I don't know if that's the same pool of money, but there's been a $6 million budget request for the last 4 years, so we've allocated $24 million, but it looks like only $10 million has been spent of that. I don't expect you to have the answer to this, but if you, through your folks, could provide information about what happened with that $24 million and why only 10 million is spent. So just give me an update on that.
Yes.
And then the last I wanted to talk about is workforce development.
Sure.
Anytime I talk to employers in New York State, they talk about workforce and daycare as their two biggest issues. So on the workforce front, we put $350 million into the budget last year, the Office of Strategic Workforce Development. That money went a lot of places, OP, WDD, OMH, programs at SUNY, CUNY, a program called the Expansion of the Alternative Certification Program. So the question is, where is that money going, and how are we figuring out if that money is actually having an impact on the workforce programs and the workforce problems we have in New York State?
So thank you, Senator, for that question. Last year, $350 million was put forward in the budget for workforce development. $170 million of that was allocated to ESD to stand up its Office of Strategic Workforce Development. We have gotten that office stood up and have launched a solicitation for proposals for training. We awarded around just recently to 6 projects, training 3,000 individuals with nearly 100 business partners. And that funding is intended to be multi-year, so the $170 million is multi-year. And the $180 million that was allocated were to other state agencies like SUNY, DOL, DOH.
And so that's my question there, is the money that goes out from ESD to the other agencies, how are we tracking that, and how are we trying to measure its effectiveness?
So we are in the process of developing a centralized database to track key metrics to understand the impact of our workforce development programs.
Okay, that's great. If you could give me any information you have on that, and I'll just close with, in New York State, we have over 500 workforce development programs going on right now. Based on that, you would think we would not have a workforce development problem. So it seems to me what's lacking is a coordinated effort. The programs are in various departments, but there doesn't seem to be anyone holding the conductor's baton to make sure that we're spending those 500 programs are being effective. And I think it's perhaps a role for ESD to come in to help offer guidance to the various workforce development programs layered throughout the state.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I look forward to continuing the conversation.
Thank you very much. Assembly.
Before we go to our chairs, I just want to acknowledge that we've been joined by Assemblywoman Fahey, Assemblywoman Shimsky, and Assemblyman Zaccaro. And now we go for questions to the chair of our Economic Development Committee, Assemblyman Bronson, for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Weinstein and Kruger. My questioning is going to be with Commissioner Knight. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate it. As you know from our previous conversations, over the last 2 years since I've taken over as Chair of Economic Development, we've really have tried to change the focus in 2 regards. One is when you have economic development, you have to have corresponding workforce development. And very pleased that the governor in last year's budget proposed the Office of Workforce Development. The second priority is to make sure that all of the investments, and we invest billions of dollars every year in economic development, that those investments result in us moving toward a more equitable and inclusive economy. So in all my lines of questioning, those 2 things are going to be overarching principles. So let me follow up with Senator Ryan's questions regarding the Office of Workforce Development. You indicated in your testimony that there were 3,000 trainees and some 100 businesses. My first question is, how were those businesses selected? Second question is, what industries did we cover? And in your opinion, what were the strategies used in that approach to move us toward a more inclusive economy?
So I'll start with the types of businesses and jobs that the 3,000 trainees are covering. So as I said, we have 6 proposals, mostly from not-for-profit institutions that will be providing the training. You know, one of the key focus of the office is that we want the training to be driven by the private sector, so we want to respond to private sector needs so that the training provides opportunity for the trainees to be able to go in and hit the ground with the appropriate level of training. So we have been able to work with these entities mostly in the area of advanced manufacturing, but we have a number of other areas that we are providing training in.
Okay. And you said you worked with nonprofits?
Yes.
And how were those nonprofits selected? And also, what was the criteria in selecting the awardees to those grants?
So the nonprofits are entities that already do workforce development training, and we had a request for proposals process where we, scored proposals based on relationship with employers is one, because we want to make sure that the training leads to employment opportunities, the experience of the training providers, and whether or not they were proposing wraparound services, because we know that historically disadvantaged communities have had difficulty accessing employment opportunities due to barriers of childcare, transportation, and other challenges. So we wanted to see a robust proposal that provided support in those areas.
So on those proposals, we know that the Manufacturers Association of Central New York has a wonderful apprenticeship program. Any of these proposals align with existing apprenticeship programs?
I don't know that any of the proposals align with apprenticeship programs, but certainly with advanced manufacturing opportunities.
Okay, thank you.
And I can come back to you with that answer.
The second line of questioning relates to the Fast New York program, the Shovel Ready program, which
Yes.
we had $200 million last year. I had wished that we would get $500 million. I'd like to push for $500 million for that program. And one of the reasons I'm so supportive of it is because it is aligned to a more equitable and inclusive economy, because it allows localities to select locations, hopefully that may be accessible by public transportation, close to childcare, things of that nature that a business coming in or expanding may not be focusing on. So of the $200 million, how much of that has been expended or allocated under that program so far?
So we continue to solicit proposals. I think we're going through one of our last rounds. I believe we've provided over $100 million in awards, but I can come back to you with the exact number.
Okay. And when you get back to me on that, if you could just identify geographic areas where that was allotted, that would be great. Startup New York. So your proposal is to rebrand it. Your proposal is to extend it for another 5 years. I'm not a fan. You know that. I think it creates an uneven playing field, both for employers as well as employees. But could you share with us what's your justification in wanting to, and let me back up. I understand that part of it is to make downstate area parameters similar to upstate, and I get that objective. But putting that objective aside, what's the justification of wanting to do another 5 years of this program, and what has been the return on investment through the program?
So thank you for that question, Assembly Member. We know that the Startup New York, which we would like to move forward calling EPIC, has had some bad connotations. But when we look at the investment the state has made in the program, which is $68 million during the life of the program, there have been over 3,000 jobs created and $1.3 billion in economic activity as a result of the program. Prior to my coming to ESD, I led the Greater Jamaica Development Corporation, and we were the nonprofit partner to York College, which is a CUNY institution. I saw some really neat features related to the program. The business has to provide some kind of proposal nexus to the institution where it wants to locate, and I saw internship opportunities result from companies locating in the startup program, faculty research opportunities. And so if we really lean into those aspects of the program, I think we can make it one that you can really appreciate.
Okay, we'll have further discussions about that as we go through the budget negotiations. The next area of questioning is just pretty general. The Centers of Excellence and the centers, the CATS program, the Centers of Advanced Technology. The budget proposal from the executive cuts funding to those programs. And similar to what you were just saying about startup and the linkages, and these programs have been very successful in innovation across the state. So wouldn't it make more sense to continue to invest in the programs that really links up universities across the state instead of cutting dollars to that? How is that consistent with trying to advance our economy?
So we had an increase in the budget for those programs last year. What's proposed this year is returning them to 2021 levels. So not a significant cut, just we had an increase the year before provided for in those programs.
But a couple of those programs, the smaller ones and newer ones, one here in Albany, they really needed that additional money, as did all of them. The one that we have in the University of Rochester in my district, the Rochester Institute of Technology in my district, those expanded dollars have been well used. There's, usually we want to spend the money in programs that have a record of success, yet the governor's proposal is to cut dollars away from them. And so just moving it back to 2021 levels, I didn't hear a justification of why that was necessary.
We just believe that the 2022 levels would be adequate funding.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate your
Thank you.
testimony.
Thank you. Senator Murray, the ranker on the same committee.
Thank you, Chairwoman. And welcome. Thank you for testifying today. Commissioner Knight, in your testimony, in your opening statement, there was a line that you read that said, Governor Hochul's executive budget aims to spur new, inclusive economic development, strengthen our business communities, and help all New Yorkers achieve the New York dream. So I've talked to quite a few small businesses, and I assure you they were not dreaming of paying the unemployment insurance assessment surcharge. Can we start with, why was the decision made not to take advantage of that interest-free window the federal government gave us? We borrowed $9.2 billion. The federal government gave a window. We could pay it back interest-free. The majority of the other states in the country did so. We're one of only 7 that didn't. Who made that decision, and why was that made, to put all of the interest payments now on the backs of New York businesses?
So I know that we have been able to ask for forgiveness for the loan. That was done last year. And I know that the Department of Labor is monitoring the situation.
Well, with all due respect, the Department of Labor also basically handed out $11 billion in fraudulent claims, so I don't really have a lot of faith there. But we had a window, and other states took advantage of it. But we made a conscious decision now to hammer every single New York State business. That wasn't their dream. Why did we not, even if we paid half? We paid $162 million, and I keep saying we because I'm a small business owner. I got that bill. We paid $162 million in interest last year. We're going to be paying it for at least, what, a decade before we pay it off? Could total somewhere about $750 million when all is said and done. Why couldn't the state help?
The state was requesting forgiveness for the loan.
The forgiveness was there. It was there for a year. We made the conscious decision to ignore that. The other states took advantage of it. The governor had, I think at the time, about a $12 billion surplus. She could have paid the whole thing, but even paying a partial would have helped businesses. Why didn't we? I mean, we can request, and they're laughing because they said you had your chance. How is that the dream of New York businesses?
We requested forgiveness, and that's what we're monitoring.
Okay, so let me ask you this. You were talking about Micron coming.
Yes.
Are they going to be paying that? Because I did a little calculation. At $27.6 per employee, it'll cost them about $1.38 million per year. Is it easy to attract businesses when they're going to come and have that kind of a burden? I mean, we're competing against other states that didn't do this to business. I would think that it doesn't exactly make your job easy to attract more businesses. But are they going to be paying that?
They will be paying whatever is required of them.
So they will. So any new business we bring into New York now is automatically saddled with this until it's paid off. Is that correct?
Well, whatever is required of businesses, they will pay.
Right, $27.60 per employee. You know, I've heard the term death by 1,000 cuts from businesses. We are losing people at an alarming rate, but not just people, we are losing businesses. I mean, what efforts are we making to stop this outflow of businesses?
We had a $1 billion small business rescue plan, which we continue to disperse through a number of our programs. As you know, the legislature helped with the $800 million Small Business Recovery Grant Program, which we have been providing support to. We've been able to disperse that fund. We provided support to 41,000 businesses at an average of 18,000.
Okay, my time is short, so I'm going to thank you, but I'm going to cut you there. Just to switch real quickly back over to the Startup New York and the change now to Epic. Do you know how much we spent in advertising, promoting Startup New York over the years? Tax dollars, I might add.
I would have to look at it. I know that happened way before I arrived at ESD. We
Well, I'll
have
give you-
not spent any funding while I've been there to promote the program.
Well, that's because I believe it was the Cuomo promo at the time. But now that we're switching it, do you have an estimate on how much we will be spending to promote the new EPIC program?
We will spend no funding to promote the new program. We will use our existing outreach efforts with our REDCs, regional office staff, and ESD staff to promote the program.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Assembly.
We go to Assemblyman Starpy, Chair of our Sports Business Committee.
There we go. Thank you. Commissioner, I want to go back to Centers of Excellence. My colleague Harry Bronson talked about it a little bit, but the disturbing fact for me is, this is probably the third time I've come back on this, and knowing that the return on investment for Centers of Excellence is 24-to-1 or more. And you have programs like Startup, where I'm sure that the return on investment is not 24-to-1 or more. And yet we struggle to keep that alive while we're cutting Centers of Excellence. And I still can't wrap my head around it as a former businessman who, when you have something that's successful, you seem to invest more in it in order to get more return. But we seem to not follow that same strategy for some reason. And let me just ask you, the Center of Excellence for Healthy Water, the collaboration between SUNY ESF and Clarkson. Last year we plussed them up to $1 million. They were very excited. The money's just being dispersed now, but they're working on some projects that are, I'd call, urgent. The state knows a lot about PFAS problems, and 4 companies have been created through that Center of Excellence that are working on this problem. And they have solutions much less expensive than what people are doing now. We also are working on algal blooms in seemingly all of our lakes. And there are 2 companies working on that issue. So the fact that we only want to spend $375,000, and I don't know how many millions of dollars we'll try to spend to solve those 2 issues, you would seem that you could put a lot more money in that particular Center of Excellence. I mean, are we keeping track of what these Centers of Excellence and CATS are working on so we know what's the most important thing?
Thank you. We definitely keep track of what's happening in the Centers of Excellence. We have other programs that businesses who are working on emerging technology can take advantage of, and we're always putting the Centers of Excellence and those businesses in touch with our other programs so they can take advantage of accessing funding for those.
Okay. All right, well, that's good, but I hope before the process of the budget is completed at the end of March that we have decided to go ahead and, invest more money in our successful programs. Some of the other things, we talked about workforce. Everybody talks about workforce, and I think it was great, especially last year, the $350 million. And I thought it was wise that we're using some economic development money for child care, different child care programs. And we've talked about this before. There's the issue of lack of workforce. One other thing I recommended that I thought could be helpful is investing some economic development money in adult literacy. We have lots of immigrants, refugees that have entered our state. It's hard for them to go ahead and get a job without a certain level of literacy, but even at the lower level positions, which seemed, throughout the pandemic, people have left those positions and moved up to better paying positions, they could at least fill those if they could read and write in English. So again, I'd recommend taking a look at these adult literacy programs, which never get funded to the level they need to be. There's always waiting lists in every region of the state. So I hope you'll take a look at that. Let's see. Semiconductors. I was the lucky winner in the $100 billion Micron agreement. It's in my district, and I'm very grateful for that. I have a lot of people asking me a lot of questions about it. You know, certainly they hear about different high-tech companies, including Micron, laying off employees and how that'll affect our program, and you know, like that. I try to assure them that by the time we are built and in production, things will have changed quite a bit, plus the fact that we'll be building next generation type of products, not the legacy products they produce now. But the one area which I can't answer any questions yet are about the sustainability side of the agreement. And what does it really mean? What happens if they don't meet those goals? And can you tell me a little bit about that?
So thank you, Assemblyman. So we're very excited to attract Micron to your district, and a big part of the negotiations were around sustainability and Micron putting together a sustainability plan. Kevin Eunice, Chief Operating Officer of ESD, was very involved in the project, and I'll let him talk a little bit about the sustainability plans that we have for the project.
Thanks, Hope. Thanks, Assemblyman. How are you?
Welcome.
Yeah, so as you know, first and foremost, the program is an economic development program, right? It's about bringing those jobs and that investment to New York. But, you know, in the context of the CLCPA and greenhouse gas emissions, we do require them to have sustainability goals. It will be part of their commitment to New York. It'll be the receipt of those enhanced benefits will be contingent upon meeting those commitments. So 100% renewable electricity, greenhouse gas emissions, I think LEED certification of gold or higher for all of their buildings. We're working really closely with NYSERDA and with our colleagues at DEC to, you know, even from today, from construction, that they're using every appropriate effort to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So that's electric vehicles, that is the type of cement they might be using. So we're meeting with them almost daily with our colleagues throughout the state. So.
Can I ask you, I mean, the amount of energy that's required for these facilities is enormous, and I guess the fear that most people have is that if they get all the green energy that's being produced in the area, that'll take it away from other businesses, residential homes. You know, do we see, you know, in the future a plan that shows for a certain amount of green energy coming online continuously as we go through this process that's going to be able to feed everybody that wants to use that?
So I guess the larger CLCPA goals require 100% renewable electricity for the state's entire use by 2040, I believe. And what's interesting about a company like Micron and their commitments to sustainability is they create a demand, right? They have a commitment to us and to their customers and to their shareholders for 100% renewable. So imagine, you know, it's a real driver for folks to invest in the renewable energy production.
Okay, thank you. One quick question, Council of the Arts, Director Manis. I sort of entered the marketplace of the arts a little more than a year ago, trying to help get a few things going, a couple of festivals and stuff. And it was like walking into Lord of the Flies. I mean, there are people in each region that don't play well together, actually hate each other, etc. And I'm afraid sometimes the funding goes to duplicative type of festivals and things. Is there any way that there can be some oversight regionally to make sure that we get more of a balance of events, festivals, programs, things like that, so that people, aren't fighting amongst themselves for the little bit of money in their minds that ends up being provided by the Council of the Arts?
Sure, thank you so much for that question. And by the way, please direct any of your constituents to our offices. We're happy to talk out and talk through any of their challenges in applying for funding from NISCA. That said, I just wanted to once again highlight the fact that we did completely overhaul our grant application process a couple of years ago to create greater access for everyone to apply. And that included changing out the technology, bringing in Smart Simple, which is used by other state arts agencies across the country, literally taking our application down to like 3 pages. So the goal is continuing to create opportunity for new grantees to enter our funding pool.
Thank you. I'm
And
going to
this
cut
year,
you off there, and you can follow up with the assembly member afterwards.
Thank you very much.
Okay, can I just finish? We had 300 new grantees this year. Thank you.
Thank
Okay.
you.
You don't get that 2 minutes back, do you?
No, you don't get it back. Just so everybody does understand, there's a 1-minute warning that beeps and the yellow light goes on for those who are looking at the clocks. And that means there's 1 minute left in total for the question and the answer. So some of my colleagues love to get to the 3-second mark and throw in a new question. It doesn't work because you can't get an answer. So I want everybody to understand that that time clock is both for the questions and the answers. So really, we're making it unfair for you at the table when we suddenly throw in another question when you can't possibly answer it in time. So this is really to address to my colleagues. Thank you. And, and we do have a gavel. We haven't used it yet. And we're still not sure whether we're supposed to go hit the person or hit the table, but we have a gavel. I'm just letting you know. We're not really violent women, are we? Please.
Just want to introduce, we've been joined by Assemblyman Colton and Assemblyman O'Donnell, Chair of our Tourism Committee.
Great.
Now to the Senate.
Thank you. And we're now going to Senator Jeremy Cooney, who is chair of the new procurement, and he will say the rest of the name of the committee because I'm not sure. Thank you. 10 minutes for Jeremy. Oh, and we have to give him a chair. Thank you. Thank you.
We have a mic issue here. There we go. There we go. We got it all figured out. Thank you, Chair Kruger, and great to see everyone here today and appreciate your comments. Let me start in my capacity as the Chair of Procurement and Contract, and start with my friend, Commissioner Moy, and let me commend you for the work that you're doing to modernize and bring us up to the 21st century when it comes to how we get our contracts, interact with our vendors across the state of New York. I think you mentioned in your opening remarks that we're one of the last states to get there. So thank you for helping to lead us over the finish line. And I also want to just highlight the work that you're doing around our veterans. And I want to thank you and hope that we can work together this coming year on how to expand that designation across the state of New York. My comments are both to ESD and to NISCA. I'll start with you, Commissioner, and Kevin, if appropriate. Let me echo the comments of my colleague and Rochester friend, Assemblymember Bronson. Chair Bronson brought up the fact that we were disappointed that we didn't see more investment in the Shovel Ready program. Let me just reemphasize how important that is, especially to communities across upstate New York. You know, I previously served as the chair of Cities 2 in the Senate, which visited small and mid-sized cities across our state, many of whom are ready to kind of take that next step with their mega site development to hopefully attract companies maybe not as large as Micron and Clay, but certainly be ready for the opportunities. And being competitive means being ready for that negotiation. And so I think that's incredibly important. I know we're going to hear from folks later today about the importance of that program as well. Let me also say that I do think I'm very proud, as Assemblymember Sturpey said, about the Green Chips bill. It's a huge win for our state. Let me commend you at ESD and, of course, and Governor Hochul. But there's an opportunity to kind of think about what that next step is as we're seeing the success of Micron and the excitement. There are more opportunities coming to communities outside of Syracuse to take advantage, whether we're talking about supply chain or whether we're talking about other aspects of manufacturing and packaging. And I think we're going to be putting together some legislation where we'll work closely with you at ESD about how we can attract those types of businesses like we're seeing in my neck of the woods in Batavia and Stamp, Genesee County. We're very pleased with Edwards Vacuums, but I think that's just the beginning, and there's more companies across the state that are looking for that investment to help grow, and those, of course, are job creation opportunities. It's been mentioned before over the course of this week, especially in our public safety hearing, that there's a direct relationship between economic opportunity and public safety. And we know that far too often our residents who live in these small and mid-sized cities outside of the city of New York don't often get the opportunities to get these good-paying jobs because oftentimes they're locating in rural parks because of the site readiness that we talked about before. And so we want to be more intentional about creating opportunities for those living in the cities to access these types of jobs, many of which are paying well beyond their current earnings for their families. So as a strategy to reduce poverty and to increase public safety across our state, investment in these types of opportunities is going to be critical. And I thank you for your partnership and work in that. Let me turn to NISCA and Director Manis. Thank you for your leadership. Your comments were great and encouraging. I would say, and just picking up the mantle from my colleague, it is a little bit like Lord of the Flies, and let me blow into the conch for you. I think that we have good intentions and we have good opportunities. The modernization of the grant portal is huge. We're hearing direct feedback. As someone who sits on the Cultural Affairs Committee in the Senate, I've been very pleased to hear firsthand from a lot of our grantees and recipients in the Finger Lakes region, but we're not getting the money out fast enough. And we've got to figure out a better way to do that. It's my understanding that the Senate and the Assembly made a legislative ad last year to add $10 million in new funding for upstate arts organizations, organizations outside of the city of New York, which have disproportionately been invested in over the course of the years. But my understanding is that money may have just gone out as recently as last week. I'm wondering why it took so long after the allocation last year for it to actually be dispersed to the first round of recipients.
Sure. Thank you so much for that question. So all of those contracts start in January 2023. We are not, our agency cannot start processing anything or even request those funds until the beginning of January. So I think it's something that probably we need to address with our recipients. They get award letters starting in early fall, and but again, we cannot start putting money into the field until we can't start even processing those contracts until January. So here we are in February. I'm happy to share that 78% of our grants, the small grants, our $10,000 and less grants, have been already paid out as of this date. And we're working as quickly as we can to move the rest of those contracts. I will also let you know that depending on the size of the grant, so if it's over $50,000, that also entails a process that includes AG and OSC, and so which can add a number of weeks until it gets back to finance for payout.
Understood, and I think, if there's, and we can have this conversation offline, if there are resources that NISCA needs, whether it's more reviewers or just a little bit of help to make sure that our partners in government are coordinating this, we certainly are willing to do that. But I do think that, this time frame for getting money out the door, even if it was communicated for January 2023, is still alarming because people are, as you know, even better than me, a lot of these organizations are so dependent on funding, especially these smaller type organizations. One of the goals that we had when we added this funding and that I spoke to Chair Serrano about was making sure that different types of organizations would be given the opportunity to get this funding. And I want to speak very clearly for at least my neck of the woods in the Rochester area. Arts organizations, many artists of color, are clearly just missing the opportunities. Maybe they don't know about it, or they're not eligible to apply for some reason because of their size and scope. They don't have a paid lobbyist looking for these opportunities. And so we want to make sure that these types of organizations, not necessarily the large institutions or even the mid-sized institutions, are getting an opportunity to access these dollars, because we know the value that the arts have, not only in economic development, certainly, but also in just the quality of life across New York. I'll also add that I think this opportunity, if we're able to restore it in the budget for next year, maybe we can work with your office to kind of put some guardrails, if you will, in kind of how this money could be steered or what some preferences might be as you go through your review process, so that we're getting this money directly into the hands of these organizations that may not know about it or may have not received funding in the past from NYSCA. I know that you already have a regional approach, and I applaud that, but I do think that we can improve that process. And I'll also say, as we're talking about the arts, and we're going to hear from some speakers later today, let me say in front of all my colleagues how supportive I am of our upstate theaters, especially our historic theaters, which are the lifeblood for many of our downtown communities. Again, putting my arts hat on, my upstate cities hat on, I see that a lot of these theaters were able to survive the pandemic, but barely. And finding ways to make not just capital, but also operational investments in these theaters is going to be critical, not only to the health of the arts, but also our urban centers outside of New York City. So just wanted to emphasize that while I had your attention,
Yeah,
Director.
no, thank you so much, and look forward to working with your office to bring our funding to the attention and the opportunity for it to many more organizations. I just want to let you know that this year we made 507 grants to organizations with budgets under $250,000. So, and 82% of our grants are to organizations with, as I said, $3 million. But we really, I mean, the majority of our funding is really still directed at very small and medium-sized organizations across our state. And as you said, we do prioritize and regional distribution.
Yes, and I think that's great. And I know that with the additional money put into Arts Capital, a lot of that was going to that larger size institutional dollars, and that's where the need is, obviously, with capital. But I think there's ways that we can improve still. Those small individual artists who may not have an organization but could work collaboratively with an organization, talking about teaching artists or working with local community foundations, ways that we can empower those individual artists to stay and thrive in New York State. We'd be happy to follow up with you offline, and I'll be mindful of my time and leave it back to the chair. Thank
Great,
you.
look forward to that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Assembly.
We go to Assemblyman O'Donnell, Chair of our Tourism Committee, for 10 minutes.
Good morning, and I apologize for being late. All the lights in my car started to flash like a Christmas tree. I'm not sure what that's about, but I got here. When we began session this year, we had a woman minister, lead a prayer, and one of the things that she said to us was that budgets are moral documents. So, Ms. Knight, I'd like to ask you first whether or not this budget that you're presenting today reflects your morals, because I want to be very clear, it does not reflect mine.
Yes, Assemblymember,
Okay.
it does.
So in the end of your testimony, I didn't hear it, I just read it, I read quickly. You talk about tax credits. And the interesting thing about tax credits is they're only useful for people who pay taxes, right? So the arts budget is criminal. It's criminal, the amount of money. It's the lowest art proposal since the 1960s. Really? And it defies credibility that you could count on an entity that is such an economic engine in the state of New York to continue to try to recover unless you provide them with the resources to do that. Giving a tax-exempt organization the possibility of applying for a tax credit gets them nothing. What do you have to say about that?
Assemblymember, we clearly understand at ESD the role that the arts plays in economic development. We focus on providing support to entities that are supporting tourism through Broadway and other performing entertainment industries. We do not focus on supporting arts organization at ESD. NISCA is the entity that supports those groups.
Yes, I'm very aware of that. Ms. Manis, can I ask you a question? Is it even possible for you to do your job with this level of funding?
I would say that NISCA does its best, the best that we can with the funding that we're given on a yearly basis. It is true that the COVID, we have a survey just closed on Monday with some very timely data about the impact of COVID on our arts sector. There is, it's clear that basically the headlines are that we have decreased audiences, decreased revenue, and dramatically increased operating costs. And for a sector that returns so much to the state in terms of economic development, obviously more investment would have further return.
So the record is clear. I have family members who produce for-profit theater on Broadway, so I'm familiar with that entity entirely. But that's not the sort of work that you promote, correct?
So any investment, I think we have to think about this, or what we know about theater is basically it's one ecosystem, right? So there's a lot of fluidity in terms of the workers and the work between the nonprofit theater community as well as Broadway. So investment in Broadway is still investment in supporting the creative workers and the artists in our field. However, it's still, we need to recognize the fact that the origination of work, some of the hit shows that have gone on Broadway with like Hadestown, Dear Evan Hansen, Hamilton, all originated at nonprofit theaters. And also that most of the artists and even creative workers on Broadway have started their careers and work interchangeably between the off-Broadway theaters and Broadway.
If New York is to remain the capital of arts in America, how can we do that without supporting the not-for-profit companies that are creating that art? Beverly Akimbo, Strange Loop, Hamilton, all of those things did not start in a for-profit Broadway theater. They started with creative people who came to New York to have a chance to do that. And obviously, it's an expensive city to live in. But they come with the dream that maybe one day they're going to write the next Hamilton. So without that funding to provide the support for the creation of those pieces of art, won't that in the long run hurt and destroy Broadway?
I think we'll definitely have impact for all the reasons that you're stating. I think that we also have to recognize the fact that COVID has, when we talk about recovery of audiences, our conversations with the theater, any of the organizations of performing arts, is that audiences may not be coming back in the way that they were in 2019 because of the way that we now work and live. And so we are now we're now having to support and think about supporting really a pivot to a completely different paradigm or a different paradigm for many performing arts organizations and museums as well. How can they monetize a hybrid structure, which was started under COVID and now may not be as formally in place, but is certainly now a part of the new norm for the arts?
And so how do you suggest we plan financially for a new norm in supporting of the arts?
Well, any dollar invested in the arts is a return to New York State in so many ways. We are, I think, recognizing the fact that we're still in recovery mode. As I have pages and pages of our COVID impact study that I'm happy to share. The numbers there in black and white, and I think we have to be cognizant of the fact that continued investment would result in a more robust industry for all of us?
One of the frustrations of mine in this job is everybody who comes to see me wants something, and they all feel like they don't get enough. It doesn't make a difference where they are or who they are, but they feel that their group that they represent is not given enough support to do what they do. And that is partially has a regional breakdown. Last year at the end of this budget session, Westchester came to me and said, we don't get enough. Now I represent Manhattan, but never heard we don't have enough in Westchester before in a sentence, right? And yet they honestly feel that way, right? So how do we as a body make sure that the resources we put in are balanced in their distribution? Ms. Fahey, sitting to my left, we regularly complain about the fact that not enough money went to the capital region. She doesn't complain so much to me anymore. She has other things to do, but she still thinks that, right? And it's a part of human nature. So how can we make sure that the money we give to grow the arts is distributed fairly?
Right. Thank you so much. And that continues to be obviously one of our goals in our overhaul of our application process and the outcomes of it. We should know that we basically, our funding breaks down to about 60-40 because of the concentration of arts organizations in New York City. So it's reflective of, and on a proportional basis in terms of the success of our grantees, those that apply to us, they are as successful, if not more successful, outside of New York than they are in New York. So I think getting the word out about our funding, our new application process, that we're here for everyone is critical, and we look to all of your offices to help us in that.
And most importantly, giving you the adequate funding to do your job would be helpful too, I suppose.
Thank you.
You do? Okay. One last thing. I've always supported tax credits, but under no circumstances will I support tax credits unless this art budget is restored. Please send that to the second floor. Thank you very much.
Senate?
Thank you. Thank you. Senator Serrano.
Thank you. Chairs Kruger and Weinstein, to all of my colleagues, NISCA Executive Director Mara Manis, always great to see you. Thank you very much for being here. I know I'm preaching to the choir when I talk about how important the arts are to the entire state of New York, how important they are to our society, certainly not merely a luxury or an aesthetic, but indeed a very important part of the fabric and foundation of our society. And indeed, the trauma that all of us have dealt with through this pandemic, the arts are that good medicine that will help us continue to heal in so many important and positive ways as a state. Also, the arts historically have been such an important vehicle for social justice and discussion in ways that I believe no other medium can get close to. Having important discussions, allowing all of us to move forward on things that we really need to deal with, and sometimes uncomfortable conversations are done in a way with the arts and on theater or any other type of cultural venue in ways that are not polarizing, in ways that bring us all together. Also, it's obvious that the arts are a tremendous economic engine for the state of New York, and not just for New York City. I mean, for many years, some thought of the arts in New York State as a very New York City-centric idea, but indeed, it is a major economic generator for the entire state, upstate economies, Western New York, all rely very heavily on a strong and robust arts community and the ability for artists to continue to do the work that they love. And I would argue that in the worst of economic times, it's really the best time to truly support the arts because of the fact that they are best able to turn around and be that economic generator that we need. And during the pandemic, we heard from more arts organizations than ever before. The pandemic weighed heavily on their ability to keep their doors open, to maintain their staff, and to keep them safe. In response, the legislature and the governor wisely made over $85 million available, additional dollars available, in each of the last 2 budgets. Obviously, this was federal pandemic relief, but it was so wonderful to see it go to an area that had such tremendous need. Unfortunately, in the proposed budget, now we see that the funding has returned to the pre-pandemic levels, I believe 41 million. And I would argue that 20 years ago it should have been higher, and it should have been increasing ever since. And that leads me to a couple of questions. And you mentioned in your testimony, Executive Director Manis, about an overhaul of the application process for NYSCA to create greater access to dollars and prioritizing and sort of expanding, I guess, the reach of these grants. I think that's such a wonderful thing because the more organizations that historically have not been part of this to become part of it, I think it just expands the good things in different regions throughout the state of New York. But with this reduction, this proposed reduction in funding, how will NYSCA be able to move forward with their grants? Because I'm assuming in the last 2 years there were an increase in the number of applications for grants. And again, how will we be able to sort of reconcile the increased interest and desire to access these funds with a lower amount?
Thank you so much for your questions. I think the bottom line is we'll try to do our best with what we have. I'm sure that you're aware that we also offer multi-year grants for organizations, and we have a number of organizations, I can get you that exact number, on multi-year grants, so 1 of 2, 1 of 3 years, and those commitments have been made. Of course, they're adjusted. They're subject to adjustment by the budget the appropriation that we receive, but if we do get lower budgets, that will have an impact on those, as well as you mentioned, our goals in trying to expand the field, expand our funding, and create greater access to those who are seeking it. We do our best every year with what we have, and I commend our incredible staff for figuring out the puzzle on an annual basis. But I mean, as you said, we're so grateful for the last couple of years of funding, recognizing the huge impact on the sector that delivers so much to our state, and look forward to being able to provide support to them as they come through and even have to reconfigure in response to this COVID impact, to the COVID crisis.
And a quick follow-up, and I know that you touched upon this in your discussion with Senator Cooney, but how does NYSCA ensure that grantees will receive their money in a timely manner?
So again, I think there may have been we can probably improve our communications to the field, that when we send them a grant award letter, that we also make sure they understand when the contract actually starts. Well, it does say 2023. People may expect that on January 1st, it's in their bank account, which is something that we cannot actually do within the state processes. We have to actually start processing on our end come January 1st. But as I mentioned, 78% of our grants under $10,000, which, by the way, is the majority of our grants that we make, the majority of the number of grants we make, has gone out as of today.
And I know Senator Cooney mentioned about regional arts councils, and I just want to talk a little bit more about that. We've heard some concerns about this funding stream, including payment delays, limitations on award size, which are often smaller, $5,000 or $10,000 allotments. Could you please lay out a bit of the grant-making process for allocating this $10 million to regional arts councils? Describe the types of activities funded and the role that the regional councils have in selecting the grantees, and if any parameters placed on this funding by NYSCA.
Sure. So our regional, it's called SCRs, Statewide Community Regrant Programs, administered by 26 across the state. They are our partners in many ways, and we are pleased to be able to continue working with them. I wanted to make this distinction, which is there's a fundamental difference in the award that they give out versus what we give out. So they provide project support, and the majority of that project support, those re-grantees, goes to artist fees. They do not provide organizational support. That is provided by us. And to organizations of all sizes, including those who have $50,000 budgets. So if you are a small organization across the state, you're applying to us for organizational support, which is one of many reasons that there's a cap on the project support. By the way, the average size grant administered by the SCRs is about $1,700, even though their cap is about $5,000. Again, these projects are created and developed created by artists for the most part, and therefore that constitutes the majority of those fees.
Okay, thank you. I do have a follow-up question, but I think I'll wait for the second round because I'm running short on time. Madam
You only
Chair.
have 3 minutes on the second round, so think carefully.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We go to Assemblyman Friend, Ranker, for 5 minutes. Just a reminder to the colleagues who aren't sitting by a microphone that the end seats on both sides of the lower dais are for people who don't have a seat. So that would be the microphone to use.
Right, so you'll have to give up your seat if someone else needs it when they're asking questions, just letting you know.
I'd like to thank the Chairs Weinstein and Kruger for allowing me to participate on this panel. My comments and questions would be directed to ESD. I appreciate, my first comments can go back to the unemployment insurance like the previous senator mentioned. I appreciate that you applied for a waiver, but as we all recently saw, the comptroller found significant fraud that occurred during those unemployment insurance payments. On top of that, many of these small businesses didn't have the opportunity to stay open, like our big box stores or the liquor stores.
Yep.
And for those reasons, I would think that, it would have been nice, like the 31 other states, that we would have used some of that COVID funding to pay down that $8 billion that we currently owe. At the very least, if you can make a recommendation, or the legislature in our budget process makes the recommendation to at least allow those businesses that were forced to close, given no opportunity to stay open, given no guidance to stay open like Walmart or the liquor stores, if we at least paid off their unemployment insurance, because they could not stay open, they could not make any money, they still kept their employees in most cases, trying to go with a PPP, and other programs are out there. So that would be my recommendation. If you could pass that along, I'd really appreciate that. I'd like to then move on to the Buffalo Billion. I realize that that was before your time here and with the previous administration, but it's still something that we're dealing with. And I'm not sure if you might have some updated numbers on employment at the Tesla, the Gigafactory?
Yes, I do. I have visited the Gigafactory at Riverbend, and we have received a report as of the end of last year. Tesla has lived up to its commitments at that facility with over 1,700 people employed through the end of the year, and we also have indication that they have hired another 200 people since that time.
That's really encouraging to hear. And do you have any idea if all the equipment that New York State paid for, is that still being used, or is that sitting mothballed?
So a large amount of that equipment is not being used, and I know that we were in the process of disposing of it. Kevin, do you have an update?
Sure, thanks, Assemblyman. Yes, some of that equipment was ultimately resold because the original tenant and what they were doing was very different ultimately than what Tesla was doing. And so the equipment was sold on the market.
It was sold?
Yeah, some of it, not all of it.
Okay, and
I couldn't hear that. Would you mind again?
Some amount of that equipment was sold that ultimately wasn't used.
okay. So again, my recommendation, with Micron moving into the area, that equipment would be very valuable for other businesses to be able to start up. And again, that would have been a great transfer, or even for businesses to co-locate there in conjunction with supporting Micron moving into the state. So I appreciate your answers on that. And I would like to move to Micron next. Congratulations on bringing that huge industry to our state. But there definitely are serious issues that we have to talk about. And again, the energy was one of them. The fact that the CLCPA is going to require 100% renewable. I'm really questioning how that's going to happen. I mean, there is nuclear up in Oswego. And if we add that to the mix, I think that you could support that Micron industry as well as all the other industries that are going to need that intense amount of energy. But my other question with energy on the flip side is the water that they're going to use. When we were considering fracking in New York State, which is very big in the southern tier and is no longer allowed, water was one of those major concerns. And we do currently have a permit in Tioga County to allow for a waterless fracking, but you can't do waterless semiconductor chip manufacturing. And in this instance, is there any process or what are we looking to do to provide, make sure that the residents and the other businesses in the Syracuse region are going to have clean, fresh water?
So, one of the reasons that that site was selected was the abundance of water, coming out of Oneida Lake and Lake Ontario, and so there is sufficient water, but conservation, reuse is absolutely a big part of what their commitments on sustainability will be about.
Okay, all right. I do have other questions as to whether the comptroller reviewed that report or whether or not there were any hearings before this announced, because that's similar to what happened with the Buffalo Billion and what we saw happen with the Gigafactory and how long that sat vacant. But my time is up, and I'll have to write and get those questions from you later. Thank you.
Thank you. We go to Senator Borrello for 3 minutes.
Thank you. Just a quick comment on the arts. If Spider-Man musical didn't kill Broadway, I don't think anything can. So I think Broadway will be just fine. With that being said, my questions are for Commissioner Knight. First of all, thank you very much for being here. You know that I value what ESD does. As a business owner, this is one of the worst places in the world to do business, certainly the worst place in America to do business, and ESD at least provides a lifeline for some businesses. With that being said, I have a lot of concerns about this conversion to all electric. One of the biggest victories we've had, in my district especially, was the Great Lakes Cheese Plant. That plant cannot be built without natural gas. What do we say to future Great Lakes cheese plants opportunities? Also, you can't make glass unless you can heat it to 2,300 degrees. There is no technology that Corning is aware of to make glass. One of the largest employers and one of the largest philanthropy organizations in New York State. Steel plants cannot make steel without natural gas. What is ESD's plan to address the fact that we are not going to, not only are we going to be able to attract new businesses, but we're going to chase out some of the largest employers in New York State with this conversion to electric?
So thank you for your question, Senator. I was a member of the CLCPA, and I feel like I was able to bring a business industry's perspective to the group. DEC and NYSERDA are proposing a cap and invest program, and we're looking at providing allowances to businesses that are energy intensive, trade exposed as the ones that you have just mentioned, to be able to create a timeline so that this is a gradual introduction of renewable energy to these businesses that you cite.
But here's the problem, this whole cap and invest is really just a Hunger Games, right? Because it's going to continue to decrease. That means the biggest corporations are going to be able to buy those credits, and the smaller businesses, the smaller manufacturers are just going to be forced out. And in the end, we're not going to really have any impact on climate change because those businesses are just going to relocate. In most cases, probably right across the border in Pennsylvania, in my district where I border Pennsylvania for more than 100 miles. So what's the long-term plan if the technology doesn't exist to ensure, especially our small businesses and small manufacturers, can survive with this ridiculous idea?
I think ESD will have a voice in the crafting of the program with respect to creating allowances so that small businesses do have the opportunity when the supply is available for renewable energy for their businesses.
Well, I have a lot of concerns because according to the businesses, I know we've mostly taken this from environmentalists, but according to the businesses, the technology just doesn't exist and isn't going to. So that's going to be a huge challenge for you and for all of New York State. So thank you.
Thank you. We go to Assemblyman McGowan, ranker, 5 minutes.
So I guess my questions are for Commissioner Knight and Commissioner Moy. I'm going to kind of frame to you generally my concern, and maybe if I could hear your responses. Small business in New York State, I think wherever you live, whether it's a city, a rural area, or a suburban area like Rockland County where I represent, small businesses are so vital to the services they provide to residents, the economic impact to the local community. So we can't overstate that. But as my colleagues have shared concern of the issue of out-migration of individuals leaving the state, but as also of businesses either shutting down or closing. And we're coming out of the pandemic. We're coming to a place where we want businesses to thrive, large business, but especially small business to thrive. So I want to know from ESD and OGS, what's being done, how does this budget affect kind of the outreach to these small businesses, retention efforts to help struggling businesses, to allow them opportunities for grants or incentives or different programs that could aid them? Are things being done or contemplated through this budget, outreach to local business associations, chambers of commerce, things like that? And that's really kind of my focus, and I'd love to hear your response and specifically how this budget affects that.
So I'll start. We have a number of programs available at ESD for small businesses, almost a dozen of capital access programs, and I have flyers so you can bring to your constituents to
Great.
see what are the programs that we provide. We also are working with the Department of Labor on a Business Express platform that will update an existing website to create more information for technical assistance and support for businesses, and staff a 24/7 hotline so that owners that don't want to go to a website can actually pick up the phone and call someone and get assistance.
So those programs, is there active outreach though? I mean, is there outreach to, like I mentioned, like a local chamber of commerce or a business association to, again, either electronically or in person, to let them know that, hey, if you know about a struggling business, again, that might be something that's not directly accessible to your agency, to the state, but would probably be known by the local business community. Is there active outreach to those folks?
There is active outreach to chambers of commerce, other business associations. We also have active outreach to the legislature and your offices, and we provide, social media, internet tiles, so that you can get the word out to your constituents that own businesses.
And how does this budget support that? Is there a decrease? Is there an increase? I mean, is this the same? I mean, are we able to do that with this budget, is I guess my question.
We're able to do that with this budget. That is part of the work that we do on a normal course of business, and so we are able to support it with this budget.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Moy.
Oh, absolutely. And hello?
Yes, thank you.
Wonderful. So 2 things to note. One is part of OGS is our service-disabled veteran-owned business program. So we do certifications for service-disabled veterans. And this is one of the items I was speaking with Senator Cooney about. We do a significant amount of outreach, reminding individuals that you can be a part of this program. We also oversee the centralized contracts on behalf of the state. There are $30 billion worth of spend that happens through our contracting process. And it's important for businesses to be able to know how to do business with the state. It's one of the reasons why we're thrilled that in the executive budget includes an e-procurement methodology. We're looking to upgrade our systems that it's easy for individuals to be able to identify opportunities that happen with the state, know when contracts expire, know when they have the opportunity to respond to an RFP and become a vendor. So certainly outreach is an important part of that work, so that when those businesses have an opportunity to be competitive, that they know how to quickly get on board, to find the opportunity and be competitive. And that's one of the great things about this executive budget, is we take on what is a difficult and antiquated process, and we'll be modernizing it through this year's executive budget.
Now, and you mentioned that in your opening statement, talking about, digital media services, connecting state agencies and advancing essentially the infrastructure, your procurement efforts and everything. So is that something that through this budget is going to be accomplished in this over the next year? Is it going to, what's the rollout for that implementation and I guess revitalizing or upgrading your systems?
Oh, that's a great question. So our Digital Media Services Center is a shared service where we provide support for other agencies that are building their own digital campaigns, who are looking at their online properties. Our goal is to take on these projects and support agencies to better connect. So happy to speak with you further about that offline.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Assembly Member.
Senator John Liu.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I want to thank the entire panel for joining us this morning. And I just wanted to ask Commissioner Knight a couple of questions. Remember a year ago, we congratulated you. I gave you my condolences. You feeling it now?
No,
You're still excited, okay. Assembly member friend just asked you about both Micron as well as the Buffalo Billion. So is Tesla completely out of the picture in Buffalo?
No, Tesla is
Okay, so they're
in
still,
the facility.
they're still there?
Yes, at the Riverbend
Even though
facility.
that they weren't mentioned as part of that, right? And what about Panasonic? Are they completely out? I think they had withdrawn.
Panasonic is completely out, yes.
Okay. Last year, we talked a little bit about, and I spoke with your predecessors about the database also. I'm glad to see the database is up and running. Our chairman, Sean Ryan, says that it could use some improvement, which it could, but at least it's there. Now, I'm looking for Tesla. It's not even in the database anywhere. Am I searching for the wrong word?
It is in the database.
I clicked download, I
It's- yeah,
downloaded
it's-
the whole
it's not.
thing.
So in that case, the funding went to the not-for-profit Fuller Road, and they built the facility. So Tesla.
What's the name of the nonprofit? Does anybody know that there's a nonprofit involved?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Most people think of it as a Tesla deal.
Yeah, Tesla did not receive any support directly. In fact, Tesla wasn't the original tenant. It was a separate tenant.
I also searched Micron. Micron's not in there either.
Right, that hasn't even started yet.
I mean, I don't know. I guess I'm just super naive here. When we see huge stories about Micron, about Tesla, about other companies, I would think that a database of deals would at least include a reference. If they didn't actually get the money per se, maybe somehow they're connected to that particular deal that's in the so-called database of deals? Or is that too much to ask?
Well, the Micron project will be in the database of deals.
Oh, so it's not started yet? That's why
right,
it's not
that's
in.
right, it's not, that's right, it hasn't started
So
yet.
the database of deals only deals with projects that have already commenced?
Yes.
Okay. Is it too much to ask to have some kind of reference to Tesla?
We can provide you information with.
Not me. I mean, I think everybody, lots of other people want to know too. Maybe include that in the database, and more so, include the names of companies involved in these economic development
Senator.
deals.
We're going to cut that off, sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for not using the gavel on me.
We go to Assemblyman Simone for 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you all for testifying. Thank you, President Knight. This question is for you. I'd like to ask you about the Penn Station project. All levels of government agreed it's essential that we have a fabulous new Penn Station that we can be proud of. Unfortunately, we do not have a plan that has any unified support right now. Local elected officials oppose the plan, and Senator Schumer has called on the state to compromise. With NATO having declared it could not provide funding for years, maybe a decade, the GPP appears dead. Isn't it time to consider a new approach, put together another state finance plan in coordination with the federal government to expedite the Penn project with no dependent on a private developer who is in a fiscal crisis? Second, why is the project to rebuild the busiest transit hub in the Western Hemisphere not being led by a transit agency? And last, ESD has ignored the presence of Madison Square Garden, which sits on top of Penn Station. Why has the state not pushed to end MSG's tax abatement of nearly $50 million a year to help fund the reconstruction, which would massively benefit MSG if it remains in the current location?
So, thank you for your questions. I'll start with the Penn plan as it stands right now. We are in partnership with the MTA, Amtrak, New Jersey Transit, and we continue to talk to the majority property owner to execute a project pursuant to the GPP. We believe that the value capture scheme is the best way to fund transit improvements. We are working with Amtrak, who is currently undertaking a federal review process, and that process will be over in 2026. And we'll be able to begin working through whether or not there's a southern expansion and work with the developer to get the first several projects up.
Thank you.
Thank you to the Senate. Thank you. Senator Walczak.
May I have 5? Awesome.
Oh, you are a ranker. Yes, he is. Yes, you are. Yes, you may.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Appreciate it. Ms. Manis, why is Hollywood 280 times more important to the governor than our local and regional tourism systems?
I think I'll direct that to my colleague, Commissioner Knight, since film falls under the ESD.
Yes. So thank you for your question. The film and television industry is very important to the state's economy. You know, for every dollar of incentive that we provide, we get $9 of economic benefits. And so we're looking to increase the support for the cap on the film and television industry credit so that we can begin to expand the industry, fight off a little bit of the competition that we have from neighboring states who have been taking some of our productions away over the last 2 years.
So Hollywood can get reimbursed or get a post-production film credit for up to 25%, and the governor is increasing the fund from $420 million last year to $700 million this year, a $280 million increase. I appreciate that you brought the 9-to-1 ratio here. I don't believe in that return on investment. I haven't seen it, and most of New York doesn't see that. They see the films that are produced, and they may be able to watch them on Netflix, but that doesn't mean they see any benefit in their local communities. And here's the point that I want to leave you with. At the same time that you're adding $280 million for Hollywood, you've continually reduced over time, and the governor is continuing this trend, what is a very small match for local tourism dollars. So we do know this ratio because counties across New York State leverage what is a very small amount of the total pot in New York State. And she's reduced in her budget. A few years ago, there were $5 million for tourism matching, for the tourism matching grants program. It was reduced last year to $3.45 million. And this year, she's proposing to reduce it again to $2.45 million. I would just communicate to you that our local tourism dollars do bring a lot by way of sales tax, bed tax, all of the industries, whether it's summer, winter, shoulder, our communities, many of them across New York State, survive on these tourism industries. And it's a very small amount in comparison to what we're investing in things like Hollywood. So please send that back to the governor, and I hope to see it negotiated at the table. And I know my My colleagues on both sides of the aisle are hearing me, so I hope they take that back. My next question is, in hearing housing issues, many folks have said nobody should spend more than 30% of their income on housing, which I can appreciate that we've brought that to the table. How much should New York State spend in GDP on their government? What percentage of New York State's GDP should go to overall government spending?
I have not looked at that, but I can come back to you after taking a look at that.
I would think someone with the title of Commissioner of Empire State Development in the Department of Economic Development would give that some consideration, and I would love to hear a good number back from you. Thanks very much. And then my final one is for OGS. How are you? Prison redevelopment. I didn't see it in your testimony. We have many prisons, and the governor said she was going to get very creative about redeveloping the prisons that were shuttered recently. Creativity so far has been one visit to each one of the prisons, and then we had to beg just to keep the heat on. What is the plan for prison redevelopment?
This is something that we work very closely with the Economic Development Corporation on, Empire State Development Corporation. The role for OGS and what we've been doing, we do the design and construction work on behalf of the Department of Corrections and Community Supervision. We have made some recommendations about how to maintain the facilities and how best to transfer them over. It's been a very collaborative process to identify ways in which we can look towards reuse of those buildings and adaptive reuse. A lot of our recommendations as a part of that commission related to understanding infrastructure, sharing that information with developers, making sure that it's easily discoverable, and smoothing over that transition. That was OGS's role.
What's the dollar amount that the governor has proposed in this year for prison redevelopment?
I'll have to...
There is not funding in the budget right now.
Yeah, I didn't see it either. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Assembly.
Assemblywoman Warner.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you all for testifying today. And, until Micron puts a foundation in, I still have the largest semiconductor chip plant in North America, and I'm very proud of that, and I appreciate the work that you're doing to grow that industry. But my question is for Ms. Manis about the arts today. So I note that you are programmed to take a 56% cut in the allocation this year. So I'm wondering, in your testimony, you said that you saw a 25% increase in applications in fiscal year 2022. And so I'm wondering, of the number of applications you saw last year, what % were you able to fund with the allocation you received?
I think I need to revert or look at this large chart that's in front of me and get back to you at the end of this testimony. But roughly, we fund, year over year, rough numbers look like 70%-ish.
About 70%. So even with the amount that you received last year, you had about a 30% unmet need.
Correct.
So with a 56% cut this year, have you estimated what your unmet need among all of the statewide arts organizations or arts organizations statewide would be?
We have not, but I'm happy to do those calculations and revert with an answer. I will say that one thing that we've done separate of the years that we received recovery, because as you know, we've had a pretty steady state budget for a very long time, is that we raised our floor and dropped our ceiling on our grant sizes. So a lot of organizations used to get much larger grants. They do not, but the smaller organizations get bigger grants because that's where we can have the most impact.
And certainly I have a number of those organizations in my district, and they and I are very grateful for that level of support and hope that it can continue into the future. We may be through with the worst of COVID, but I think our arts organizations are still dealing with the impact of that in terms of reduced reserves. And so I think we need to continue that.
Yeah.
And I would use my last 38 seconds for OGS. You're doing capital renovation projects, and as a preservationist, I'm really thrilled about that. But I just have to ask, When are the elevators in this building going to get fixed? And the escalators.
We are modernizing the elevators. The last one should be coming into production relatively soon. I'll come back to you with an exact date on it, but it is something where I will make sure you have a date on that
Thank you.
execution. I believe it is this year.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator
Michelle Hinchey?
Thank you. I think we would all love that data, so if you could provide that to everybody, that would be great.
Absolutely.
My questions are for Commissioner Knight. Cell service, or lack thereof, is a safety issue, and I would argue it's also an economic development issue. What do you believe is the state's role in ensuring that we have reliable cell service across our state, and what kind of funding should be allocated to that?
So as you know, thank you for your question. Service providers have different cell coverage areas, and sometimes they don't overlap, which provides gaps in services, and so that's what you're experiencing. The Connect All initiative that ESD is overseeing will be providing municipalities with a cellular 5G siting guide to provide more guidance to municipalities and jurisdictions around cell service and working with providers so that we can eliminate many of those gaps in services.
Thank you. I mean, I represent 4 counties. One of them is nearly almost an entire county without cell phone service, and so this is something we need to get on pretty quickly, and I appreciate the Connect All initiative and look forward to working with you on that, which leads me to my next question on Connect All. We together allocated $1.5 billion to that Connect All initiative, specifically with broadband. Happy to hear it's inclusive of cell phone service, some of federal, some state. Can you provide an update on the status of that money? Because I know we've also put parameters in place requiring information to the legislature every 6 months when those grants are out, and I don't believe we've heard any update.
So thank you for that question. We are working with the federal government on the lion's share of the funding, so some of it was ARPA money, some of it was IIJA, and we expect some of that funding to start to flow at the end of this year. There was $300 million in the state budget that we will be using to support projects that don't cover the projects that will be funded by the federal money. We started with a couple of pilot projects in central New York working on existing infrastructure and look forward to rolling out more.
Thank you. I'd be curious how those pilot projects were selected in those communities, whether that's based on the mapping that was done from the PSC or how we got to that place, and making sure that we can also provide more language for last mile build out, right? Because I think we got pushback from the second floor in the budget last year on some of that last mile build out, and I would like to ensure that's where the money goes. In my last 10 seconds, I'll just make a statement I think generally we have a challenge in our state of getting money out the door, and so I think it's incumbent upon all of us here in the legislature, the second floor, and all of our agencies to make sure we can actually get the money to the places and the people that we want to allocate it to. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly.
We go to Assemblyman Otis, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, all 3 of you, for the great work that you and your agencies do. I am Steve Otis, Chair of the Science and Technology Committee, so I'm going to move in semiconductor speed since I have limited time, and 2 topics I want to hit. The first with OGS and Commissioner Moy. Yesterday at our hearing on education and through other sources, we've heard concerns from school districts about they're having the bandwidth to do the conversion to electric school buses, a lot of the electric charging infrastructure on site that they have to cover. So I'm wondering, with the interagency task force, the ZEB task force that you're part of, and the skills that you have, are you already, or can OGS play a bigger role in assisting school districts in terms of addressing something they see as an obstacle?
Assemblymember, I thank you for that question. OGS, in our capacity in procurement and in our work in partnership with NYSERDA and NYPA, have been a part of a solicitation for electric school buses. We have gathered feedback from the school districts. We have sent out a solicitation. We've identified 12 electric school bus vendors that are able to provide out those services for purchase. We are also working to make sure that the right contract methodologies are in place. School districts leverage our contracts very much, and to make sure that the EV equipment and the charging stations are ones that they can purchase through our contracts. We do actively gather feedback from vendors and from our authorized users on whether or not the contracts are useful, and we'll be looking to see how the feedback is from those that are doing those purchases.
Great.
Happy to hear more from your constituents as they come up.
We'll stay connected on that. And then to Connection Hope, I want to talk a little more about the Connect All program and agree with Senator Hinchy's comments. But the other piece of Connect All is digital inclusion. And so I had a good call with your Connect All folks last week, and they're doing a great job. One thing I would like to stress is for us to grow as quickly as possible, the digital inclusion, digital equity work that they are a key part of. You can share any comments, or we have a little time, but just a priority in terms of the digital literacy and digital equity issues around the state. And what I'd like to see is to find other sources of funding to try and jumpstart some of that, and I'm eager to work with you.
Yes, we're going to begin to put together a digital equity plan for the state, really focus on providing devices to folks that don't have access to them, and training so that folks have the ability to use the internet and broadband.
So I would say that the digital equity plan, which is a requirement for some of the federal money, there are other federal funds and other funds we could be using in advance of that to get these programs more of a boost around the state. So we'll continue the conversation. But thank you for the good work of that office and everyone else at ESD and our Regional Economic Development Council. I'll just put in a plug for them. They do a great job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senate.
Senator Tom O'Mara, 5 minutes, Rinker.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for your testimony and presence here today. President Knight, unless I missed it, I don't see any funding in the budget for the Restore program. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And why has that been eliminated?
So we had funding for Restore in the last budget, and we are working to solicit requests for that funding from municipalities and jurisdictions, and continue to work through that on a forward basis. So we're working through that funding that was put forward last year.
There's are you going to go through all the existing funding before next year?
We have not gone through all the existing funding at this time.
How much is left?
I have to get back to you with the number, but I would say less than half.
Okay. Well, that concerns me. That's been a very important program for communities in rehabbing vacant, abandoned, blighted properties, and has helped incentivize projects to help improve those types of sites in the state. So I would hope that could be revisited and make sure that we have sufficient funds to continue to provide for those types of projects. With all the broad and varied economic development programs we have in the state, what is your focus of your department on the overall affordability of New York State? I'd rather not have to have all these programs. And if New York State was just more affordable from all aspects, we wouldn't need these programs. So what is being done, or what recommendations are you making to make New York State more affordable?
So we want to make New York State a place where businesses want to locate. And I think that Micron is an example of a company who's decided that, looking across the United States as well as globally, decided that New York State had all of the assets that it needed to build one of the largest semiconductor facilities in the country. And so we continue to invest in creating those assets so that we can attract businesses to New York State because we will have the best to offer.
Well, our track record in recent decades, frankly, has been loss of population, loss of businesses. What specific things is New York State Economic Development doing to turn that around?
We have a number of programs to support existing small businesses from a capital access perspective. We've expanded our programs in that regard. We believe that we have technical support for businesses. I mentioned that we are expanding our Business Express platform. So we're trying to provide assets to existing businesses, attracting new businesses to the state with all that we have to offer.
Well, it doesn't seem to be working, and by all accounts, you know, we're the most expensive state to do business in, most expensive state to live in, and I really think more focus needs to be given on lowering the everyday costs of living and doing business in New York State, since we're about the highest in every category that I can think of. You know, it's very concerning to me that your answer to Senator Walczak on prisons. There's no funding in here for the redevelopment of these prisons that have been shut down?
We will be working on 2 prisons, Watertown and Downstate, as a result of the Prison Commission redevelopment project. And we'll look at how we put those RFPs for other prisons out on a forward basis.
If something comes up for one of these other prisons, what's going to be available to them to help incentivize those projects?
We will be working with our partner agencies in the case that things do come up, like keeping prisons warm. We've worked with OGS to make sure that these prisons don't deteriorate in existing communities. So we'll be working with our other partners on that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Assembly.
We go to Assemblyman Jones, 3 minutes.
Good morning. Can everybody hear me? Because I couldn't hear a darn thing back there for the last hour. We should shut that speaker off, honestly. It's kind of like a punishment or something. You can hear every 5th word. But great to be here, great to see you. I'm going to talk about the budget here for a minute, and I'm going to ask all my questions, and hopefully you can answer them in 3 minutes. Restore New York, I don't see a reappropriate for that. It's gone. It's a great program. I have 18 municipalities and organizations right in my district right now that have applications in on it. I understand it's a rolling application. Don't know why we didn't reappropriate for that. Shovel ready. Senator Cooney and myself put in that bill last year with the support of Mr. Bronson back there. We wanted 500 million. We got 200 million. I don't see a reappropriate for that. I understand it's been slow getting out, but a good program. Love to see a reappropriate for that. NISCA, obviously, we need to do something there. 1.4 billion. I know Senator she mentioned it with the Connect Out. I did not hear the answer. That we appropriated a lot of money last year, and we have been doing a pretty good job in the broadband program, but I still get calls from my constituents saying they need broadband hookups. This is my 7th year here. I mention it every time. Thank you for acknowledging that we still have an issue with it, but we have to get that money out the door, and really would like to understand that. Also was mentioned was cellular, still having huge issues with it upstate. I was actually on the Upstate Cellular Task Force. You believe that? 3 years ago. What have we done? And now I turn to you. What have we done for the recommendations that came out of that? We worked on it. There was a report that was filed. What are the recommendations that have been implemented that have come out of that? Thank you.
So thank you for your questions. I'll answer the last one first. With respect to the Cellular Task Force, we've taken those recommendations and we'll be putting together this 5G siting guide for municipalities to create a user-friendly way for municipalities to be able to work with service providers to create more service coverage.
Okay, we're going to have to be very unique about that in the Adirondacks. You know the limitations there. So, I mean, we're going to have to work on that. What was I guess the idea behind not reappropriating money for these programs that we get interested in and then we just kind of not claw back? And I think they are great programs. I commend you for putting them up there in the first place, but you can't get everybody interested in it and then we don't reappropriate money for it. Shovel ready and restore.
Well, we're still working through those programs today, and we're accepting applications and funding, and so we will continue to do that until the funding is exhausted.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Senate?
Thank you. I think I'm going to take my time as the chair now. I guess these are pretty much all for Hope Night. So let's start with where my first colleague started us with the new database of deals, and I also took an attempt to look through it and try to understand it. And I'm not the best computer person, I admit, so I'm going to see whether you could possibly get for me, not now, but after this hearing, and I would share it with everyone. Let me just get the list. So a summary from your master list of how much in subsidy in total ESD has out there in deals, a master list of all the programs and what the projects are for, and the status of each project. So just almost like one giant spreadsheet that gave us how much money's out there on the table, where are we in that project, what is it for?
Yes.
Do you have an ability to use that database that way?
Yes, we can
And you
provide
could help
that.
us by just
Yes.
giving us, I'm not even asking for it in paper because I know it's huge. So just one spreadsheet that does all
That
that.
we could forward to
That would be very
you.
helpful. Thank you. I think we discussed this in advance. And that would include the tax incentives that actually go through tax and finance. You have that information, and that also is on the database?
We have some of the information, all of the ESD programs, and some from other agencies.
So, but not from all the agencies?
Not from all the
Not from
agencies.
all the agencies. Okay, thank you. My understanding is that there have been two models historically with economic development incentives. Projects where the money is given up front, say that Tesla deal, which I never thought was a very good idea, and then programs where the board doesn't even approve the money until after everything's been completed. So are we switching now more to, we only give the money out when the project has been completed so that we don't have to deal with those clawbacks that never seem to happen?
So the lion's share of the incentives that we provide at ESD are pay for performance, and so that would require not really having to have a clawback because the funding is only provided once the commitment is fulfilled.
And that Micron deal that lots of people here seem to be very happy about, I'm a little nervous myself, but that's okay. That will be pay for performance. They
That will
actually
be
have
pay
to
for
come here
performance.
and do what's been announced in order to get any of the incentives.
Job creation, yes.
Okay, and so you're not concerned that currently they seem to be seeing their stock plummet and laying off 10% of their workforce?
We're not concerned. We understand that the semiconductor industry is very cyclical, and we're at a sort of peak bottom at the cycle, and know that we'll have a turn up, and that project will commence and start building in 2024, with commencing operations in 2026. We anticipate that to happen.
And the governor, in her budget address, or perhaps her State of the State, or perhaps both, said that this was going to bring in 50,000 jobs.
Yes.
So are you going to be able to give us a breakdown of what and where those jobs are? Because as I understand it, there would obviously be construction jobs to build each plant, but then the plants themselves, once you get them operating, have a tiny crew of people in them. So I can't figure out
So
where we
I'll
get 50,000
talk
jobs.
a little bit about the 50,000 jobs. That's 50,000 jobs of Micron employees, construction, as well as supply chain companies. So we expect to have 9,000 jobs with the Micron plant when it's up and running at the end of the grant period. There will be another sort of 3-to-1 ratio of supply chain companies that actually work in the plants that run the equipment in the facility. And so we expect, tens of thousands of jobs in the Micron plant, not necessarily being employed by Micron, but supply chain companies.
So will you
also.
be able to give us a master list of how you think that will be breaking down?
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you. All right, so that's it for Micron for me right now. Jumping back to the broader question of how we measure economic development subsidies, now that we have a database that will help us track, do we have a standardized cost-benefit analysis on each project that is also available to the public?
When we look at our projects, particularly our tax credit programs, we do run a cost-benefit analysis, and is included in our materials for our projects.
And those materials are available to us where?
So it's usually, I know it's in the board materials that we bring to the board. I'm not sure it's in the database. We'll check for you.
Do you have a projection for your department of what you think a reasonable amount of public funds to spend to create one new job in private sector employment?
Well, we believe that if we are able to get more economic and fiscal benefit than we invest, state dollars invested, that is a good economic development program.
But there's not a number that, 50,000 is worth it, 300,000 isn't worth it,
I think
something like
we look at it specifically program by program, because the metrics don't work, sort of uniformly across all programs.
Program by program, meaning area within the economy
Like
or deal?
Excelsior job tax credit program, a semiconductor project is going to be different than, an advanced manufacturing project. So we have to look at it project by project.
And do you have a different number or evaluation that you do to keep a job in New York?
So we rarely are incenting pure retention deals in New York City. We provide support for firms that want to expand, but pure retention, we rarely provide support for those kind of projects. Less
Film
than
and tax
1%.
credit.
Yes.
Historically, in your materials to support the film and tax credit, you've talked about it creating jobs and economic activity, and yet the materials this year don't really seem to say that. It's more just to sort of keep everybody staying here, but we're doubling the amount of money we're going to provide. So are we actually, at this point in time, subsidizing the movie and TV industry above and beyond the number of new jobs we're getting?
No, Senator, not at all. The situation that we find ourselves in today is that many of our neighboring states are competing very vigorously with New York and for productions. Many of the states that are neighboring us have no cap on their tax credit programs. And so they provide a richer credit with no cap on programs. And we've seen many productions leave New York, go to New Jersey. Just from a data perspective, New Jersey has seen around 300% more productions, and we've had a decrease of about 25% over the last 2 years. And so we feel there's an urgent need to increase our tax credit program as well as the percentage of the tax credit.
So this is the first year that you've also proposed a change in the credit that would pay for jobs within the industry in what the terminology is called above the line.
Yes.
So that it would be, paying for part of the salary of Brad Pitt, George Clooney, Jennifer Lawrence, Steven Spielberg as the director. Do we really need to subsidize people at that level? Why are we doing that? We always said no to that before.
So, there again, with respect to the intense competition that we have with other states, there are other states that are providing support for above-the-line roles with no cap. We're presenting a cap at $500,000 for those roles, and just because we want to be competitive against other states who have been taking some of the productions that had traditionally been here in New York.
So I don't have any time left, just point out, the reason I was asking about the estimate of what being spent by us for what jobs, when with the film credit, we show that there's 57,000 jobs being supported by this. But we don't know at what cost when you look at the math at 700 million, and we don't know at what cost for a small project in one of the upstate counties versus the Tesla plant, which apparently has plummeting fewer jobs than we ever imagined they would have, that we really need, I think, a hard and fast set of numbers that we can look at and hold all the projects up against and ask the really important question, is this a good use of taxpayers' money? So that's what I'm hoping we can get to for evaluation. I've gone over my time. Assembly.
Ranker Assemblyman Gray, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairs. I appreciate it very much. So I just wanted to double back on the prison because I think I heard there was no money allocated this year for prison redevelopment. Is that correct?
So there is no money allocated, but we do have funds that could support redevelopment and maintaining the prisons so that we can look at economic development projects for repurpose.
Okay. So in my district, we have the Psych Center that was vacated back in the 80s, and the buildings are still dilapidated, falling down. Is that going to follow the same path as the Psych Center properties, the prison redevelopment? Or is there concrete plans to actually do something? They're massive buildings, so they're going to be tough to repurpose.
So the subject of the prison redevelopment commission was really around prisons. That was the focus. I know that
The one thing that I would note that was incredibly comprehensive about the work that took place during the Prison Redevelopment Commission is making sure that developers and others who might be interested in the properties have full transparency into the properties themselves. And that is something that we know that there needs to be transparency about the access to infrastructure, which portions of the sites can be redeveloped, which ones have access to transportation. And so those are areas in which we spent much of our time making sure that there is a comprehensive plan so that we can move forward and identify how to invest those funds. I think to Commissioner Knight's point, it is a priority to identify what are the opportunities with existing pots of dollars in order to look at those areas. But part of our priorities as part of the commission was to make sure, frankly, that we help to responsibly transfer over these properties to developers and bring it back to the tax rolls. I appreciate, and I think we all appreciate the perspective that, these prisons, they are complex properties, to your point. They are all under different and varying degrees of condition and how quickly they can return back. One of the biggest points of feedback that we've heard from the public has been around what am I buying if I get into these properties? And that's why we've been trying to construct more information that it provides for better and richer RFPs so that we can bring it back to the tax rolls appropriately. Not to interject.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I would just like to echo my colleagues that for the Restore New York program to be reinstituted. Just one final thing. The EV, the move to the EV, what's the schedule for that in terms of the executive branch and the legislative branch?
So the goal is to have the entire 18,000 light-duty vehicles to transition to EV by 2035. And just to add a little bit more color to that, We are in the process of developing a responsible plan for that transition. Certainly, when it comes to EV vehicles, one of the priorities are making sure that we have infrastructure to be able to handle that, the charging. So we are undergoing a study right now to identify where are the sites where we can locate level 2 and level 3 chargers in support of the EV fleet. As a lot of the industry market studies that have come out, they've shown that they believe there will be price parity between an EV vehicle and internal combustion engine in the next 5 to 7 years, which is why our priority has been getting the infrastructure in place, piloting a number of EV vehicles to make sure that we are buying the right and best ones for the state of New York.
Thank you. I just think it's important that we lead by example in terms of the executive branch and the legislative branch. So, and as well as lead by example on the properties, because I noticed that you say we overseeing in your testimony, overseeing capital projects, responsible for public stewardship, modernizing state office buildings and things like that. But our history has shown that we're not exactly stewards, and you have to look no further than the Psych Center up in Ogdensburg.
I appreciate the feedback. As commissioner, one of my priorities has been to make sure that we are managing both the fleet and buildings. Certainly with our partners in NYSERDA and NYPA and DEC, we know that one of the top contributors to greenhouse gas emissions are buildings and transportation, which is why that's where we're focused at this exact moment in time. We've had a great track record of the conversion of at least one of our steam chillers here in the Empire State Plaza, which is reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Our goal right now is to create an inventory so we know, in partnership with NYSERDA, where the greatest emitters of greenhouse gases are, so we can prioritize them responsibly in the upcoming budgets. But I do appreciate the feedback. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time today, and best wishes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Sean Ryan for his 3-minute second round.
Try to go lightning round here. First, I want to thank Assemblymember Warner for her best questions of the day, the elevator question, but add on the escalator to that too.
I will.
Escalator that's been defunct for, I think, a decade. You don't have to answer that now.
Oh, well, I'm happy to answer that now, actually,
Okay.
Senator. So first, the elevator 4 is in the process of being repaired. I do have an update on that. I apologize. We were waiting for parts. They were supposed to be in on Thursday. We anticipate that it will be back in service relatively soon, so long as there's no additional damage as we install them. But we do anticipate that we'll be bringing elevator 4 back. Insofar as the escalators, so they have been out of service for about a decade. When it was initially assessed, the cost of it was prohibitively high to repair the escalators. The priority was on the elevators to make sure they were working in order. That's where we put in our capital investment. And so there's no plan at this time to restore the escalators.
It does give an impression of sort of not being tended to. So I've seen in the past when escalators were not repaired, they boxed them off, so it did not look like a broken escalator.
I will
Give
take that under
Sean a minute
advisement.
back, because he really asked that question on behalf of all of us.
That's true. That's true.
I will certainly look at signage and make sure that we can think through other ways of dealing with that out-of-service elevator.
Thank you.
Escalator.
And then going real quick to the arts. Thank you for what you've done as the director. I appreciate it. I've seen you all around the state. We appreciate that. But, just looking at your funding, in 18, you were at 46.9 million. Now you're back to just 48 million. Once again, following up on Assemblywoman Warner, based on your demand, what do you think your budget should be?
I have an update for Warner and for you, actually, about the numbers from the last year. So it was 79% that we funded, not 70%. So we were able to support more demand. If we have continued demand, especially in light of the COVID impact, we're going to have to seriously recalibrate our processes and pivot. In terms of, if we can 80% or 79%, to be able to provide that to the field at this time would seem like an investment that will pay off in many ways for our economy. I also wanted to, there was a question, I hope I can answer this right now, about our volume and our timely payments. So just for perspective, we're one of the smallest agencies, and we move the largest volume of contracts in the state. We have, so this year, 2,000 letter agreements, 1,600 contracts. So we are going to continue to improve our processes, but just wanted to provide some context on that.
Thank you. And then back to Commissioner Knight, the question about Restore New York, I believe you testified that about half of last year's budget was unspent. But was money from previous years unspent? Is there cash in the drawer for the Restore New York program?
I don't believe there's cash in the drawer for the Restore program, but like I said, we continue to work through the amount that was allocated for last year at this time.
Do you have applications in that exceed the amount that we budgeted for last year?
Not at this time.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Assembly.
We go to Assemblywoman Fahey.
Thank you. And I had to step out for a majority conference call, so I apologize if I'm repeating a couple of things. But I've got a couple of questions, mostly for OGS, but just want to start with a couple of comments. Thank you for the responsiveness from each of you. We've had some just terrific recent conversations with ESD and the governor's office regarding Harriman campus as we look to redo the Wadsworth Public Health Labs. And appreciate that the governor's put the funding in for that, and tying that into a redo of the entire campus, which is the worst of 1960s design, has meant a lot, and we truly look forward to working with ESD on that, as well as the fact that the Nano College is coming back here to Albany where it originated. So I want to echo some of the comments of my colleague Al Sturpey and others about a throughway corridor to make sure we're working with Micron, with SUNY Poly, with the Nano College here, and of course Rochester and Buffalo. So I see it as an entire semiconductor corridor, and welcome ESD's involvement on that as well. Also want to just share the concerns from my colleagues regarding the UI surtax, but a couple of questions. One, I live here in Albany, represent Albany and surrounding towns. Downtown Albany is still struggling, not just the arts, which that is struggling as well, but also the businesses. Any update, Commissioner, on when workers may be returning? And then I'm going to get my second question in as well, which is OGS, also on the entire electrification of some of the properties. I know you've been working here in the Capitol, which also ties into the plants at Sheridan Hollow. We've been working with you for a number of years. It had been one of our more environmentally impacted areas of the city, and it's also one of our most economically disadvantaged. So what we do to electrify the Capitol also impacts Sheridan Hollow, where we've had the power plants. So if you could just give us an update on that and how those plans match the Climate Action Council, Commissioner.
Assemblymember Fahey, thank you for that question. I'm very proud of the work that OGS has done in order to reduce the energy usage here at the Empire State Plaza, as well as to look at generation of power. I want to walk through a handful of items that have happened here at the Empire State Chill Plant, which is in the Sheridan Hollow area, as you know. We have installed an on-site electric chiller, which replaces a steam-driven chiller. That has, by electrifying that one chiller, we have reduced local gas and emissions use at our steam plant by 18%. That's real emissions and carbon that's coming out of the air that is going to be incredibly impactful for local communities. We're very proud of that work. We have installed LED lighting throughout the entire plaza, which again reduces our energy usage.
I'm about to run out of time. Thank you. I'm going to follow up with you and just want to add the support for the arts funding being restored. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Sorry, Commissioner. Want to be sensitive to the time. Thank you.
Thank you. We were joined earlier by two members. I believe I neglected to announce. Assemblywoman Lucas joined us, and Assemblyman Brown joined us. Now to the Senate.
Thank you. Senator Serrano, 3-minute second round.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is for Executive Director Maura Manis. On the issue of capital grants, it appears in the proposed budget that there's elimination of the $40 million made available last year in capital funding. And we know that during the pandemic, the needs for capital were great, with organizations upgrading their ventilation system, others ADA compliance, and other needed projects. So I just wanted to ask, what is the status of last year's allocation for small and mid-sized capital projects? And, what does the elimination of that funding in the current year, what could that possibly mean?
Thank you so much. And we are so grateful for the allocation and appropriation for capital over the last few years. The status of last year's grants is that they've all been fully committed, that the fund has been fully committed. I'm happy about 70, to date, about 70 projects have been completed across the state, and I can give you further detail on that offline. I would say that what we know is that the majority of our grantees are small organizations with budgets of less than $3 million, and and those are the ones that would access the small and medium-sized fund, would access that fund for the most part. As we know, the government is the #1 stop for accessing capital dollars in the arts. The city and the state and the counties are the foundations do not have, for the most part, any kind of capital funding to offer. And when you're thinking about individuals, wealthy individuals, they mostly accrue to the largest organizations and museums in the city and the state. Should I get closer? Is that better? Okay, great. So just to repeat, government's the #1 stop for capital dollars for most arts organizations. Foundations don't have those dollars, and wealthy individuals, those mostly accrue to the largest institutions like museums in the city. When you get out of the city, there are fewer funding avenues, whether it's capital or operations, as you guys know. So with the small and medium-sized opportunities, we've been able to reach the majority of our grantees, which are, as I said, 82% have budgets below $3 million. So not having that opportunity will definitely have impact on the majority of our grantee pool. I would also say that we have to understand to what extent the capital has real economic development return. I mean, thinking about even the Little Theater in Rochester, which received a $550,000 grant from our small and medium-sized pool. They have a $1.5 million budget, and they return about $3.5 to the local economy every year.
Thank you. Assembly.
Assemblywoman Jackson.
Thank you, Chair. Based on the testimony, we hear that we're seeing job growth and unemployment rate decline in the state to 4.3%. What is the job growth and unemployment rate for Black people, Latino people, and young people? And we'll start there. I'll ask my next question after that.
So thank you for your question. I have to get back to you with specific demographic information, but we know that it is not sufficient. And with respect to our Office of Workforce Development, we are looking specifically to focus on disadvantaged communities, barriers that prevent folks from accessing employment. So we're looking at programs that are providing wraparound services, support for transportation, childcare, and any other challenges that prevent folks from accessing training opportunities.
Okay, and one of my colleagues said something about adult literacy, so we can add that, as well as language barriers. And then for OGS, what percentage of your vendors are MWBE?
We have exceeded the governor's targets of 30%, and we've done so for many years in a row. I will have to get back to you on the exact percentage, but I believe it's about 43%.
Okay. And then in the city of New York, we've noticed that the MWBE is mostly white women and Asian men that get contracts. And so I'm just wondering, are we seeing the same situation for the state?
We see more of about half and half with respect to women and minorities.
Okay. And then, so we have an issue with job vacancies, but we have so many workforce development sites. What is the disconnect?
Yeah, so this is what our Office of Strategic Workforce Development is really focused on, really working with employers to understand what their needs are and then training folks for those specific jobs. You know, you've seen in the past there's been a lot of training not necessarily for a specific job opportunity. We want to tailor the training for a job opportunity.
Okay, and so my last question is, geographically, are the workforce development sites in a different place where the work is needed versus where the people are? Like, are they just not in the same areas?
No, it's just, it's really, what we're seeing is a disconnect with skills needed and jobs available. So we're trying to make that match.
Okay, and so I'm hoping that next year we won't have this same conversation because it's not new, right? Like, we've been dealing with this for a long time, and I'm just hoping that we can make some headway in this area. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Assemblymember, if I may correct, we have 34% is our current target. We're very proud because in 2011 we were at 14%. This year we've grown and met past the 30% mark. Because our spend is so significant, it's a fair amount of dollars that are going in. As an example, MWBEs have received in excess of $1.17 billion in funding in contracts from OGS.
Thank you.
Thank you. To the Senate.
Thank you. 3 minutes to Chair Senator Cuny.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This question is for Empire State Development. Last year, the legislature was intentional about adding funds and a tax credit for digital gaming. And I'm wondering if you could give us an update on the program so far.
Yes, so last year there was a $25 million tax credit added, $5 million for 5 years. We are beginning to receive applications and awarding projects, and so we look forward to continuing to execute that program.
And in terms of competitiveness, we talked about this in relationship to the film and tax credit, but for digital gaming, are we staying competitive as a state at that $25 million mark in terms of competing with other states as it relates to getting digital gaming jobs and creators to come to our New York?
Well, because it is a new program, it seems like it is sufficient now. You know, the issue is that we produce so much of the talent from our outstanding academic institutions, but the folks don't stay here. And so the goal is to have that digital game development happen here in New York.
Great. Well, I'm continuing to be supportive. Obviously, I represent RIT, which has the Magic Spell Studios, as well as RPI and NYU, which are also leaders in this space. But I do want to keep an open mind, whereas in the future, within that 5-year window, that there's an opportunity to increase, through the budget, of course, to make sure that we stay competitive, because I think this is a huge job creation opportunity in addition to what we're seeing with our TV and film industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Assemblymember McDonald.
There you go. Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Moy, actually, you probably dodged a question because I think Member Fahey and another member got to this, but I do want to thank your department along with NYPA. They've been very responsive in regards to the Sheridan Hollow project in particular here in Albany. As you know, in the budget, there's a discussion about all-electric buildings that's not really in your department, but it's gotten a lot of attention. We all know we need to move in the right direction. Just the speed is what's going to be the critical part. But are there other examples? I firmly believe the state should lead by example. I think you've demonstrated some examples today. Are there any more examples coming up that we can point to support?
Thank you, Assemblymember McDonald. One of our priorities is going to be doing an energy audit to identify and baseline the greenhouse gas emissions so we can focus on our top targets to reduce our greenhouse gas emission production. So we are looking not just to stay with what we've done in Sheridan Hollow, but how to further reduce greenhouse gas emissions here in the Empire State Plaza and other properties. Harriman is certainly one that is a significant campus for OGS and for the state. So we are looking forward to some of the work that was funded through this executive budget to create those baselines. And we are doing energy audits in partnership with NYPA to figure out how we can further reduce those emissions.
Thank you. Commissioner Knight?
Yes.
I want to second Senator Cooney's comments about digital gaming. I know sometimes people look a little funny at tax credits. This one is an investment in retaining people in New York State. We educate them, and we do a good job of exporting them. So fully support it. As a guy who represented 5 cities, it's where cities are really going to see the rebirth as retail has gone in different directions because of the new economy. So I want to thank your team. You guys have done a great job rolling it out. Restore, I'm actually a little bit disappointed to hear that, because I know there's just last month, the 31st, another round had closed.
Right.
So I think part of the challenge has been, it's been a start-stop program. Developers, communities, it takes time. So obviously, I will be pushing for restoration. I'm surprised. You mentioned in your testimony, even though MWB kind of jumps all over, about the governor wants to remove barriers for MWBE. And admittedly, pandemic had an impact, but what about recertification? That seems to be something that is blowing my mind. It's taking 3-4 years for women-owned and minority-owned businesses to continue recertification because they get blacklisted in the process. And people don't agree with that. Is there any effort to change that?
Yes. Thank you for your question, and we really do appreciate that there are MWBs that are having challenges with respect to time frame for recertification. When I came into this role, we had a backlog of MWBE applications. I can talk to you about this later, but
that would
give
be
you an
great.
update.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senate?
I believe the Senate is complete, so we can roll on to the Assembly.
Okay, here we go. Assemblyman Marr?
Thank you. I appreciate all your time. I would say good afternoon, I think, at this point. And my questions are going to be focused on workforce development and career paths. And one area that I wanted to ask you, if your office has had discussions that has reached your desk, and if not, are you open to them, is identifying industries that have a real issue with workforce. Specifically, one such as EMS that we see a real struggle with. Have there been any discussions within the industry, and are there any plans to incentivize this group of potential workers in the future?
So thank you for your question. We know that there have been a shortage of EMS as well as health care related services. ESD is not involved in training of healthcare related service careers. I know that DOH is involved in supporting health service careers, and they do have money in various programs for different pathways in health careers.
Okay, the second part of that, and I would love to follow up with your office on that specific topic to see how ESD can be engaged in that process as well. But the second part of this is there are so many industries that need employment, and there are so many folks that need training and jobs that will become available. When we talk about the issue of youth flight, has your office talked about programs, not just in colleges, because there's a tremendous amount of funding that I see towards colleges and university programs, but in the high schools, in the middle schools, to develop programs that are successful and build on them and help create programs at that level to really get to kids when they're most at that point to become inspired and decide, hey, they want to be in New York, because as much as we want to tackle affordability, in 10 years, if we're still having the same issue with affordability, we need to inspire our youth to be invested at a very young age to see themselves living here and growing their families here.
Thanks for that question. I do see money in the budget for programs for high school, things like P-TECH programs, which create exposure to career opportunities, continuing ed programs in community colleges that are not necessarily for folks that are college-bound, but can get a certificate, and then that could lead to employment opportunities. So we do look at a number of programs that are not AA or BA credentialed programs to support job.
Would you be willing to further support those programs and really prioritize that effort at a younger age so that we can see this return 10, 15 years from now?
We will definitely look at that in our Office of Workforce Development.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
We go to Assemblyman Cunningham.
Good morning. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, actually. Thank you so much for your work. Question for Niska. The percentage of funding for BIPOC organizations of color distributed last year, do you have that number for us by any chance?
You know, your question's a little, the sound is a little distorted.
Oh, let me ask again. The percentage of funding for BIPOC organizations that was distributed last year.
What percent of our funding, is that what you said? We don't have those numbers. We don't, but I can tell you that we do prioritize underrepresented communities, and that was one of the priorities in our overhaul of our process a couple years ago. I'm happy to share with you the language from our application about how we prioritize those communities, but we don't capture those numbers.
Thank you. OGS. Noticing in the parking lot a lot of EV vehicles among state employees and also members of the Assembly and the Senate. Wondering what the timeline is for putting more charging stations in our New York State buildings.
I appreciate the question, Assembly Member. We have identified a number of locations where we'll be installing additional charging stations. We have been working with NYPA to expedite that process, and we hope to make sure that the infrastructure is available to support the electric load within the next year or so. But the study has begun. We'll be sharing information about those sites, and we are looking at places not just for our employees, but also for the legislature to make sure that you have capacity. I will note that we do actively monitor usage, and at this point in time, the capacity is available. What we are going to be focused on is also making sure the appropriate signage, if a place is not available for charging, that you can easily find another one, is something that we are looking actively to improve.
Thank you so much. And Commissioner Hope, my last question is for you. I'm thinking about the Connect All program and all the resources. I think it was $1 billion last year allocated, particularly upstate New York, to help create in rural districts connectivity. But I represent parts of Brooklyn, central Brooklyn, where folks still don't have broadband access. And I'm thinking about adoption and affordability and what the action plan is there for both of those items.
So with respect to affordability, we've been proud to get 1 million households in the federal affordability broadband program, which provides a $30 a month subsidy. And so we continue to market that as a program, as well as we will have more competition in markets to try to drive prices down of broadband service.
Thank you all.
We go to Assemblyman Zabrowski.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I chair the Committee on Corporations, Authorities, and Commissions, so we are definitely interested in the broadband rollout. I heard you mention answer some of my colleagues earlier, the $300 million, the $1 billion. Did you give a timeline? I know you said it's coming up, but is there not a timeline where we can expect sort of a plan for this?
We'll be able to put together a more comprehensive plan once we know when we're going to get the federal money, which we expect.
When we'll get the federal money?
Yes, and
Exactly.
we expect to get it at the end of this year.
I know a majority of the money is extremely necessary. It's going to go out to build broadband in rural areas. I think the office has stated that some of the money will also be spent downstate. I haven't heard any additional details. Is that true? And we'll hear those details when you get the federal money and you roll this out?
You know, some of the money will be spent downstate to create more competition to drive prices down for consumers.
Okay. While you can't give an exact timeline, are we talking this year? Do you have a timeline on the timeline?
So we think that we'll be able to provide a timeline probably towards the end of the year when we are getting the money from the federal government.
Okay, I know New York City recently launched a program to provide free broadband to NYCHA residents. I think that was a program through the New York City budget in partnership with private companies. Do you expect the Connect All program to replicate anything like that outside of New York City to low-income and senior housing around the state?
So with respect to digital equity, that will definitely be a part of the digital equity plan in trying to provide broadband to underrepresented communities, seniors, low-income communities.
Okay, so that would be part of the plan?
We'll look at that, yes.
When we get it. Okay. Briefly, Commissioner Moy, on the school buses, if you could. You gave a little bit of information to my colleague earlier. Hearing a lot from my school districts on this issue. They're estimating, current school buses cost about $150,000. The electric buses cost about $450,000. They talk about the mileage capacity and extremely worried about an inability to handle their routes, especially in extreme weather, or not even that extreme weather. They talk about the issues with the utilities, their willingness and ability to install the infrastructure necessary. Do Do you have any comments as you're looking at this regarding those price estimates, those mileage, and the infrastructure?
I can get back to you with specifics around the accuracy of that data. I have a child myself, and my children ride school buses, and we're up here in the Capital Region. So I know when I hear some of the feedback that comes about, anxiety around those EV buses, whether or not they'll be able to pass their routes, it is items that we've shared and discussed during that procurement. We feel confident in the procurement that took place, and we are going to be monitoring it very closely to make sure that the school districts are getting what they need. Our role in this is to make sure that we have the best possible vendors, and that we're doing the training and providing the infrastructure or the access to build that infrastructure. So I appreciate the feedback, and it's something we are watching.
Any data would be great, thanks.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Assemblyman Zaccaro.
Thank you so much, Chair. Just really quickly, Commissioner, you outlined in your testimony that the governor's budget will provide matching grant funding to attract federal research business dollars to New York. And so I just had a question. How many small businesses in New York currently participate in the Federal Small Business Innovation Research or the Small Business Technology Transfer Program? And of those programs, how many of those are minority and women-owned businesses?
So, Assembly Member, I will have to get back to you on the specific data related to the program, but we know that program is very important to small businesses involved in innovation.
Okay. Are there regions of New York where there's a higher concentration of participants in those programs?
I have to get back to you on the mix of where those businesses are located.
Okay. And lastly, would there be any limit on the number of New York-based small businesses that could participate in this matching grant program? And if so, how would New York small businesses be notified of the matching grant program?
So the businesses, are you talking about the Small Business Innovation Research Program?
Both programs.
Both program and the Transfer of Technology Program. Okay, so they apply to the federal government for grants, and we provide a letter that we would provide matching grants to that funding, and that funding is available from $10,000 to $50,000. So depending on the level of award would dictate how many grants we'd be able to fund.
Okay, and just to my last question, how would New York small businesses be notified of this program?
We'll use our existing outreach efforts through our REDCs, regional offices. We will work with the legislature to provide information and collateral to businesses.
Okay, well, I look forward to the follow-up on the first two questions that I had. Thank you, Chair, so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Lucas.
Good afternoon to everyone. Thank you, Chair, for recognizing me. There's so many concerns that you can barely wrap it in 3 minutes, but I'll get to the point. I noticed a lot of really amazing things in your testimony around workforce as well as MWBE. But I come from a district that kind of makes up both rural and urban. I'm sure that my colleagues up here as well, they share some similar factors of the district. But I see that there's a lot of employment opportunities, job creation, opportunities for MWBE. But I can't help but to understand or to wonder, why is it with all of these opportunities, we are high in unemployment in our district of East New York? Why is it that our local development corporations, some of the services that they had been receiving from ESD have been cut? Which affects their ability to support small businesses and those who want to create business opportunities. And how at the same time we're saying that we want to support MWBEs, but the very organizations and systems that are in place to do that, there's a lot of funding that's additionally being cut every time we have these conversations. I just need to know for full transparency so that we can get a real assessment of what's happening, because I know there's some questions that you were unable to answer today. Can we get a breakdown of how many Black people are benefiting from these opportunities? The reason why it's important for me to emphasize that is because in New York City alone, we've lost over 200,000 Black families that have exited New York City. Our enrollment in school system is down to roughly about 23%. The reason why that's happening is because we can't afford to live in New York City. If we can't afford to live in New York City, there's something wrong with the job opportunities. And the job opportunities that then come are always those low-hanging fruit, those low-paying jobs. I'm seeing that there's opportunities for folks to make over $100,000, but that's not in our district. So I just like an opportunity for a breakdown of what that looks like and how we're going to get to a point where we can work collectively to address that issue effectively.
I look forward
Thank
to
you.
working with you.
Thank you. This question is along with other questions. If you can respond to Senator Krueger, myself, and we'll make sure that answers will be distributed to all of the members. There also may be a need for some offline conversations. Thank you. We're going to go now to Assemblyman Mantalo for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Moy, just a couple questions to you. Back on prisons. In my district, we have a prison that's been closed for about 10, maybe 15 years now. Last summer, we did walk through that with some of the members from the commission to take a look at it. Since then, our local economic development agency has identified several businesses that are willing to buy it today and at a fair market price. But we can't seem to move from there. We keep being stalled in one way or another. What can you do to expedite this? It's a win-win. It's a win-win for the state because those dollars are back in your pocket, back in our pocket as taxpayers. But secondly, it takes the cost of what's costing the state to take care of that property. And the buildings are full of mold, and they're willing to deal with all of that. So what can we do to expedite this so we can make this happen?
Thank you for your question, Assembly Member. I've been keeping my eye on this project very directly. We're working.
You know where I'm talking about?
Yeah, absolutely. And we are working to expedite the transaction of this prison as soon as possible. So we'll be in touch, but trying to make sure that this happens as soon as it possibly can.
Well, that's the best news I've heard all day, so thank you very much, and thank you for being here. I do have another minute and 40 seconds. So, Commissioner Moy, back to you. There are other OGS properties throughout the state, and in my district as well, there's properties that the state owns that have been vacant for 4 to 5 decades. And same situation there. We have buyers that want to buy part or all of those properties, which would be beneficial to the state, so we don't have to deal with them anymore. Puts them back on the tax rolls. But when we change governors, we change leadership, the can gets kicked back to the beginning again. What can we do to help expedite those situations so those businesses can grow as well?
That is a process in which we work in partnership with Chamber and we work in partnership with ESD. Our role is to make sure that these deals, as they are facilitated, we can either help them come out for proper sale through an RFP process, we can handle through special legislation, but what is the best way of making sure, as I've been in this job for about 14 months, is if something has fallen off our radars, please reach out. We'll look out to those items in particular, and we'll coordinate with our partners in state government to get you good answers.
That would be great, because the one buyer has worked through this process 3 times, and it stops, he's ready to buy it, and then it gets kicked back.
I'm not familiar with the deal. I don't have as encyclopedic memory as Commissioner Knight, but we are absolutely happy to look into those areas and expedite if there are opportunities to bring it back to the tax rolls.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you all for being here this afternoon. I apologize. Thank you for your time.
We go to Assemblyman Ranker for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I have a question for Commissioner Knight, but I do want to thank Commissioner Moy for reaching out last week to try to connect before the hearing. I don't have any questions for you at this time, but thank you for your answers today. Commissioner Knight, we had last year at this hearing talked a little bit about, I know you mentioned it in your testimony, about doing kind of third-party evaluations of some of the economic development programs. Can you update me on any of those that have taken place in the last year?
Absolutely. So those programs our tax credit programs are being reviewed by the Department of Tax and Finance, who has hired a third party to do those studies. We've been providing data and information to Tax and Finance to their outside consultants so that they can work through these studies, and we expect to get these studies done by the beginning of next year, 2024.
Okay, and so relative to startup in particular, do we have any type of preliminary information or anything of that sort? I'm asking because obviously we have a proposal to kind of rebrand and change that program in this budget, and I'm wondering if we're putting the cart before the horse a little bit.
So we don't have a third-party study on startup, we'd like to call EPIC, but we know that there's been $68 million of state resources since the program's inception dedicated, and we've seen over 3,000 jobs and $1.3 billion in economic activity. So we do have that data that
And
collect.
one thing in particular, maybe a little more parochial for myself, it seems like there has been more of a drop-off in businesses leaving the program on Long Island than the rest of the state. And I don't know if you have any thoughts on why that is, or if something like that might be something that could be included in the review as to why that's the case.
I'm not familiar with the decrease in businesses in the Long Island programs, but we'll take a look and see why that might be the case.
Okay, great. I appreciate your answers with it. I think this is, I know there's many who viewed this program skeptically. We've obviously spent a lot of money over the years, the prior administration on selling it, on the commercials and all that other stuff. So I hope that, as we have this conversation on a rebrand, a path forward, we get as much information possible and figure out if we can make it a successful program, great. If there are ways to improve, great. But otherwise, I think it may be time to move on from it. So thank you.
We go to Assemblyman Sturpey for his second round of 3 minutes.
Thank you. Commissioner Knight, just some quick question and answer. The Office of Semiconductor Expansion, Management and Integration, is there funding in the executive proposal for this?
There is not funding in the executive proposal, but we expect to access funding from various sources like the Community Benefits Fund that would be provided by Micron.
Okay. So we don't know what the budget is yet for the office, or how many people might work there?
We have allocated $40 million.
40,
Yes.
okay. Okay.
To support the implementation of Micron, other semiconductor businesses, as well as supply chain.
Okay, all right, thank you. On some of the older programs, the Small Business COVID Recovery Grant Program, the $125 million and then $200 million last year. I know we changed some of the criteria, and a bunch of businesses went back into the queue, and they were all excited, and then I guess we ran out of money. Is there any idea how many businesses were left in that queue that didn't get funded?
can go back and look at the number of businesses that didn't get funded. We know that once we did relax criteria back in August and September, that we were definitely oversubscribed, many more businesses than funding available.
Yeah. Yes, I had a lot of them call and email me, so I got a pretty good idea. There were quite a few. Last thing is on offshore wind ports. We had $500 million for the development of ports for offshore wind production. You issued a $48 million, or there was a federal grant awarded to Arthur Kill Terminal. And just wondering, what's the status of the $500 million appropriated last year, and is there still an opportunity for the Port of Albany to win some funding?
So we continue to work with NYSERDA on the offshore wind program. I know that the Port of Albany that project is moving forward, and I believe there's an RFP that is on the street that will be evaluated very shortly for that project.
Okay, thank you.
We go to Assemblyman Bronson for his second 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Knight, you've indicated that we're commissioning a study in connection with our tax incentives and their effectiveness. 10 years ago, roughly 10 years ago, 2013, we had a report, Governor's Tax Reform and Fairness Commission. The conclusion indicated that certain of our business incentives violate principles of good tax policy and tenets of good budgeting, and also indicated that much of the research showed that there was little or no positive impact on the net economic gains. Is this going to be a similar study? Do you expect a different conclusion? And that was a report that came out in 2013, and we have no significant change in our approach to economic development since that report.
Well, thank you for your question, Assembly Member. When we look at the impact of our programs, we see significant economic benefits being delivered, and so we expect to see and have that validated by the reports that get done that will be delivered at the beginning of next year.
But if the report concludes similar to the 2013 report, are you open to changing our strategies and relooking at our approaches?
We look forward to looking at the information to understand what the reports convey.
Okay. This is a macro level question. Through all of our programs, whether grants, tax credits, bonds, et cetera, they ultimately have a tremendous impact on our communities. Some of them positive, but some of them also negative. Increases in housing prices, demands on transportation that our public transit companies make adjustments that may impact our families in favor of where businesses are located, demands on utility usage, those kind of things. Yet, I hear often from small businesses, from neighborhood associations, especially those in marginalized communities, and others, that they have no voice in this. One could argue their voice is through local government, but they don't feel like they have a voice, especially marginalized communities. What strategies do you think we can put in place to get those voices heard as we're making decisions that will have an impact on their lives?
So thank you for that question. I think that ESD, has implemented strategies related to getting community feedback, particularly with big projects. That process is happening in Central New York with respect to Micron. We'll have a community task force that will provide advice and prioritize. I can come back to you with
Sure thing. Thank you so much, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I neglected to mention that Assemblyman Fall joined us a while ago. I just have a quick question myself on behalf of one of our colleagues. So I was wondering, Hope, if you could give us a report on the outcome of the newly created Office of Financial Inclusion and Empowerment?
I would have to get back to you on that.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so that we would appreciate, and that would be,
Yes.
you know, again, something that would be distributed to all of the members. And Senator Krueger, I believe the assembly is now done.
Well, then, I would like to thank all of you on the panel for spending, half of your day with us. And thank you to OGS, because several members have reported that the elevator they ride is working again, and they are very happy.
Got fixed this morning.
So we should
That's what's
apparently
called
keep you here
being
more
effective,
often and get more things done. So really, thank you. As they leave, some of you are going to want to grab them, which you have the right to do, but take it out in the hallway, because we want to continue with the next panel. So, or you can grab them in the elevator, whatever, just not in this room. So everyone who wants to talk or stretch, go outside, please. And I'm going to call the next panel, which is Ryan Silva, New York State Economic Development Council, and Ross Fromer, New York First Fund for Innovation in Research and Science Talent.
Most of my adult life.
Oh, really? Okay. Thank you so much. And I think,
That wasn't bad, Kevin, only 3.5 hours, right? Jesus. I didn't either, to be honest with you. This will go very quick.
Senator Walczak, take it outside.
Unfortunate America. Unfortunate America, right there.
All right, everyone. Take your seats if you're staying, and head outside if you're leaving. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Why don't we take it in the order I called you in? First, New York State Economic Development Council. Thank you.
All set?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Senator Krueger, Assemblywoman Weinstein, as well as the entire delegation for the opportunity to join you today and to address you. First and foremost, I think what I would like to do is say thank you to all of you for your leadership and commitment to economic development in the 2022 budget. I should probably introduce myself first as well before I dive into my comments. Ryan Silva, New York State Economic Development Council Executive Director. I would like to highlight a few items that were not included in the executive budget that we would like to see prioritized in this year's final budget resolution. And it was actually kind of reassuring to hear several of those programs referenced by many of you already. Reauthorization of the Shovel Ready Fast New York program. I do want to thank...
I'm so sorry. The clock should only be 3 minutes for everybody testifying. We're post-government. Thank you. So just set it at 3 and just keep going.
I promise I will be quick, Senator. You will not have to throw the mallet at me. Shovel Ready Fast New York, there was $200 million committed last year. I want to thank Assemblyman Bronson, Senator Cooney, amongst several others for prioritizing this. We agree $500 million is a great number. We would be very happy with another $200 million in this year's budget. Assemblyman Jones, thank you as well for sponsoring that. Restore New York, our understanding is that there were over $400 million in applications for the program over the past 12 months. As many of you know, $250 million was allocated to that program, which is a record number. We would encourage a reauthorization or reappropriation of funding for Restore. It is an extremely popular economic development program, as well as a very impactful economic development program. I think we've all heard about workforce development and its importance. Training the next generation of workforce and providing them the skills necessary for the jobs of tomorrow is something we would encourage the legislature as well as the governor's office to continue investing in, The $350 million for the Strategic Workforce Department at ESD is a good start. We would like to see that continue for years to come. The Centers for Advanced Technologies and Centers of Excellence, those really do need to have funding not only reauthorized, but increased. They've been at the same level for over a decade, and their economic impact, as referenced earlier, is just incredible. It is New York State's innovation ecosystem for entrepreneurship and the next generation of career opportunities. The SBIR matching grant program, which was in the executive budget, is something we are very supportive of. I know, Senator Ryan, you have a bill as well that I believe passed the Senate, S1824. We agree and support that as well, and hope that we continue to match federal investment dollars. We take advantage of the opportunity that the federal government is providing by sending federal dollars towards New York. The digital gaming tax credit, I do want to recognize and thank the legislature for introducing and finally getting this done, specifically Assemblyman McDonald and Senator Breslin. The $2.5 million per year over the next 10 years is a good start. But in reality, with the large ecosystem as it exists, we know that number needs to increase, and we hope that the legislature will consider increasing the cap on that over the coming years, and certainly in this budget. And then just finally, I will close with the green chips. Thank you to Senator Cooney, Assemblyman Bronson, Assemblyman Sturpey. This has put us back on the map in the semiconductor industry. We are the state that many of those in the industry are looking at as the opportunity to expand their manufacturing operations in New York.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Chairs, ranking members, distinguished members of the Assembly and the Senate. Thank you for asking me to testify here today. My name is Ross Frommer, Vice President for Government and Community Affairs at Columbia University Irving Medical Center, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the New York First program. And I want to thank members of the legislature because the New York First program is actually part of the Life Sciences Initiative, which you passed in, I believe, 2017, and frankly, the New York First originated here in the legislature. It was not part of the original program, and you saw it fit to add it. Senator Ryan, you talked about the importance of attracting and retaining scientific talent in New York, and that's what New York First does. It helps medical schools, and by the way, I should add that I'm also here on behalf, we're a member of Associated Medical Schools of New York, the Trade Association for New York 17 Medical Schools. I'm here on their behalf as well. Although early on, New York First has been extremely successful at attracting high-quality, top research talent to New York State. With just a small number of grants, they've already created 183 new, good-paying jobs, higher than average salary, benefits that are a very good package, and created almost a 4-to-1 return on investment. I should note that under the program, the medical schools are required to contribute 2-to-1, a 2-to-1 match. We're running now almost twice that at this point. So far, you've seen tremendous success, total economic return of, like I say, over 4%, excuse me, almost 4 times return on investment. Other states are doing this, California, Texas, and they're doing it to the tunes of billions of dollars. New York First helps us compete. We should keep doing that. It is a new program, but I should note that it's modeled after the old faculty development program, which also had a tremendous return on investment. The state invested about $39 million over 10 years, 2 decades ago. The return on that was 8-to-1 by 2015, at which point the state stopped counting. So the number's undoubtedly higher. At Columbia, we have been able to recruit 2 top-notch scientists, one which actually got from Texas, so that was fun. We actually stole one back from Texas. In just under three years, I think it is, they've already created 47 new jobs and attracted, I think, over $20 million of NIH funding. This is the time to do this. The NIH budget has gone up now for, I think, 8 years in a row, and I can't predict the future. There's one thing that most people in Washington do agree about, the importance of biomedical research funding. If this is an arms race, we need to equip ourselves, because if we're not there at the table, you can bet that Texas and California and all those other states will be, and they're going to take our scientists, they're going to prevent us recruiting, and the jobs that go with them. So thank you very much. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Our first questioner is Senator Sean Ryan. Everyone, by the way, it's 3 minutes for everybody, 1 round for the rest of the hearing. Thank you. Sean.
Good afternoon. I wanted to talk a little bit with Mr. Silva about IDAs. So we just had the Empire State Development Chair come in, and they outlined about $1.8 billion worth of spending every year, and it's all done through a centralized state program. And then you look at IDAs, and it looks like there's about 107 of them in New York State, and they give out about $1.8 billion a year in economic development. In report after report, whether it's the comptroller or the authority's budget office, they kind of give a collective meh to their performance. Most of them promise high, and then the chart shows over a 10-year period, they come lower. And also, there's been incident after incident of economic development activity that was just going to occur anyway, like companies like Medline in Orange County threatened to move unless the IDA gave them dough. It was rejected. They built anyway, and I guess that's been referred to the district attorney's office. But throughout my history here, I've seen IDAs just really engaging in poaching from town to town, county to county, and also just needlessly subsidizing companies like Amazon. Gates gave Amazon $150 million. Clay gave Amazon $70 million. East Fishkill gave Amazon $18 million, and $6 million in Hamburg, New York, which is in my area. I would note that facility never opened. I would also note the big winner in that project appears to be the Hamburg IDA, who retained $470,000 worth of fees, and they don't get their fees clawed back if, in fact, they don't really make what they're supposed to make. So my question really comes down to is, do we need to rein in the IDAs? Are we happy with them subsidizing A&W root beers and Moe's fast food places and Gold's Gym? Is this the type of uplifting economic development that we should be spending our taxpayer dollars are, and often taking money from our school children to subsidize such investments as Moe's Tacos and A&W root beer? To you, Mr. Silva.
With 34 seconds to go, I will
Take
do
your
my
time.
best
Take
to
your time.
respond to many of those discussions and conversations. I would point first to the OSC report about annual IDA performance. The $1.8 billion number you're quoting, I believe, is from an outside study. I believe the number is significantly lower based on OSC reporting, which was about $986 million net. That being
Let's
set
call it a
aside.
billion, just amongst friends.
No, I appreciate amongst friends, Senator, and that certainly is something I'm willing to talk to and work with you about. For years, we have been talking about how do we modernize the Industrial Development Agency General Municipal Law statute. And we look at the performance of IDAs and what do IDAs do. I firmly believe, and I think several of my colleagues up here would agree, that the IDAs remain the best local economic development tool we have in our community for retaining and creating jobs, which is part of it. Retaining and creating jobs is a fundamental core part of economic development.
I'm apologizing that even though he said take your time, I'm not allowed to.
Right. Senator,
so-
can we take the conversation and continue it offline with your office?
We can.
Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly.
Assemblyman Jones.
If I can get this to work. Good morning or good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon, Assemblyman.
This is kind of directed towards, it is directed towards Mr. Silva. We get up here every year, and every budget we see another program announced or a new program or other old programs. And, you're out in the business world, you're talking to businesses, obviously that's part of your job. And some programs work, some don't. What are you hearing back from businesses on the programs, the state programs, state-funded by all of our taxpayers? What programs are working and be blunt, what programs are working and what programs aren't? Because we should continue, and I see this this budget, and I'm disappointed in some of the programs that haven't been reappropriated.
Sure.
Restore, I think, will work. It's fairly new. You've touched on the amount of applications, and I think many of our colleagues here have communities that want to invest more or want to see them invest more in Restore New York. Shovel Ready, I'm kind of, biased towards that because it was my legislation. But what programs out there are working and what aren't? I'll leave that to you.
Thank you very much, Assemblyman. And from the perspective of the New York State EDC, I think I referenced several of the programs that we know are effective and efficient. And, one of the things that we hear from the business community is consistency. Consistency is important. If something's working, you continue to do it. And if it works effectively, you invest further with it. Public-private partnerships, because New York is a high-cost state, is something that is necessary in order for us to maintain our competitive advantage. So when I look at programs that are effective, I look at a program like Restore New York, a program like Shovel Ready. The CATs and the COEs have been around since the mid-90s. The entire semiconductor industry was born out of the research and development that was being done at CNSE 30 years ago. The optics and photonics, the advanced materials, those kinds of things I think are incredibly effective. And I'll use this opportunity to say that if you look at the numbers, IDAs, industrial development agencies, are effective. Over 175,000 net new jobs in 2020, a pandemic year, when our state lost over 1 million jobs. Those projects that IDAs were supporting helped grow 167,000 jobs. Not only that, IDAs are also helping the state achieve its clean energy goals with all the wind and solar projects that they're bringing onto the market. Thank you, Assembly.
Thank you.
Thank you, excuse me.
Now I'm getting hungry.
Thank you, Chair. How are we doing, gentlemen?
Very good. Senator?
Good. So the film tax credits, the governor's added $280 million this year for a record investment of $700 million. A lot of money going towards post-production tax credits. ESD just testified that there is a 9-to-1 return on investment for each of those dollars that we give to Hollywood. The Empire Center did a report on this pretty in-depth a few years ago, and they're saying that taxpayers are spending over $40,000, this is 2019 dollars, over $40,000 per job in the film industry that is produced. Who's right here?
With no disrespect, Senator, this is really not my area of expertise. I just don't feel comfortable answering that question.
I'll do my best to answer it because we don't spend a ton of time focusing on the film tax credit. And I think it would go towards the broader conversation about tax dollar per job created being a metric, but not the only metric we really ought to look at. The reality is the film industry creates or retains 57,000 good-paying union jobs in New York City. Those are blue-collar jobs, and I see what other states are doing. I look at what New Jersey's doing. I'm going to use a little bit of anecdotal information. I have 3 young kids. I watch Disney Plus. I see the Avengers movies come on, and then I see that Georgia logo with the peach, and it drives me crazy. Those jobs and those productions should be happening in New York. I would rather see a big apple as opposed to a peach logo at the end of every one of those films. So I understand the analysis that the Empire State Center does, but if you're talking about that the industry as a whole, without those tax credits, the industry will suffer tremendously.
Yeah, and here's the number that's difficult to drill down to. So, if we've been spending $400 million a year on those post-production tax credits, and you're saying that's a retention of 57,000 jobs, for New York City. As a senator from upstate New York, I don't really care that much. The Georgia peach doesn't offend me. I would rather see taxes cut for businesses in my area and tourism promoted in my area for sure, but I can understand the greater picture here.
Sure.
What is $280 million in additional taxpayer money that's going towards this industry? What is that going to produce for New York City? Does that mean that 57,000 job retention turns to 80,000 jobs, 90,000 jobs?
I believe there's a panel that will be coming up later this afternoon that is probably more qualified to answer that question than me. My assumption and hope is that that would not only help retain but expand the number of jobs.
I'll
that
ask 'em.
New York-
Thanks.
You got it.
And
Thank you,
Senator, I'll just
Senator.
add that the best way to create jobs is to bring talent in New York,
Yes.
which is what I've been trying to focus on.
Thank you, Assembly.
We go to Assemblyman McDonald.
Ryan, question for you. IDAs, I'm biased because I was chair for 13 years. We did some good things in revitalizing a city. But I also understand there are some bad deals that go on. There's some bad actors. Yesterday, my colleagues had an event which I thought was well-intended in regards to the fact that, let's face it, most of the taxes people pay in this state are school taxes. Is your entity supportive of, my first thing when I did as mayor is I put a school board representative on my board. Do you guys support that?
I would say that every community is different, Assemblyman, and I appreciate you calling me Ryan. Please refer to me as Ryan moving forward instead of Mr. Silva. Yes, I've known the mayor for almost 20 years now. I do know that actually several industrial development agencies have modernized and do have school representation on their boards of directors. I think it's a good idea. I cannot speak to 107 IDAs, whether or not they should, but I believe having them at the table and part of the conversation makes those discussions about the proposals and the investments that are being made by IDAs and
So
why
let me-
and
let
how
me
they
ask
benefit
this,
schools.
Another discussion that comes up, which has merit, I'm not dismissing this, is that, and, Sean had mentioned $1.8 billion is taken out of taxpayers. I get that. However, just to be clear, the majority of projects that your members deal with, I'm assuming that this is growth. In other words, does the tax base expand at all? I look across the river at Rensselaer County, Regeneron invested $800 million. They are paying more in taxes than what was there before, correct?
Significantly more.
Just
And their pilot payment is significantly more. And that's the perspective that we view this lens through is, yes, you can say there are some projects that may have happened otherwise, and the senator pointed to one that was very public recently. I cannot sit here and say 4,262 projects, or all of them are projects that we would support and we would say are good. I would say that any growth is a net benefit back, and the assumption that those projects would all happen anyways just isn't realistic. So it's net growth to the school districts.
And how many jobs have been created over there at Regeneron alone?
Regeneron, 3,754,000, somewhere in that range.
Which is more than Global Foundries, no disrespect.
Assemblywoman Warner's not here, I won't touch that one.
Last comment, because I understand, and, as we know, the Controller's Office has clear oversight over the IDAs. But it's been lost in discussion for the last 23 years I've been in government, is these local development corporations are growing up with 3 people on a corner, and they're spending a ton of taxpayers' money with very limited oversight because the ABO is minuscule in this effort. No disrespect to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Borrello.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Silva, good to see you.
Senator.
Yeah. Question for you, the same question I asked Hope Knight. We're talking about eliminating natural gas. There are very few industries, particularly manufacturing, that can survive without natural gas, where technology does not exist. How are we going to replace the massive loss of jobs and economic impact from eliminating natural gas?
I don't have the answer to that. What I will say is the position of the New York State EDC is that we have long supported our members, industrial development agencies and others. Reducing our carbon footprint is something we should 100% aspire to do. Bringing more clean energy onto the grid, whether it's wind, solar, hydro, is something we all should be trying to achieve. So we, in principle, support the CLCPA. We should be trying to reduce our carbon footprint. At the same time, we have to recognize that the timetable needs to work so that it doesn't put New York State at a competitive disadvantage. You highlighted Natural gas, and I'm very familiar with the project that you referenced in your district, can't happen, won't happen without access to natural gas. And I believe as the CLCPA scoping plan is being developed, there are carve-outs and there are provisions that would ensure manufacturers that need access to natural gas will have access to it.
For a limited time.
For a limited time, with
Yeah.
the whole, well, I don't believe they completely phase it out 100%, but I'd have to look at it.
Yes, it'll be far more expensive. Why would you just pick up and move to Pennsylvania?
Well, I don't
you
want
know,
them to move,
10
Senator. I want
5
them to
miles
stay
away.
here.
What's that? Yeah, I don't,
Well,
I don't
and
want
that's,
them to either.
that's a real, that's
make
a
it
real
unaffordable, that's what
challenge.
they're gonna do.
And we are concerned with the timetable and our ability to meet that. In order for us to meet the reduction in greenhouse gas, whether it's coal, natural gas, we can argue about nuclear being clean or not clean. In order for us to keep up with the demand, we have to exponentially grow the amount of wind, the amount of solar, the amount of hydro we produce here in New York. And on top of that, we also have to figure out how do we get it into transmission lines, how do we modernize that infrastructure, and how do we get it to the places in New York State that it's needed. So we are supportive of the CLCPA, but we continue to hope that this will not negatively impact our economic development attraction efforts.
I would say that your support for the CLCPA is divorced from the reality of what it means to have economic development in New York State. All due respect, I think you guys do a great job. You know, I'm a big supporter of the IDAs. I spent 10 years in county government. But this is not reality-based. And until it is, we are going to have a big problem. And you could blanket all of New York State with wind and solar, and it won't be enough power to replace the need that we're going to have. And that's the real issue.
Thank you. Assembly.
We go to Assemblyman Rivera.
Hi there.
Assemblyman, how are you, sir?
Good, good. I don't know if we've met yet. I'm one of the new folks, but I'm happy we're meeting right now. I have a couple questions, and given how short my time is, if you can just give me a relatively sort of yes or no's on this.
I'll do my best,
on what your
Assemblyman.
take is. And they're all going to be about the IDAs.
Sure.
So are there particular industries that you think the IDA should not be granting abatements to? For an example, fast food restaurants. Do you feel like we can impose some sort of straight standard and say, you know what, regardless of anything else, fast food restaurants shouldn't receive anything? Do you, yes or no?
I will work with you and the senator on the bill that you are potentially introducing around a third-party study. I'd be very interested in working with you on that.
So, yeah, okay. How would you, what's your position on town IDAs within counties that already have county IDAs?
I think it really does depend. I know there's 7, 8 in Erie
town?
County, right?
5 or so?
Is it 6? I apologize, I don't know. 7. I was around it.
Yeah.
It's very hard for me to say that the city of Albany shouldn't have its own industrial development agency and the county should.
Okay.
The economies are very uniquely different. It works in some areas, it works in others.
Would you support some other funding mechanism for IDAs? I think that there's a deep, deep disincentive that IDAs have to essentially agree for bad deals when they're in front of them. But as long as they seem to reap the benefit of a bad deal, what's really preventing them from making more bad deals? So would you think that, you know, are you open to sort of supporting another idea of how IDAs can actually
Generate
exist?
revenue for operational purposes?
Yeah.
There's models. The Schenectady Metroplex, I think, is a good model. That they have the city of Schenectady's IDA, the county of Schenectady's IDA under one umbrella. They have a consistent revenue stream which allows them to pursue other projects. There's a model in Texas that actually the state provides funding for local regional economic development efforts to operate their offices. So open and willing to 100% discuss other funding mechanisms.
Would you support an idea sort of like a universal wage floor considering local demographics? If we were to say something like, okay, you know, if we're going to grant some sort of benefit to an entity, let it be Amazon or let it be anything else, that there is a minimum wage that they have to employ people at if they're going to receive a benefit. And that minimum wage can take into account whatever local nature, market, whatever dictates. Would you support something like that?
And no, and can I caveat with why? Because I don't believe that jobs created and retained is the only thing that industrial development agencies should be looking at when determining whether or not they want to support a project. Because we've talked about blight reduction, we've talked about clean energy production, and those things are important things that I think IDA should be working on that don't necessarily tie strictly to job growth. Good job paying, yes. We should be looking at good paying jobs.
Thank you. Senate?
Thank you. Next is Senator Murray.
Okay, thank you very much, and to both of you for being here. Thank you, Chairwoman. Director Silva, first let me make a statement about IDAs. Big fan, with one caveat, and that caveat is that when we're providing New York taxpayer incentives to companies to hire, those hires should be New York State residents. Out-of-state hires should not count anytime. Just my statement. I want to move on to something else. Assemblyman Sturpey brought up a great point in the last segment about the tying in of workforce development with childcare. And I'll ask a couple of questions and then wait for your response here. So, in speaking with businesses and workers, in addition to job training, one of the top issues I hear is the struggle with childcare. Do you think it would be a good idea to create more incentives for businesses to create and have on-site childcare services? And I know we do some, but could we increase that? And would that get more people back into the workforce? Or did I ask the wrong person?
No, I mean, I don't want to.
Again, not my area of expertise, but I will say this, and this is just my anecdotal recall. At Columbia University Medical Center, in the pandemic, we had many challenges, but one of the challenges we had was childcare for our nurses, our doctors, our environmental health professionals, folks who couldn't work at home, folks who we needed on campus. And everything we tried to do to make it work, a lot of the barriers were, okay, what do these people do with their kids because they can't go to school, they're afraid may be the wrong word, babysitters weren't an option, whatever it was. That, all I could say from, again, my perspective, during the pandemic, that was one of our greatest challenges.
I would just add that incentivizing it is part of the challenge, but the logistical challenges from a regulatory standpoint of opening an on-site childcare facility for a manufacturing company, let's say, for example, to say it is burdensome would be an understatement. I think that it warrants looking at, is there a way to streamline the process by which a childcare facility, which may be attached to an industry attraction effort, becomes more simplified. Same thing we're trying to do with the Shovel Ready initiative. We're trying to streamline the local zoning and approval processes as we incentivize people to come here. There can be some things, I think, done that would simplify that. I don't have those answers because I'm not a child care expert, but I would welcome engaging them in that conversation.
Yeah, and I will say, the governor, I give her nothing but credit here for the last year, and again this year, she's shown not only a willingness, but desire to tackle this issue, and I look forward to working with her on it. And we should reduce the regulatory obstacles as long as safety and health that must stay in place, but we can speed up the process too, I think. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Assembly.
Assemblyman Gray.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Appreciate your time spending it with us today. I want to hear some of your thoughts on, so I come from the experience that I sat in IDA, I sat on the REDC, and I also sat on the Ready Commission. So the IDAs definitely we know is a local approach. REDC is more of a top-down approach, and the Ready Commission was more of an in-between approach, if you're familiar with that commission, that incorporated some strong oversight from the state as well as some tremendous amount of local input on project selection. So just a little bit on your thoughts on what do you think the best approach is for New York State in terms of economic development? And then secondly, minimum wage that's indexed to inflation. It's an important thing. I think if many people know they're in business, we all know that of the labor shortage that's going on out there. And supply and demand is really driving wages right now. Does it require government intervention at this point in time? Or is the marketplace taking care of it?
Thank you, Assemblyman. I only had 2 out of those 3. I did the regional councils, and I haven't worked at an IDA, but certainly they make up a good group, a portion of our membership. New York State is a home rule state. And so long as New York State is a home rule state, I think local control, local engagement, ground-up economic development, more holistically across the board, is fundamentally the best approach. Nobody knows their community better than the people who live in it. Those who work at industrial development agencies, they're public servants, they're public employees. They live in the communities that they serve, and ultimately they want to see the quality of life in their communities grow, increase, and do better. The Regional Economic Development Council model is a great model because when you can collaborate around a regional strategy, so there are instances where it makes sense for the focus on semiconductors in one region, makes sense to focus on optics and photonics, on life sciences. So developing strategies and then identifying projects makes sense, but they all have to work together. Empire State Development has to be working collaboratively with IDAs, vice versa with other state agencies, and I would say we're in a really good place right now with that relationship. So on the second part, I would defer to the Business Council. You know, we recognize that minimum wage is a very important topic. I know the governor proposed indexing it. That is something that we would not oppose.
It will not surprise you to add that my answer is going to be similar to the previous previous questions. The best way to do this is to attract talent, especially when you're talking about science, because there is so much federal money out there. The more talent you have in this state, the more economic activity, the more jobs, the more startups, the more intellectual property you're going to have.
Thank you. Senator Oberacker.
Good afternoon. My question is for Vice President Frommer. You know, early on in my career, I was a food scientist who then kind of transformed into a research chef, so where we've merged kind of the two philosophies of culinary and science. Representing over 7 counties, one of which is the Schoharie County, Schoharie Valley, really was the breadbasket, if you will, of New York during, revolutionary times. Is there any thought to potentially opening up what we're doing here for a food side premise? And the reason I say that is because if you really think about it, 3 times a day we're consuming some food. What better delivery system, if you will, to improve upon health? And I'll leave you with this quote, an apple a day. So with that, I'd like to hear your, yes.
First, Senator, I should note that it has been 25 years. I used to live in Otsego County. Lived there for 2.5 years, spent a lot of time there, so I know that area of the state pretty well. I was Senator Moynihan's upstate director, so I covered 33 counties, including Schoharie County. He's also spent some time there as well. Not my area of expertise. My focus is biomedical research, but I believe the model of attracting talent and the research dollars that follows that talent is a good model. And likewise, when you lose that talent, you don't just lose the great researcher, the great chef, whatever the area of expertise may be, you lose all their research funding. The way that NIH is worked, the R01 grant, it is specifically tied, not to the institution, but to the primary investigator. So when we bring in someone in, we're not just bringing in a brilliant scientist, we're bringing in $1 million, $2 million, $3 million in existing grants. And there's going to be future grants. So yes, I happen to think, my bias, you want to call it that, this is a good model for any type of science.
And being on the higher ed committee as well, I have Cobleskill College, I have, of course, SUNY Oneonta, now SUNY University, or University of Oneonta, which have some nutritional and other programs. I just think it'd be a perfect tie-in, and what better way to extend out these monies that we are allocating. And again, I go back to an ROI. I think it'd be a fantastic ROI. So thank you for that. Thank you for the work you're doing. And if you need a county to roll this out in, or a district to roll this out in, I'd be more than happy to.
Well, Senator, you should know that Columbia has a very strong relationship with Bassett Healthcare in Cooperstown, a specific program where we have medical students who do, I want to say, 1.5 years of medical school in New York, do their basic sciences, and then do their clinical years up at Bassett.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe the assembly is complete. So Senator O'Mara to close for the Senate.
Great. Thank you. And good afternoon. Maybe just a comment, maybe a response from you, Mr. Silva, on this. I serve on the Southern Tier Regional Economic Development Council. And it's very frustrating in that role that still every decision is made here in Albany on the second floor, virtually, despite the input and the work that the regional members do on all these projects. And a lot of projects that are very highly recommended, unanimously recommended from the regional council, fall on deaf ears here in Albany, don't get funded with any state program dollars. And a lot of those, the only incentives they can get come locally from the local IDA. And without those local IDAs, the local governments wouldn't have any opportunity to incentivize projects in their areas that are not approved at the state level. And I just think that having that local ability to provide these incentives is critically important in many areas of the state, particularly the very depressed southern tier region of New York State that I represent a large portion of. So just want to thank you for the work of all the IDAs in the state that provide this important work and do help us provide industries. Can we improve on things? I'm sure we can, but
Yes.
It just seems to me that they're a very valuable asset that we need to have when every other decision is made on the second floor of the state capitol. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
And
you,
actually,
Senator.
the Assembly did realize they have some more questions.
Just a
Helene
question,
Weinstein.
a question for Mr. Silva. Some years ago, there were presentations of the regional economic councils to the SEAT, the strategic,
Implementation Assessment Team.
Okay.
I still remember the acronym. There we go.
good. Does that still exist?
That's a good question. I know they've moved away from doing the annual once-a-year award ceremony to more of a rolling process on the Empire State Development, which we think is a good thing, right? Because economic development happens more than one time
Why
a
don't I
year.
stop you? Let me just.
Yeah.
So when I became chair of Ways and Means,
Sure.
I was appointed as the Assembly member to the SEAT. Assemblywoman Donna Lopardo was also appointed to the SEAT. For a couple of years, we were invited to the presentations of the REDCs. I haven't been invited to anything in the past 2 years. I would agree with Senator O'Mara that the recommendations didn't necessarily follow what the awards were, but we did meet. I actually participated at award ceremonies up here. But I'm just really curious if that strategic task force still exists, how it was authorized in the first place, and if it's been disbanded. I'm not necessarily looking for more work, but I'm really curious about why I haven't been informed either that it's been disbanded or that there are meetings that I should be attending.
Assemblywoman, I unfortunately do not have an answer to that question. I think that is a question that Empire State Development could provide an answer to.
Okay.
Because we used to go out and do some road shows too.
Right, yeah, and it
Those were
was
fun.
actually very informative.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I will follow up then with Hope Knight. I neglected to ask her when she was here. Thank you.
Thank you. Then thank you both gentlemen for being with us.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Assembly members.
Next, we're calling up Panel C, New Yorkers for Fiscal Fairness, Ron Deutsch, Strong Economy for All Coalition, Michael Kink, and Reinvent Albany, Elizabeth Marcello. Good afternoon. Okay, I guess we'll go in the order I see you in, starting with Ron Deutsch.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to testify here. Thank you to the distinguished members of various committees. This is my 30th time appearing before you. It's our Pearl anniversary. We can celebrate together, so that's wonderful. I won't be giving you any pearls, but maybe drop a few pearls of knowledge that I've accumulated over the last 30 years of frustration trying to reform economic development programs. Let me start with the fact that I think first and foremost, we should be freezing any new tax incentives, tax abatements, and tax credits, in particular to businesses in New York State this year. Right now, we are in the midst of a study that's being done by PFM, looking at all the different tax credit programs New York State operates. Perhaps we should wait until next year to get the results of that study to determine whether or not these tax incentives are effective. All research I've seen from credible economists show that they are not effective and that they do not create jobs in the way that many folks are saying they do. So rather than doubling down this year with new tax credits, perhaps we should be freezing them instead. I would also suggest that when it comes to IDAs, Senator Ryan and Assemblyman Bronson, both chairs of their respective committees, have introduced legislation that would prevent IDAs from abating school taxes. We released a report yesterday, Good Jobs First released an amazing report yesterday that was only possible as a result of some data victories that we've had with the Government Accountability Standards Board. But we're realizing now we're losing nearly $2 billion in school revenue that IDAs are doling out each year, and in particular in 2021. So that report really details those losses and does so by school district. We'd be happy to make sure we provide that to you. I would also like to say that in my limited time here, we need to start redefining and reframing and redirecting how we think about economic development here in New York State. I will tell you this, what is real economic development? SUNY and CUNY are real economic development in New York State. Child care investments are real economic development in New York State. When you think about SUNY and CUNY alone, let's look at the fact that there's nearly a $30 billion economic impact. There's an $8 return for every dollar invested in SUNY. CUNY graduates earned a combined $57 billion annually, $28 billion more than individuals without a college education, and CUNY graduates paid about $4.2 billion in state income taxes. SUNY would be one of the top 10 employers in New York State, employs about 80,000 faculty and staff. And the most important statistic I think I can impart to you in my few seconds left is that when we talk about outmigration and stemming outmigration, about 78 to 79% of students that graduate SUNY and CUNY remain in New York State and work in New York State full time. That is economic development.
Thank you all for the opportunity to testify. I am Elizabeth Marcello. I'm a senior research analyst with reInvent Albany. We advocate for open, accountable state government. reInvent Albany strongly supports broad, fair, evidence-based New York State investments in physical, social, and workforce infrastructure. Think Erie Canal, clean water, MTA capital plan, universal pre-kindergarten, childcare, community colleges, and technical education. These forms of economic development produce a high return on the taxpayer's investment. We also support state efforts to help bring private sector by modernizing licensing processes, ensuring regulations are sensible, and taxes and fees are fair and reasonable. Unfortunately, New York State is spending an estimated $5 billion a year on economic development, mostly in the form of tax breaks for big businesses. The state's theory is that wealthy business owners will use state subsidies to hire people who will create more wealth for the business owner. This used to be called trickle-down economics. Baked into the state subsidy logic is that wealthy business owners will not hire more employees or grow their businesses without state subsidies, and this is completely untrue. New York State's most authoritative study of business subsidies remains the 2013 report to the Governor's Tax Reform and Fairness Commission, which, as Assemblymember Bronson noted, said, business incentives violate principles of good tax policies and tenets of good budgeting. And research conducted since the mid-1950s do not show that they impact net economic gains. And I would add that, in fact, there is an overwhelming national consensus among independent experts from the left, right, and center that government subsidies to businesses are a very ineffective use of public funds. We strongly recommend that New York State moves towards economic development based on facts, fairness, and measurability. Sadly, the governor's budget doubles down on discredited, politically driven economic spending and bad public policy. One example among dozens, community colleges produce a very high return on investment for public funding and house a substantial portion of the state's workforce development programs. Yet the governor wants to cut upstate funding for community colleges upstate by 8.8% to $735 million, while raising the film tax credit by 55% to $700 million a year. Regarding the governor's budget, we urge the legislature to reject billions of new and expanded state business subsidies. That means no to expansion of film tax credits, no to theatrical tax credit, no to resurrecting Startup New York as Epic, no to the expansion of the Excelsior tax program, no state financing for horse racing facilities, no to state subsidies for sports stadiums, arenas, convention centers, no to the extension of inefficient 421A tax abatements, freeze existing subsidies, and roll back select subsidies like fully ending this New York State Opportunity Zone tax abatement program.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Kink.
Hi, thanks to the chairs and the members. Appreciate the opportunity to testify. I'll be the third person on the panel to say we should be investing public funds in public goods, things that benefit all communities, in education, early education, higher education, in clean energy, in housing, in beautiful public parks. Those are the kinds of things that benefit all communities and all businesses and provide a real payoff. We've talked about higher ed, in childcare, in early education. Investments in those public programs have a 12-to-1 payoff in the lowest income communities and an across-the-board 8-to-1 payoff, as documented by the studies of the Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis. Commissioner Knight sat here and said that she viewed the cost-benefit analysis as $1 above what they invest. If you can get a 12-to-1 payoff investing in low-income children, you should do that. The problem we have here is a system that doesn't work, and I don't think it's a Commissioner Knight problem. I think it's a systemic structural problem. Ms. Jackson asked about hiring and workforce for young people and people of color. No answers. Mr. Sturpey asked about clean energy being robbed by Micron. It was clear they're robbing the clean energy. No resolution, no discussion. Mr. Bronson asked about equity and inclusion. No data, no plans. Chair Ryan asked about the details on data, basic facts. Last year, the Senate held like an 8-hour, 9-hour hearing, and it was clear over and over they didn't have the basic facts. When outsiders have established the facts, we found, total corruption and ripoffs. Yesterday, the report was released that IDAs have defunded local school districts to the tune of $1.8 billion. Some districts lose $10,000 per child because of the tax breaks that IDAs are giving out. To fast food companies, to a car dealer, it's crazy. The other thing that's happening is large-scale projects that benefit billionaires. Tesla, the Buffalo Bills Stadium, the Penn Station redevelopment, even Belmont and the billionaires' playthings with horses, all of those benefit Elon Musk. They benefit Stephen Roth and Stephen Ross. They benefit the Pagulas. Those are billionaire business leaders. They don't need public money the way that low-income people, homeless people, school kids, and public universities need money. We should be investing in public goods. And I'll agree with Ron. We should absolutely press pause on any new subsidies while the audit is going. We should pass the Ryan Bronson bill to crack down on IDAs that defund local school districts. We should look at Ron Kim's bill that would put an across-the-board stop on all economic development programs. If we took 5 years and every year we took 20% of the giveaways and we invested that in people and communities, we'd get a better payoff and you all would be able to show concrete returns to your constituents. Thank you.
Thank you. Question by Senator Sean Ryan.
So, the 2013 report you referenced seemed to suggest that the $1 billion of economic development money we were spending wasn't working. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
That is accurate.
But how could it be with all the ribbon cuttings and groundbreakings, gold shovels, that this hasn't yielded the strongest economy of any of the 50 states. I mean, we're spending so much on this. Why doesn't it work?
It's hard to believe, isn't it?
It's hard to believe.
It's hard to believe. But every independent analysis, this is analyses that are not funded by the agencies themselves, not funded by trade groups, not funded by special interests, have shown that business subsidies do not work.
And I think too, I'd quote former Mayor Mike Bloomberg here when he said that, if your business plan is dependent on public subsidies and tax abatements, then it's not a very good business plan.
I mean,
So
the other
where
thing,
should
it's,
we- I'm sorry.
no, I think it's fair to look at the fact that some of these things are done to generate headlines, and that's a real problem. It's a problem for members from all over the state. It's a problem for governors from both parties. You're paying for a ribbon cutting that gets you a short-term headline rather than the long-term investment in people and communities that really pays off. That's a real thing, and I think that's an important part of the problem.
Yeah.
So where should we be, putting our resources? I read somewhere, I don't know if this is all accurate, but that for every dollar we put into SUNY CUNY, we get about $8 back.
Yes.
Every dollar we put into economic development, we lose about 50 cents. Is that about right?
Yeah, I think the return on investment for things like higher education, for childcare, for home care, these are all things that are necessary in our society and actually create jobs, create investment, create income, provide businesses with the things they need, a skilled workforce. With childcare for their workers who need childcare to get to work. So I think it's been a systemic problem for decades now in how we look at economic development in New York. We really need to not be timid anymore and continue this notion of, just because we keep doing the same thing over and over again, it does not make it right and just, right? We need to rethink this. And we need a real paradigm shift here in the way we think about economic development, because what we're doing, quite frankly, is not working.
My time is expiring, but I thank you, for your work and research and your facts on this subject.
Thank you. Assembly member.
Assemblyman Bronson.
Thank you. So we've known that there's been inequities and disparities in our society for a long time. COVID, however, brought that to light pretty significantly, whether you're talking healthcare or otherwise. We, I think, are at a moment in time where, having experienced the pandemic and see what happens to some of our families in our systems, and seeing the racial tension that exists in our streets and reckoning with that, we're at a moment of time to look at our policy decisions, look at our funding decisions, to see if we're moving closer to equity, right? So my question, and I think you touched on this through your narrative testimony and answering Senator Ryan's questions, but look at, you're asking for a transformative change and approach to economic development. And so could you just wrap that around equity and inclusion and fairness, and expand a little bit more on childcare, education investments, investing in people and communities versus investing in billionaires. This is for each of you to just take a little bit of time to expand a little bit more on that.
Yeah, I will say, let's look at the facts, right? I mean, if we look at Buffalo has received billions of dollars in economic incentives. And so is Rochester, so now Syracuse, right? But what do they have in common? They have the highest child poverty rates in America, pretty much, right? They're in the top 10 metro areas every year. So, when we think about businesses locating in an area, we think about quality of life issues. We think about, access to a skilled labor force. So that's why I'm saying we need to rethink how we approach this, right?
If we want to do tax credits, we should be doing credits like the earned income tax credit and expanding that, the child tax credit and expanding that. Those are tangible things that put money in people's hands who need it and create social mobility and economic mobility for the people who desperately need it. So the approach we have now is just a failed approach, and we need to have the courage, quite frankly, to admit that and to move forward in a new way.
I appreciate the question, and I would also add that not only do business subsidies not work to create and grow jobs, but they also contribute to increased inequality in communities. So I really appreciate you bringing this up.
Yeah. The fact that there's no concentrated attention to that is the biggest problem. I can go on, my time is out here, but the recent federal stimulus money gave us a real opportunity to use money to do that, to coordinate state, local funding, to target the lowest income communities and communities that have been left out. There was a perfect opportunity to do that if we had leaders at ESDC to help make that happen. We just don't.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Senator Wolzak.
Thanks so much, Chairwoman. So ESD testified this morning and with a straight face said the film tax credit gets a 9-to-1 return on investment for New York State taxpayers. You say SUNY gets an 8-to-1 return on investment. That's okay. GDP versus government spending, I would like to hear all three of your answers. What is the right percentage for New Yorkers to be spending compared to our GDP? So how much of a percentage of our GDP should we be spending on overall state budgeting in order to have a good economic growth outlook in New York?
I don't have that figure at my fingertips at this point, so I would ask to maybe answer that question later.
I apologize. I have a PhD, but it's in urban planning and not in economics, so I will yield the floor to Mr. King.
I've got the figures on this computer. It might take me a second, but I think we calculated 2 years ago when we were in the pandemic crisis that the percentage of government spending in New York, if we adjusted it to the percentage of government spending in Canada, that we could dramatically increase our investments by about $50 billion a year. We could build housing to house every homeless person. We could have clean, affordable energy for your constituents and everyone else's. We wouldn't be going to like Soviet Russia styles of confiscatory taxation. We'd be about where Toronto and Montreal are, where they offer adequate health care to everybody, where people can afford their medications. That kind of society has stronger, more vibrant local economies. There's not this dramatic division between the rich and the poor, and there's a better day-to-day life for small businesses, for families, and everybody. So I don't know if I'm up here. I certainly will get it to you, Senator, the percentages, but that's about what we're talking about, the combination of national and provincial taxes in Canada versus the combination of federal and state taxes
For
here in the
purposes
US.
of this conversation, I think Canada spends about 30% more than New York State by GDP and total government spending.
Yeah, so I
And
would
you-
argue for that level of increased investment in
You
people
would
and
say
communities.
over half of New York's GDP should
No,
be spent on government.
30%. Let me figure out the number. I'll get it to you. I don't want to be accurate.
I
don't wanna
can't
be-
imagine a New York that has a good economic outlook with that level of government spending, but I appreciate the feedback.
Toronto and Montreal are doing pretty good. Oh.
Yeah.
Next, Assembly? No Assembly? Senator Murray.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for being here. So I'm listening to you, and in principle, I agree with what you're saying in that we should not be providing incentives and taxpayer money to those who really don't need it, to the Buffalo Bills or to major corporations. I agree with you. However, I do believe incentives can help. I believe we should refocus them, reimagine what we're doing with them, focus them more on smaller businesses that really do need the help. But I really would like to jump on what you said about childcare. I think we should lead the nation. I think we should be taking these incentives that we're giving in some forms and moving it to incentivize childcare and work with us to maybe reduce some of the regulations, to streamline it, to increase that. We're battling against other states who do have IDAs, who do give out the same things. So how do we balance that? As was mentioned earlier, at the end of many of the shows, you see the Georgia Peach, and we're saying, why aren't they here? The reality is, other states are giving out these incentives. How do we compete if we don't?
Right. Well, I would suggest that not engaging in this race to the bottom is a good start, right? And I agree with you that we need to start rethinking how we structure these deals, how we structure economic development in New York. But, I think we're under-investing in a lot of ways in a lot of programs that do in fact work and can make a difference. So for instance, I've been up here, again, 30 times, right? And one of the programs that I've been touting is the Entrepreneurial Assistance Program, which has been around since 1987, and it's been funded at about $1.7 million since then. But it helps women and families of color create jobs, create businesses in their own communities. And
Not to interrupt, is that through SUNY?
no, that's not through SUNY. It's a program operated through Empire State Development. But it's one of those programs that, again, is grossly underfunded, underappreciated, and it's got a great return on investment, and it's creating businesses throughout New York State. They're micro businesses, right? Less than 5 employees, but still businesses being created in New York State, creating opportunity. A lot of those are home-based childcare businesses, for instance. So obviously there's a need for childcare. We should be looking at expanding programs like that as well. So I think there's a lot we can do if we work together and reimagine this system rather than continuing to do everything that doesn't work.
No, I agree with you on that. And trying to piggyback on something that Ms. Marcella said about businesses don't hire because of incentives. As a small business owner, businesses hire because that means they're succeeding. If they're hiring, they're growing. If they're growing, they're succeeding. That's a good thing. We should help them to do this. I feel that we punish success here in New York way too much, but I agree with you. I think we should kind of reinvent the direction we're going, but childcare should be top of the list. Thank you.
Thank you, Assembly? Nope. So I guess just me. Thank you very much. So we keep having this debate about what we're doing and investing in and what we're not investing in. And one argument is that there's a much better use of that money. Another argument is that our taxes are just too high. So I'm curious, have any of you done any research on other states that actually show having a more even playing field with not giving away so many tax abatements and exemptions to certain kinds of businesses result in a lower base tax for all the business in the state that's actually an advantage to that state? Because I feel like we're having this race to the bottom and that it's not working for us.
Well, I'll say I'm not suggesting that New York should move to the public policies of Florida and Alabama.
Okay.
But in the press release and the study that was released yesterday about IDAs defunding local school districts, in Florida and Alabama, you cannot give tax breaks that defund local schools. That's not allowed. And so, certainly could be argued that Florida and Alabama have lower taxes than New York. I don't think it's the right approach. I think investing in great public universities like SUNY and the University of California and the University of Illinois has paid off well for some of the more progressive states over time. But, if Florida and Alabama can stop gutting local school districts with giveaway tax breaks, maybe New York could too.
Anyone else?
Yeah, okay.
No? Okay. That was really my question for you today. Thank you. I think I was the last legislator.
Can I give Senator Walczak his number? Is that okay?
You can give him what, I'm sorry?
His number, he was looking for the
Sure, give him
percentage.
his
So
number.
Canada does spend 30% of GDP. Here in New York, with the combination of federal, state, and local, we spend about 26. So the recommendation would be to spend 4% more of GDP. It's about $70 billion. And it would allow those kinds of transformative investments in local communities that can really make a difference.
Thank you. I'm not letting him have more time, sorry. Although he did bring me pretzels and candy in an attempt to bribe me for more time. But I'm going to thank you all very much for your attendance today. Thank you. Next panel, John Sheeb from Sheeb Associates and David O'Rourke, CEO and President of New York Racing Association. In theory, thought tax hearing would start at 2. Clearly, it's not going to. But we're estimating probably a maximum of another hour. My colleague is more optimistic, a half hour. So don't go too far if you're here for the tax hearing, but if you need to grab something, you do have time to go and come back. Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon, whichever of you would wish to start.
They have to be here for it.
This is true.
Thank you for inviting me. I can provide sources for all of my testimony regarding the proposed $455 million state loan for Belmont Park. So what kind of destination are we building here? If you use the past 5-year averages, the new Belmont Park will now be the destination where more horses go to die than any other track in America. And so it can be reasoned then that a 30-year loan will fund 1,800 more dead horses just during the debt service period. Horse racing isn't a public works project, it's a gambling business, and our Constitution mandates that the betting on horses make a reasonable revenue for New York State. New York didn't sign up for years of completely unverified economic impact claims. They demand wagering taxes. Other forms of gambling contribute billions every 12 months. NYRA's wagering taxes round to 0, down almost 80% in recent decades. New York's 11 tracks combined pay only $10 million in wagering taxes a year. As a comparison, that's exactly the same amount racing paid 80 years ago in the middle of the Second World War in 1942 with only 5 tracks. It would take NYRA 83 years to remit what mobile sports betting paid just last year. NYRA hasn't been profitable enough to pay its franchise fee to New York State in 14 years. Racing's handle numbers may sound impressive, but 80% of those bets are made from out of state, where those states tax the wagering, not New York. And why on earth would New York loan money to build a luxury new track with such disastrous attendance? Since 1978, Belmont attendance is down 88%, and Aqueduct down an astounding 94%. NYRA's franchise ends in 10 years. New York State's about to loan $500 million with no one signing up for the second half of the debt service. Remember, job claims are just claims. New York State agencies don't collect, and more importantly, they don't verify any data on racing's jobs or economic impact. None. Why would New York support these type of jobs anyway? We have 854 dead horses at Belmont and Aqueduct just since 2009. On top of that, and importantly, right now in New York courts, horse doping crimes are responsible for the largest criminal sports indictments of any kind in the history of the United States. Is all this really what taxpayers want you legislators to spend their money on? Are we proud of this mess? If NYRA's seeking a loan, they should contact the Buffalo Bills. Apparently they have just come into a lot of cash recently. Thank you.
To the chairs and members of the Senate and Assembly committees, thank you for allowing me to testify today. This is an honor. My name is David O'Rourke, and I am the President and CEO of the New York Racing Association, which holds the exclusive franchise to conduct thoroughbred racing at Aqueduct, Belmont Park, and Saratoga Racecourse. Across New York, horse racing is responsible for 19,000 jobs and more than $3 billion in annual economic impact that stretches to every corner of the state. New York Thoroughbred Racing is growing its fan base and is increasing in popularity, regularly setting new wagering records and dramatically expanding national television coverage of the sport. With that statewide reach in mind, I'd like to focus my testimony on Belmont Park. Belmont has long been a crown jewel in American horse racing, but it was built over a century ago and has not been renovated since 1968. As a result, the venue lacks amenities that fans expect. It is not ADA compliant, it is not environmentally friendly, and it is not, most importantly, winterized, limiting Belmont's use to just a few months each year. In response, NYRA has developed a plan to build a new, modern racing facility at Belmont to reimagine the experience for our fans while creating jobs and securing the future of the sport in New York. We are pleased that authorization for this project was included in Governor Hochul's budget proposal, and according to an analysis by HR&A Advisors, this construction project alone will create $1 billion in economic activity, sustain 3,700 jobs, generate $45 million in tax revenues. After construction, it will produce $155 million in annual economic impact, support 740 new full-time jobs, and generate $51 million in labor income and $10 million in new tax revenue annually. It will also allow us to consolidate downstate racing, relinquishing our interest in an over 100-acre parcel of developable land at Aqueduct Racetrack to the state, which was recently appraised at over $1 billion. Unlike other development initiatives, this project comes at no cost to taxpayers. NYRA will pay back every dollar loaned by the state plus interest. These figures are immense, and while I know this is a budget hearing, these dollars and cents are just part of the story. Supporting a new Belmont also means supporting thousands of New Yorkers who rely on horse racing for their livelihoods, like the backstretch community at Belmont, who will benefit from the construction of new housing and upgraded facilities throughout the property, like the farmhands who work on nearly 300 breeding farms that operate in almost every county of the state, or the cleaning staff and the servers at hotels and restaurants in Saratoga Springs, or the cooks, the carpenters, security guards, tellers, and more at Belmont. That's why organized labor, small family-owned farms, and leading business groups, as well as 68% of New Yorkers, support this economic development initiative because it delivers for New York families. I urge you to support the governor's proposal and look forward to working with you during the budget and beyond. Thank you for your time. I'm ready to answer any questions.
Thank you. I guess I'm the one senator with questions. So you want the state to guarantee the bonds. What happens if we end our franchise with NYRA before you've paid us back?
So with this development, the land owns Belmont Park. These monies would be invested into Belmont Park, and it is an asset that stays in a business sense within the balance sheet of the state.
Well, we own the land, so that's our asset regardless.
That's correct.
We shouldn't have to sell the land to pay back your bonds. So how would you pay us back?
Well, no, the actual asset would increase in value,
Say
Senator.
that one more time?
The actual asset would increase in value greatly.
Only if someone else wants to take up a horse racing franchise, right?
Well, it would also, the actual building right now is 1.3 million square feet. Part of the project is to create an incredible amount of green space. One project going on right now at Belmont is to access the infield, which has never been accessed, and that alone is 45 acres of green space, park-like land.
And you would have to pay back, I believe it was 26 million a year, is that correct?
That is correct, Senator.
So, and it's from VLT revenue, is that correct?
From a specific stream of VLT revenue that is restricted for use on the state properties. It's a CapEx stream of VLT revenue, yes.
So how much is your annual income from that now?
Approximately $35 billion.
So what won't you be able to pay back anymore or pay for anymore because most of it will now be going to paying back bonds?
Well, our objective would be to accelerate the payback through a diversification of business lines that we've been engaged in the last 5 years.
Can you say that to me one more time? I don't think I understood or heard.
Sure. Well, over the last 5 years, NYRA was had a very specific business model historically where it was, you ran the racetrack. It was very much brick and mortar, wagering at the track. Over the last 5 years, we've expanded into television coverage with almost 1,000 hours of media coverage and the distribution of wagering. The business model is completely changed.
And some of your materials propose that you need to do this in order to get the Belmont Stakes at least once at Aqueduct. Have you talked to anyone from National Racing Association to know that this is actually going to happen?
That would be the Breeders' Cup. It would allow us to actually monetize the Belmont Stakes to a much higher degree, but we would also be able to bring the Breeders' Cup, which is in a sense the worldwide Super Bowl of horse racing, to Belmont on a rotation, which would be every 4 to 5 years. And yes, we have a commitment from them to do that, absolutely.
And it's my understanding that horse racing revenues are just going down for a variety of reasons nationally. Is there any evidence that other states that have invested significantly in redoing their tracks have actually seen a growth in racing?
There are. There's an example in Virginia, Colonial Downs, which was reopened about 5 years ago, and Churchill Downs, which has the first leg of the Triple Crown. Belmont has the last, and they are currently undergoing another project of $200 million investment in that facility.
Thank you, we're out of time. Assembly.
We go to the chair of our racing committee, Assemblyman Pretlow, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, gentlemen. Your testimony just sounded like the yin and the yang. I don't know, is it up or is it down? I just have a couple of questions, and the senator asked a couple of them, so I will be brief. During the period of construction, and operations move to Aqueduct Racetrack, will there be any loss of racing days?
No, there will not.
So you'll maintain the same, excuse me, the same number of racing days. And on average, how much does NYRA spend a year on capital improvements?
On average, 25 to 35 million. A lot of that, we've been preparing for this, so we have been investing heavily in the infrastructure and the housing conditions, specifically on the backside of
So the money that's
operations.
going to be used to pay back this loan is about equal to what you've been spending on an annual basis to date, is that correct?
That's correct, but that would be with, for instance, we currently operate 2 million square feet. We will be going down to about half of that when this is complete.
All righty, and NYRA is 100% confident that it can repay $25.8 million a year for the next 20 years?
Beyond that, yes, we are.
All righty. Once Belmont redevelopment is completed and racing concludes at Aqueduct, how long do you anticipate until the state is able to use the land that's now hosted by Aqueduct for other purposes?
Approximately 3 years. Some of the building could be used before that. Particularly, we just need the racetrack itself.
Okay, well, the existing infrastructure has to be torn down. Would that be the state responsibility or NYRA's responsibility?
The primary infrastructure at Aqueduct right now is literally attached to the Resorts World Casino, so that would not.
So there are no grandstands there now?
The grandstand is the Resorts World Casino at the moment. Where we operate out of is the clubhouse.
So you just
a
have
small
the
section of
clubhouse there. Okay, and how many acres will become available for development?
Over 100, approximately
So
110.
100 acres in the middle of Queens.
Correct.
Close to the airport will become available, and the state would have the ability to lease that land out or sell it for at least a minimum of $1 billion. My number's correct.
Its value is $1 billion. I would imagine that it's a multiple of that, the potential.
All righty. And right now, how many employees does Belmont have?
We actually operate as a circuit, so we never operate 2 tracks at once.
Right now, so just so the employees that are at Belmont now will all work out of Aqueduct while the construction is going on at Belmont, and then they'll all come back to Belmont after it's complete. So there's, to your knowledge, there'll be no loss of jobs of individuals that work at the existing racetracks now, is that correct?
That is absolutely correct.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Yes, Senator Murray jumped in.
Just one quick question. We've mentioned and we talked about the Buffalo Bills and what they got last year. Is there a difference between what happened last year with that and what Belmont is getting? And if so, what is the difference?
I believe that was a grant, there were grants involved, that wasn't, I can't attest to that, but I believe it was grants. This is a loan that literally we will be paying back. So in a sense, since the state owns all of these assets, you would think of it as dividend yourself off the Aqueduct property, invest $500 million to improve Belmont, and I think it's accretive from day one.
And the loan is not interest-free, correct?
It is not, no.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Assemblywoman Warner?
Thank you, gentlemen. I represent Saratoga Springs, and my colleague reminds me that the Travers is actually the Super Bowl of racing. But I have to say, I experience what the economic impact of racing is, from the farms that grow the hay and the straw to the veterinary practices and the farriers and the people who work on the breeding farms and the agriculture industry that is really what racing is all about. I see that along with the tourism. So I just have two questions for you. One, what is the importance of having racing throughout the year? What's the importance of the winter racing to support the equine industry in the state? And then secondly, we do know that outside of Saratoga Springs, that attendance is off at racetracks. So could you reflect for a little while on what are the measures that you use to determine whether you are having a successful year or not?
The second question I remembered, I can go back to the first, Assemblywoman Warner. The second question would be, the metrics we use, sports has changed. I mean, using 1978, actually I think was the number mentioned earlier, I think that was the year Affirmed won the Triple Crown. The sports business was a completely different animal than it is today. Today it is about media distribution, experiences at the track have changed. So we need to actually bring the product that the consumer wants. And what they want are media distribution in terms of television, and we've worked from 80 hours 5 years ago to over 800 hours today, and that supports the distribution of our wagering. Sports betting, the expansion of sports betting opens a massive opportunity and a massive customer base that dovetails with exactly what we've been doing in the racing industry for 100 years almost. And we measure ourselves on viewership. We have 800 hours. We average 50,000 to 100,000 people on a regular race day watching our program. And then on the Belmont Stakes, if there's a Triple Crown, you're looking at close to 20 million people, 5 million on a down year. So these numbers are huge. We look at attendance, you have to really look at audience and how they consume. And it's different than it was 30, 40 years ago.
And winter racing, how important is it to be able to race year-round?
It's extremely important to specifically the breeding industry in New York. And New York breeds some of the best racehorses in the country and in the world. And to have a continuity of a racing circuit year-round that supports the New York bred, it's part of our core mission.
And if we didn't have racing at the downstate tracks, if we didn't have racing at Belmont, which is currently crumbling, if we didn't have racing at Aqueduct, would the race meet at Saratoga be as successful?
It would be quite different, and that scenario would be likely catastrophic to the breeding industry in New York and the agri aspect of what we do.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We go to Assemblyman Roth, 3 minutes.
Thank you. Just wondering, Mr. O'Rourke, if you could go just a little bit more into detail about the impact, both construction and afterwards, of this. So you said 3,700 construction-related jobs, union shops, correct?
Correct. We have 26 unions, I believe.
And $45 million in construction-related tax revenues. I don't know if you happen to have a breakdown available in terms of whether town, county, state, of how that breaks out.
We could supply that. I do not have that with me, though.
Okay, good. That'd be great. And then the new full-time jobs. So is that solely attributable to, the expansion and new areas that are going to be, that the public's going to be utilizing, or is part of that, just people that would be moving over that normally would work those times of year? Is it Aqueduct? But how does that shake out?
It's incremental because these downstate facilities specifically have very low utilization rates because they were built really on the concept of wagering, accepting buildings. So when you look at Belmont, it's almost like a very large warehouse for taking bets. Going forward, and now we move as a circuit, so obviously during the summer in Saratoga, but there's ancillary uses for Belmont. It's actually quite a beautiful place. So the planned project is to actually utilize that property year-round, events, weddings, and it just creates new forms of business lines which equate to jobs. So I would believe that 740 number that I'm quoting is a conservative number. I think we're going to be a lot higher than that because I think there's demand to be outside, and the amount of green space that this will create is phenomenal.
Sure. And I, as somebody who represents, don't quite represent the tract property, but I'm pretty close by in Western Nassau, and I know I have plenty of people who work in the industry that are constituents of mine, and I do think that the idea of having a world-class modern racing facility to be on that site in conjunction with obviously UBS Arena is certainly a positive opportunity for year-round use for those types of events. But since you mentioned other types of events, I'm just going to throw a quick plug out there because I think the greatest thing would be if this gets done to get an Islanders Rangers Winter Classic there on the property, sell out the grandstand, have a great celebration of hockey for our two downstate teams, and watch the Islanders beat the Rangers. Thank you.
I couldn't agree with you more on that one.
Okay. I believe the legislature is finished our questions for this panel. Thank you very much for being with us today.
So no discussion about no attendance and no discussion about no tax revenue from a gaming
Sorry.
business.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Very
Our next
productive, folks.
panel is actually going to be our last panel because number 11 had to leave, so we are inviting number 12, Stephanie Cunningham from Museum Hugh, to join the panel.
Yes, ma'am.
United Scenic Artists, Motion Picture Editors Guild, and Buffalo Niagara Film Office, because it's all the arts. Just people think about it that way. So, is Stephanie also here? Oh, you're Stephanie. Okay. Okay. And the two people with you are not with you?
Yes, these are my colleagues.
All three are with you?
Yes.
Okay, well then, as the others are coming down, we'll ask them to just sit in the front, and you have 3 minutes total for all three of you, so, okay?
Yeah. Perfect, thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Stephanie Johnson Cunningham, and I'm the Executive Director of Museum Hugh, and I'm joined by my colleagues Sylvia Diaz and Martha Aon. So Museum Hugh is an organization dedicated to the advancement of Black, Indigenous, and all people of color throughout the arts field. We are a membership and community-based organization collectively advocating for greater racial equity in arts funding and offerings for arts professionals of color through our Hugh Arts New York initiative. I join my colleagues working across creative disciplines throughout the state in thanking the committee for your leadership. Arts and cultural workers are important to New York State's economy. Arts and culture-related industry, also known as creative industries, provide direct economic benefits to the state and communities, creating jobs, attracting investments, generating tax revenues, and stimulating local economies. In addition, because they enhance quality of life, the arts and culture are an important complement to community and economic development, enriching local amenities and attracting young professionals to an area. The arts play an essential role in creative and social lifeways across New York. The arts sector generates over $100 billion in economic activity, according to the Comptroller's report on the creative economy. That's $1 in every $8 churning through the city's economy. It highlights the vastness of the cultural sector with over 400,000 jobs. Due to COVID-19, arts venues were forced to close and cancel programs. So in order for the vibrancy that is New York's arts and culture to be revived, we need the support of the New York State government. Black, Indigenous, and people of color arts organizations specifically have been disproportionately funded and impacted way before the COVID-19 pandemic. Our arts and culture ecosystem needs vital funding to ensure survival. Museum Hugh has identified over 500 of these arts entities and believe in an implementation and deployment of a new $100 million funding model over 5 years will help accomplish the following objectives. Re-grant equitable funding to Black, Indigenous, Latinx, Asian, and all people of color arts entities across New York State. 2, provide professional development opportunity to strengthen these arts entities. 3, advocate for city-state policies and practices to provide support for these arts entities. And 4, assist these arts entities in gaining long-term space to operate. As a lifelong New Yorker and arts professional, I know firsthand the impact of the arts field, especially the arts entities in communities of color. They deserve a commitment to their survival from our government, our elected officials, communities, philanthropists, and businesses. They greatly contribute to the vibrant portrait of New York's cultural landscape, and these arts leaders have also proven to be resourceful and resilient in the face of a long history of chronic underinvestment and limited financial support. Thank you.
Thank you all. Do I have any questions? Senator Ryan.
And I have one.
Thanks for coming today. Could you just take a few minutes and tell us a little bit about your organization or organizations that you represent?
Sure, absolutely. So Museum Hugh was founded in 2015, so it's been around for 8 years now, and the entire impetus is dedicated to looking at the experience of Black, Indigenous, and people of color, specifically working in the arts. And we've been able to fundraise a little over $1 million within the last year from New York State Council on the Arts, Mellon Foundation, Ford Foundation, National Endowment for the Arts, New York Community Trust, all to support our research and data to collect information around the arts landscape and looking at the arts inequity funding throughout the state.
Assembly.
Assemblywoman Jackson.
Thank you for your testimony. As a mom of an artist, you know, you often hear like, there's no money in art, and what you're speaking to is what people are talking about. And so I'm just wondering, what is it like for young Black and brown youth to get funding, government contracts relating to art?
That's a good question. We've found with the research that we've collected so far, again, there is an equitable funding stream that is provided for individual artists of color and also institutions of color as well. And so we found that within even NYSCA and New York City Department of Cultural Affairs, there's no real dedication to real data that kind of nails down how much the city and state gives to arts organizations of color and individual artists of color.
Okay, and do you know if any of these individual artists or groups, are they considered part of the MWBE program? Like, talk to me about that, if you can.
Good question. So much of them that we found within the 500 that I mentioned are not a part of MWBE because they're not necessarily companies. Most of them are 501c3s.
Okay.
And the priority of MWBE is not nonprofits.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? Well, then we appreciate all three of you coming to be with us today and making your requests and sharing your information. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now we're going to call the last panel for this hearing. And after this panel is completed, we're going to take a 15-minute break before we start the second hearing. So now I'm inviting United Scenic Artists, Local USA 829 IATSE, the Motion Picture Editors Guild, Local 700 IATSE, and the Buffalo Niagara Film Office. Okay, why don't we start with my left, your right, and go down the table.
Good morning, Chairwoman Kruger, Chairwoman Weinstein, and distinguished members of the legislature. My name is Jennifer Myers, and I am a field representative of the Motion Picture Editors Guild, IATSE Local 700, and I present this testimony today on behalf of both Local 700, which represents post-production professionals, and the Post-New York Alliance, which represents over 60 post-production facilities and individuals working in post-production. Thank you for your long-standing support for our sector, which is a critical component of the film and television ecosystem, and for this opportunity to provide testimony in support of the governor's proposal to enhance and extend the Empire State Film post-production tax credit. Our credit is a $25 million sub-allocation of the larger Empire State Film production credit, which I've broken down in my written remarks. The success of this program is unparalleled, with Post seeing explosive growth since enactment of the separate post-production incentive. A little over a decade ago, New York had very little of the nation's editorial work, but we're now the second largest venue for domestic post-production work after California. The credit has even allowed New York to compete with Canada and the UK with incentives of their own, and it's even succeeded in repatriating jobs based in China and India. For context, Local 700 members in New York logged approximately 299,000 hours worked in 2011. By comparison, our members will have recorded approximately 900,000 hours worked in 2022. This success translates into serious economic activity. We can tentatively report that thanks to the incentive, the post-production ecosystem directly employs 14,000 people as of 2022, which indirectly supports 15,000 more jobs for 29,000 jobs in total. Collectively, this represents $2.43 billion in labor income and $7.24 billion in economic output. And in return, the post-production ecosystem generates approximately $156 million in annual tax revenues. As a practical matter, jobs in post-production are coveted career tracks. To be clear, anyone entering into picture, sound, music editorial, VFX, or animation work has entered into a world with great salaries and benefits and an opportunity to work with innovative technology. According to HRNA, post-production workers earn an average of $119,000, which is significantly higher than the average salary for all industries statewide. We are constantly working with our public and private partners to build out a workforce pipeline that reflects the diversity of New York. For example, Local 700 engages in outreach to raise awareness of post-production career paths among youth in underrepresented communities. For at least 5 years, we have invited Bronx Community College students to Editors Guild seminars, screenings, and networking events. And in 2022, we formalized that relationship by providing funding with member instructors who are post-production professionals at the top of their field to lead master classes for sophomores. These and other programs have emphasized creating opportunities for underrepresented communities and assist in diversifying the post-production workforce. In summation, post-production is an important economic development driver and a home for well-paying careers. And all film and television, regardless of production location. Thank you. Sorry. Sorry. Thank you.
Okay, I'll try and do that. Thank you, and good afternoon, Chair. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Kruger, Chairwoman Weinstein, and the distinguished members of the New York State Legislature. My name is Deirdre Elizabeth Gavon, and I am Vice President of United Scenic Artists Local 829. Local US 829 is a national labor union and creative community of designers, artists, and coordinators working across the entertainment industry. And I am one of those members as a costume designer and production designer by trade. I also present this testimony on behalf of the broader film production labor union community, which represents the vast majority of workers in the highly unionized field of film and television. We thank you for your longstanding support for our industry. I'd like to say I am the real Made in New York story. Over the span of 25 years, I've stood along with so many of my colleagues as we have worked from the ground up and our respective artistic professions, building what is now our state's renowned, vibrant motion picture industry. The film and television tax credit has been extraordinarily successful turning New York State into a national hub for film and television production. Our success has spurred other jurisdictions, in particular Georgia, and now on our doorstep, New Jersey, to enact a highly competitive tax incentive program, which contains many aspects included in Governor Hochul's executive budget proposal. It is important to understand the success of this program. New York State has transformed itself from merely a place to do location shoots and then leave to becoming a home for over 57,000 direct and indirect workers annually, earning $12 billion in wages per year. For all of this, it is the tax credit that has made the difference. Numerous states have recently matched and exceeded New York's program, further exacerbating the reasons why so many projects that once came to New York now choose not to do so. The new reality is best captured by the fact that for the first time in years, sound stages in New York are seeing significant vacancy rates. It is also important to underscore that with the vast growth of New York's film and television industry, there has been a significant increase in diversity within its workforce. I have personally seen the diversification of the industry over the past 25 years, with increasing opportunities for Black, Indigenous people of color. As the industry has created new jobs in New York, it's opened the door to all New Yorkers with varied levels of education and experience to build a career and to support their families. Our unions are heavily invested in developing programs that offer opportunities to diversify their talent pools and memberships. For example, IATSE Local 52 Motion Picture Sound Studio Mechanics is working with Bronx Community College to develop a talent pipeline. My own union continues to provide access to emerging artists. For example, New York-based Scenic Artist Apprentice Program currently has the most diverse group of new workers this program has ever offered. This incentive is driving a new generation of artists to seek out professional opportunities and invest in our industry and talents.
Sorry, I have to cut you off there.
I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our last panelist.
Ready?
Yes.
Senator Krueger, Assemblymember Weinstein, Senator Ryan from my neck of the woods. I traveled from Buffalo today to attest about the economic impact of this New York State Film Tax Credit Program and what it's had on Western New York. I think I can provide a pretty unique perspective as film commissioner in a region that was never a traditional production center, but also as the immediate past chair of the Association of Film Commissioners International, a group that allows me to interact routinely with colleagues around the world. Film tax incentives absolutely drive where movies and scripted TV shows are made. I hear that from both foreign and domestic film commissioners, studio executives, as well as independent filmmakers. This state and the states, with territories without incentives are always ruled out when making decisions on where to shoot. In fact, before a competitive tax incentive was instituted here in New York, movies that were set in Buffalo were shot in places like Winnipeg, Manitoba, Toronto, Ontario, Southern California. Now Buffalo has doubled for cities such as Los Angeles, Hartford, Connecticut, Clarksdale, Mississippi, and even Martha's Vineyard. I'd say that is an amazing reversal of fortune for our town. We are now a movie-making destination, something even I never envisioned when I became film commissioner some 17 years ago. Motion picture production has become an important component of our new sector economy in Western New York. Hundreds of good-paying jobs have been created, new sound stages and movie-related businesses continue to pop up all over our region, and a prideful community has been able to see our town, our cities, our villages shown worldwide on the silver screen and beyond. Motion picture union ranks have exploded their membership numbers. When I first started my job, there were about a dozen members of IATSE, that's the Movie Mechanics Union. Now there are nearly 200 in Buffalo. Go figure, right? The Theatrical Teamsters, Local 817, have partnered with a Teamster local in Buffalo to provide dozens of drivers for the many movie trucks that now dot our landscape. The Screen Actors Guild, the Directors Guild, the Producers Guild, they're all in Buffalo now. They've increased their numbers dramatically in our region. While there are some tweaks, and I must say there should be some, that need to be made for upstate areas, the New York State Film Tax Credit is making a solid and long-lasting impact from Long Island all the way to Lackawanna. I'd like to thank all of you on behalf of the thousands of Western New Yorkers that have been positively affected by this new industry for your continued support in strengthening our economy in Buffalo through the state's Film Tax Credit Program. It has been a real distinct privilege and honor to be here today to let you know just what a difference all of you have made as Hollywood continues to take notice of every single part of this great, of this diverse, and of this unique place that we call the state of New York, the family of New York. Thank you.
I'm sorry. First up, Senator Sean Ryan.
Thanks, everyone, for coming today. Thank you to the folks from IATSE. And thanks, Tim, for coming up the thruway this morning. Tried to accommodate, get you in earlier, but we set a pretty tight schedule. So I have a few questions. I know I visited some of the downstate sets, and walking around, I saw IATSE members, carpenters. It almost seemed, close to, wall-to-wall people with, workforce democracy. Is that implicit in the statute? In when we come out of New York City, are the productions in Buffalo, are they the same way in terms of unionization?
In Buffalo, yes, Senator. In fact, there has been this proliferation of IATSE members that have grown there, and it's all really different departments. Scenics is certainly one of them, and so many others. And we have been really targeting in workforce development to really provide a good, diverse workforce base in Western New York. So when the studios come, or when the independent filmmakers come, they feel very it's not a big difference from being in New York or in the Mid-Hudson region or places closer to New York. So we've been very successful, and it's been really great.
So before this film credit started, you saw very little film production in the Buffalo area.
Almost
You see
nothing,
it
yeah.
In Toronto, they often masquerade as other cities.
Right.
And how much has it come into, our area of Western New York? And is that coming at the expense of films or studio work that would have been done in New York City?
Well, we've lost some things, and I have to tell you, I think this new proposal is looking really good. I can tell you the Bros, that Warner Brothers movie, I think it was Warner Brothers, it was Universal. They ended up in New Jersey. We had another movie that scouted a pretty good sized movie that ended up in Ohio, and it really was taken there by these higher incentives and and the inducements that these other states have had. So we've lost some things, but as you know all too well, our architectural assets in Western New York are some of the finest, and I think the creative side of the movie industry seems to notice that. When you get the business side, the incentive folks agreeing that with the creative people, it's a recipe for success, and that's what we've had here in Western New York.
This idea of the 25 to 30%, and then it's also mixed in with this above the line and below the line. Could you explain to me the differences on that?
Well, I can again anecdotally point to a situation we had with a movie called White Noise, I think it was. They came in at their 25%, and they just couldn't make it work. They just couldn't, so they ended up in Ohio.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Assembly.
Assemblywoman Warner.
Thank you. Ms. Govan, in your testimony, in your written testimony, you say that the state's exceeded its allocation faster than anticipated, and the consequence of that is that productions are having to wait a period of time after the production concludes to claim their credits, and that delay is a reason that states look, or that productions look to other states rather than stay in New York. Can you give us some sense of how long that delay is, or how much we have exceeded our allocated credits on an annual basis?
Thank you, Assemblyman Warner. To my understanding and research, it's usually anywhere between 1 to 3 years after they finish production.
And that's not true in other states?
I can't quote on those statistics, but what we have on data is for our state, that is the time.
Okay. Do you have any sense of what the backlog is in terms of number of productions that are awaiting their credits?
What I do understand, Assemblyman Warner, is that there is a rollover period. So once that $430 million is exhausted, there's a rollover period going into that next round, and it's also exhausting that. So it's a continuation of rolling over, never catching up. so we are consistently behind.
Okay, thank you, and I would just say that, as a designer, could you please come up with something that's better than the peach for us? Every time I see that peach on the credits, I just, makes my teeth ache.
Thank you.
Senator Walczak.
Thanks, Chairwoman. So the governor's invested, at least in her budget proposal here, $700 million in post-production tax credits. It's a $280 million increase over last year, which is pretty significant. And budgets are at about priorities. At the same time, she's borrowed $2.5 million, a $1 million cut over last year, but $2.5 million cut over previous years in local tourism matching grants. Would your industry survive if you only had a $697.5 million post-production tax credit available at the end of all of these budget negotiations?
Me? I would say the problem that has, and this is my reference to a little tweaking upstate, is that a lot of these incentives get gobbled up pretty quickly down in the city, down in New York City. And so we often hear from, and sometimes we get a little lower budget independent films that come through, and those folks are waiting 2, 3, I've heard even longer. And if they're seeing those kinds of wait times, they're going to New Jersey. And we just, there's a guy that, his wife is from Buffalo. Again, this is anecdotal, but he's vowed to not return. He's kind of shifted everything to New Jersey. And he says that he'll come back if the wait time ends. So we predict, or at least I think, that this higher cap might, accordion that a little bit in a way that makes it, that the money comes back quicker. We're hoping that's the case. The other thing, too, is the above the line. I mean, I'll tell you, we lose a lot of movies to, to states that have above the line, and in New Jersey in particular. And that's troubling, because they set themselves in New York, but end up shooting in New Jersey.
But if we were to just restore for the counties that depend on those tourism dollars, the local matching grant program, could you survive without the $2.5 million?
Well, we don't do that. I don't believe in Buffalo. I think there's some sort of matching grant thing up in Syracuse, but I'm not aware of anything in Buffalo. That's not something I know about.
There's tourism agencies across New York State that avail themselves of this. It's local advertising dollars that really have compounding interest when they're applied. So we get it back in sales tax and bed tax and all of the different ways that tourism is great. Well, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I think I've made my point for the record that I think this group, while I appreciate the governor wanting to invest in post-production tax credits, I think they do just fine with $697.5 million rather than $700. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Assembly?
Assemblyman Otis.
A question for Tim Clark. My
Sure.
wife is from Buffalo.
Oh.
So we were watching a 2007 film the other day that partially took place in Buffalo. And for authenticity, she's looking, but we found out, we looked it up, it was filmed in Winnipeg, as you testified.
Yes,
So the
yes.
fact that we're doing things to bring these filmings back to authentic locations like Buffalo is a great thing.
Well, thank you, Assemblymember. And it's always irked me for years, especially as a guy charged with the responsibility of bringing movies to Buffalo, when I'm watching movies that are not that are set there but not shot there. There is this component of community pride too that I think people from Buffalo, and I'm sure your wife would attest to this, they know the difference. And Winnipeg ain't Buffalo.
Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you. I think I'm last. Well, do you have more? Okay. So following up on the growth in the tax credit proposed by the governor, at least in earlier years, there seemed to be agreement with your unions that these credits should only go towards the workers on movies who were below the, what do they call it, the line?
Below the line, yeah.
And now they're talking about the directors, the movie stars, people who don't live here in New York, getting credits for jobs that pay up to $500,000. I would much rather see a commitment by these companies to actually have to move to New York and be here with us full-time, and even make sure that they're filming and producing things that take place in New York and encourage tourism, following up on my colleague's point that we want people to come to New York. So we want them to watch movies and TV that highlight all the things that are so unique about our state, and that those should be given points, so to speak, when the storylines are New York-based. And I'm just curious what anybody thinks about these changes by the governor, because it's not just new money being proposed, it's new money for a different universe.
I'll take that. I think it's a multi-pronged approach. And what I mean is many actors above the line are also New York residents. They live here. So most of the times when productions are coming here and they're interested in being in New York, those actors who are a part of that production, they look for the convenience. They look for the ability to be able to see their families, to be able to go home at the end of a long shoot day. So I don't necessarily feel that it is something that's not needed. I do feel that it's a one-to-one comparison with what our competitors are doing, and that is New Jersey and Georgia, which have the same incentive that is proposed in Governor Hochul's budget.
So I have some famous actors living in my district in Manhattan. I suspect they'd get hired anyway. Like, they're big, famous people. So I just don't see why we should actually be giving up our tax revenues for, with all due respect, them. They've been working and doing very well in their careers up to now, and I just don't quite see that this changes the story. It just moves more of our money into subsidizing an industry that doesn't always need that much subsidizing.
Well, I can't really speak to that, Senator, but what I can speak to is the below-the-line experience and having productions relocate. As a working costume designer and officer of a union, I recently experienced that. The production decided to relocate to Georgia, and in relocating to Georgia, I lost a job. So purely based upon the fact that they did not want to pay the accommodation fee for that. So it really wasn't about talent, it was about the money. And so I personally feel keeping the tax incentive and doing a one-to-one or a comparison with what other states are doing is necessary to keep production here as a whole.
My time is up. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Assembly? No. Any other senators? Well, then I'm going to thank you very much for being with us today, for being our last panel on this hearing, and I'm going to declare that this hearing is done.